But there's a lot of squads actually side by side by side. There it is, beautifully done by observers here. Rascal Jester right across SDV2. As they go downhill, they actually went down to the vehicles. And look at this messy situation. Pop shots from Bingani gets it down. SDV2 definitely in trouble. Brings out the SLR for the long range battle. And look at the shots being done right now.
New generation esports to show them the new way, the new divide, the new way to play this game. And they're trying to catch him on out. I'm not sure if it's going to work out for him, but Teddy, how is he still alive? He's been staying on here. He somehow dodged and weaved through like a well-trained boxer. It seems like they're at the ready, though, the vehicle here, trying to overrun them. Will he get taken down? No one just yet. Take him. He's pushing on up. He's on an uphill climb. He's taking damage from behind. He gets taken down by Ray. Ray at the ready, keeping his teammate alive.
They don't know. They have no idea. CJ, the nade.
Bide your time, bro.
It has to be MVP. Gets 1, 2. The damage. CJ gets 2 already. CJ, he is still here. He's been flashed out. Both of them actually with Foxy. The shot coming in from the back. Loki spots him out finally. And this is where Damwon needs to recuperate. But thankfully for them, Marco and New Generation Esports are actually going head to head. Marco's going to be down to 1. It's only Crazy Bobby to remain. New Generation is looking threatening here.
2v1 and Damwon, they're the ones to try and take us away. The blast from his own teammate going big. The Foxy, sly as he is, he crawls in from behind. Doesn't have enough ammo to secure the kill. But Loki, deceptively the god, he gets it done. And Munto going absolutely insane as Damwon, they secure the game.
And Damwon also has a really defensible position, so it could have been a two-pronged approach. As they approach Foxy and just get swarmed down. GNL, what are you doing? It was a valiant effort, but now it's down to Hammer. Into Dacia is exposed.
Oh my.
Of NR Force 36, they at least gift themselves a lot better into this one. Damwon, Mendel, times 1. Percy is in down and oh my god, a second one coming in. Percy and Gandhi gone.
It's a full 4v4 here, Asarai as well. The down comes on in. Mad Dog put down like the dog he is, he seems. Simon says, and Yuta answers. Evil Patrick, evil bestowed, evil taken away. And Genius, they take down the Archangels right now.
Gonna have to keep on the move. Vez is giving an eye on SGV2. If he times this correctly, he might be able to actually dip in a couple of kills. SGV though, they're hitting their shots against Genius. And they're fighting the back. Genius is not in a good spot right now. The tables have definitely turned. Finish off Genius so that they can go for that high ground. Speaking of which, Genius double nade. Oh my god, KMF. Does he have the chance? What a flick, what a trade, what a sequence. Another one! And he wipes out the rest of the squad.
Here comes out the flank rotation from Killua. He hops on off, but Killua's taking lots of damage and finally gets Petra down. Now this is equal. 3v3 standing on both sides.
Leg shot! And now looking into the kills, it's 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. And Magic is looking to win this. One more, they get it. Chicken dinner for Magic.
Wow.
They hold the phone though, because there's still a lot out of the teams actually still going in for that transition. B3 Fox, what are you doing? Oh no, they just been embraced here.
Archangel though sizzling here within the close confines of this zone. They're taking so much damage. It's not looking good for Archangel. They're taking down one by one. It's only left remaining here on the CJ once more to try and bring some value out of this run, out of this game. He gets it down at the very least, but no, it doesn't really come to pass. Taekyon taking them down.
No reason, no right to be still alive at this point. You're seeing everybody shoot in the direction of NR Force 36. Oh, the humanity. Magic. Who else? GE is here. Damwon is here. And NR Force, he has just entered into the zone of just not really a good spot. Another team that has racked up an amazing set of points. 14 actually. Glories. Gonna have the respect. Still alive. 15.
Wow. It's going to be difficult for them. Attack all around. They're in a fight. They don't have the man advantage in this one. It's effectively a 2v3, but no, Zest has isolated himself. The shot from Esquelzia. He gets it down on the Foxy, and Damwon looking dead.
This could go either way. This is how close everybody is together. Javis is right there in the corner. Escalucia goes down. Oh no! This is not good for the Thai team. It's down to one more player. GE is still full 3. There's Gems. He's down. It's 1 versus 3. It's Under versus the rest of Genius. The flashes. He's trying to divert their attention to this other side. And Under, he doesn't read it properly. And there it is. That's going to be Genius Esports with the 2-beat of that chicken dinner here in the first Miramar of the day. It's not really the easiest of things to make do. Vents though. It tumbles. He gets back in. Can't get out, but it's giving him much defense. And Vents somehow gets knocked down. No, Vince, he actually gets run over by Gems, by Jayers.
So just one wild player that checks one of the, or positions himself safely into
Through the
crate.
smoke.
Oh my god, Glorious actually gets it.
You know, in a difficult spot, he's within the container, swaps to his secondary Asteroid. This is coming to pretty close margins. He's holding it, he spots the shadow. He knows it's around the corner. He doesn't connect as much as he wanted to, and that is B3 Fox out.
Massive three-way squad fight. As Under is just, oh no, he's gonna get knocked. Yep, there it is, the Molly just burning him alive. Mental coming into the corner here, but of course, right on top, vantage point guaranteed. Archangel is dealing damage.
To respect the firepower that GNL have in their hands, it's still a difficult fight for GNL to win, though. The nades, Somalis, completely shutting them down. It's all on here, on the hammer, and here comes on in the final nail in their coffin.
So they push forward. Now they know still that they do have the pinch power. Escalucia, a little bit too far forward. Doesn't realize that the other squad is already here anticipating it.
Here's the push. Gems on the flank. He can go big here. If he gets this down in the Yoki, he's going to have the right flank entirely to himself. He gets spotted out, though. He's entirely in the open. They spray him down. Gems, a single sliver of health remaining. Aoki able to get pressed back up. He gets taken on down, and it's now leads into a 1v1 v4. SPD v2. There's certainly no way they lose this. They're brought to a 1v4. Pretty much going down here. There's no way that Banjo can find any much more. He's taken down to the floor. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. SGD take game number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Asia Pacific Grand Finals of the Predator League 2022. My name is Asarai. With me now is Black and Blue. We'll be your casters for day 2 here. And gotta say, man, yesterday was an absolutely action-packed type of day.
No, incredible stuff. And then once again, we were just completely surprised by the results that we saw at the end of the day. The teams that we were kind of least expecting to really show on up, well, they really proved us wrong, didn't they?
Yeah, definitely. But guys, before we do get started with everything, you might be wondering why we actually started a little bit earlier. It is because that yesterday we had some issues with match 1. So we'll be redoing all of that due to unfair conditions and all things. And that means that yesterday's match is only the ones, match 2 to 5 were the confirmed ones. So this means that today we'll have 6 matches altogether for you guys to enjoy. A little bit unfortunate, but we will be pushing on with this one.
Yeah, so as Asarai just did say right now, we're going to be playing 6 full maps today. We're going to kind of replay map number 1 from yesterday here. We're going to start today off by replaying that match number 1 on Erangel. You're going to see the schedule right up on your screens right now. So match 1, Erangel from yesterday, moved to here today before we actually start the day off. Then we continue on as we were supposed to. Match 6 and 7 on Erangel. Then we do our 3 maps of Miramar right on after for match 8, 9, and 10 respectively.
Yeah, so at least as viewers and as casters, it's not really the worst for us, so we can just see a whole lot of what is happening. Just to clarify as well, there will be no compensational points for our players here, so it is going just to be a pure, unadulterated rematch of match 1.
We just run it back.
Complete reset, exactly. But this is where I guess we will be talking about real quick the rules again, just for a refresher for our folks here. Again, for day 2, it's going to be a total of 6 matches, but still, till tomorrow, it's going to be an overall 15 match. Our maps will only be Erangel and Miramar, and as you can see here with our placement points, it is coming in from 0 to 10, with kill points giving you 1 point per kill.
Yeah, stock standard, of course, placement points mattering so much, but we've seen teams make it through and really deep in terms of the total overall standings at the end of the day due to their kills. So teams that can really bring a different kind of fold to the table, that can frag on out, they're being rewarded as handsomely as we really can. But as we said, since we're replaying map number 1, that means we get an even split of the amount of maps we're going to be playing here. Asarai, 3 Erangel, and 3 Miramar right on after to end things off. We're going to take a look at the current rankings from day number 1 in terms of only match 2 to 5. So this is a 4-game sample size. You can see here, this is without replaying map number 1 yet. Genius Esports still at the top, rightfully so.
Oh yeah. Genius, even though technically now they only had that 1 chicken dinner, the rest of the matches that they played yesterday were absolutely phenomenal. And I think that was what was taken aback by the rest of us when we weren't really expecting too much. We weren't really expecting too much from the Vietnamese region, but I will say Genius Esports, new generation, always popping off. Can't really say too much about that. The other Thai region teams such as Attack All Around and Magic Esports also proving that they are a region to not be trifled with. Damwon Gaming, though, I will say, even though they are standing at 2nd place with 39 points at this stage of our tournament, they haven't really played to the level that I was really expecting. I thought they were going to be a whole lot more consistent. Of course, the performance is great, but they have some very big dips in some of the matches that we saw from yesterday.
Well, they might have had dips with quick rises, you know, from teams like Attack All Around, who were struggling earlier in the half of the day, but soon as we move on over to Miramar, they just had a completely different look. We're going to take a look at all of the teams here right now. You can see them yesterday's standings, but we're going to introduce the 16 teams we got playing on up. Marco Gaming, Havoc, Makang Sumeru, Enter Force, 36, Rascal Jester, V3 Fox, Demon Kia, and GNL to round up the opening half. These are teams that a lot of them we were kind of expecting to do, you know, a lot better, but the second half of teams, they're the ones who really started to show up yesterday.
Yeah, and as you can see again with SGTV2, VR Universal 4 Rivals, Archangel Predator, Predator Shute Wrong, Attack All Around, Magic Esports, Genius Esports, and New Generation Esports here. But I will say we are seeing some teams be extremely cold, and then just one match they will be hot, as what we saw with SGD V2. We were kind of not really arguing, but debating about how this particular team has performed. I believe they currently, right now, as we saw with the standings, they are currently number 8. And one of the reasons why I think they were able to do that was just because of how I felt like the word has got to be right place at the right time, or phrase is right place at the right time, where they seem to be able to at least find that opportunity to make that happen. But the problem is, it feels like it's a very risky or just low reward type of strategy.
Well, in that case, at least they got a pretty high reward from it, at least during the final match, right? They kind of reap what they sowed. They invested early into controlling those crater fields, and my goodness, from phase 3 onwards, it was just theirs to hold for the entirety of it, and nobody was able to take it away, and rightfully so, they get chicken dinner from it, you know, really not losing a single player all throughout that entire game, ending the game with still 4 up standing, and that just leaves SGDV2 in a really, I guess, prosperous position that we might not have necessarily initially kind of expected from them. But hey, that's really good from them. They had, you know, a second place finish on the match 1 that never, you know, we're not going to be counting anymore. So we've seen some okay stuff from them on Erangel, but once again, that's not exactly a sample size we can take. They have been, I think, one of the most kind of back and forth flip-floppy teams, if anything. They get a 15th place finish, then a 5th place finish, then a 12th place finish, and then the chicken dinner finish. So it's been back and forth for them. Their pendulum has been swinging, and if that pattern continues, I'm not too sure about their hopes for this opening match.
Speaking of pendulum swinging, I gotta actually point out our number 3 team here, Attack All Around.
Yeah.
Even though they are actually standing very high on our leaderboards at 39 points alongside Damwon Gaming, they have also, as I'd like to mention it, very interesting in the placement positions that they've had. But the thing with this particular team is Attack All Around, before they start losing or start getting wiped out, they always somehow manage to sneak in 4, 6, maybe even 8 kills per game, which is pretty good at keeping themselves afloat.
Yeah, and not only that, you know, their Erangel, as we've kind of talked about yesterday and today, earlier on, has been a big struggle for them. So as it is going to be going back to Erangel, it's been by far their worst map here so far in the tournament. They go on over to Miramar, they make up enough points to, you know, still keep themselves in the game and even keep themselves in 3rd.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll see how this day begins. A rematch, a try at another shot to get that match 1 going. This is going to be it, guys, as Erangel is going to be the first one. Premier League 2022 Grand Finals. Match 1 begins. Let's get it. Again, this is a rematch, guys, but it's still very important because this was the match that Genius had their first chicken dinner. We will not be counting that. Again, guys, we will not be counting that because of these unforeseen conditions that has happened from that previous one. But this time, can they take the crown once again for this Erangel map?
Well, as we said, we're remaking this, run 8 on back. We're starting back with essentially map number 1 here, back on Erangel. A pretty generous path this time, but the circles here on Erangel so far have not. We've seen 2 very southern circles and 1 very western circle here so far, and if that's going to continue to be the case, well, Archangel, they get the preferred drop. They drop here around, you know, that Gatka side west of Pachinki, typically where they do like to play anyways. You look at some of the other teams, Marco Gaming, we see them very far westward on the corner. Havoc once again going for that ferry pier. And so we saw finally on the 3rd map, teams finally making use of the naval control that they could have. But I think you have something to point out. I see a lifeline to be
Someone got knocked out, from Marco.
Did he fall from the parachute?
Possibly.
Did he cut early? Is that what happened?
I don't know. We'll probably see, but that was a bit of a mistake. Of course, you don't want to get knocked out that early. Circle is very forgiving here. That's also something that I think we kind of got screwed over yesterday, Nico, where, sorry, Black and where our circles just went very, very hard into just, I don't know, the circles were kind of thirsty yesterday. They wanted a lot of water for some reason. Also, something to also point out as we are starting this rematch is this time, VR4 Rivals is actually going to be bringing in Malkendrix rather than Super Dean at this point. Still, their dropping spot is going to be the same in Erangel, where they love to go on that top eastern side on Zarki, if I'm not mistaken. So with that being said, is the player substitution going to be enough to give 4 Rivals a chance? Because honestly, I think 4 Rivals and Havoc have been the teams that have been struggling the most in finding any success. I mean, not chicken dinner success, but just success in being consistent in middle of the pack compared to the other teams. Yeah,
we've had some kind of wayward performances from them, right? Finishing 12th, 14th, but then we've seen some good stuff where they'd finish about 3rd, the top 8 or something like that, in the upper half of things. So maybe maybe, just maybe, having, swapping on out Malkandrix is going to give him a new look. I don't think it necessarily was Super Dean's fault. He's definitely a big name for their team, but, well, hopefully it's going to give him kind of like fresh legs, Asarai, to go into this. That one,
Ouch.
as usual, going up into Severny.
Yeah. Sorry, I just got to go back to what you just said, fresh legs. That kind of hurt me a little bit. 'Cause
Sorry.
I have very used up, beat up
know.
legs.
Darwell, I do know.
Yeah. Anyways, as you were mentioning with the Damwon gaming part, I think it's really good that they do have that Severny drop. Nobody has been contesting it for the most part, maybe because they respect that Damwon might actually just, again, just pile on them if they mistakenly go into their drop spot. But other than that, I think it does give Damwon a straight-up idea of where to rotate. If the circle is forgiving or unforgiving, regardless of which, they do have these set rotationary points that we saw. But at this point, they can take this as calmly as they would want to. You're seeing here, with our split, Mental is actually playing on shooting range. He's maximizing his loot up, Loki as well, so that the other two players will be at Severny. And I think what this also does in kind as well is it does give them an understanding if somebody's going to be coming in a little bit closer to their vicinity. Yep, coming into Marco Gaming here. This is what I'm talking about, man. Somebody has already lost a little bit of luster, but this time, Force 36 is going to be the one to really route things up. The Japanese teams, my guy, have been absolutely struggling. Alongside, again, Havoc and 4 rivals. But maybe with that first kill, it could be a new start to the day.
Well, perhaps, Enterforce, being, one of the home teams here, want to be a bit more kind to our kind guests, right? Give them a bit of a head start for day number 1. But no,
Yeah.
Crazy Bobby, unfortunate start for him. He drops, I think, cuts his shoot early, and then now he's taken out of the game early on that opening fight here towards Georgia Paul versus Enterforce, who are already on the move. They might make contact with New Generation in about a second, and as well at Makam Samaru if you're not careful.
New Generation Esports now in our sights as they're starting to move in. I believe this is the building near Raja on the top side, if I'm not mistaken. In any case, still Force 36. How fast has Force kind of played in this? How far are they from each other? So two of the players of Force is playing on Georgia Paul, while the other two is somewhere on the northern side of Rajak. This is a little bit risky, but also very confident to be just separating themselves like this, especially when there's a whole team right across them, and that team is New Generation. Although Force are still safe, but if they overstay their welcome, there could be another team that could just pop out of nowhere and just, well, break them apart. Still, though, they are going to be good for the moment. And Sylphia at least starting to get that entry, or rather that forward scouting, to see where the players, if there are any, going to start pushing in. GNL also finds the compound. Again, people just starting to pile on in, especially now that we are starting to move into Phase 2.
Well,
Dasher.
Okay.
Gotta save some.
Yep, they're taking some damage, but if you look at Magic right now, I think they have a pretty good spot in where they can rotate back on in from the southwestern side. They come in from the high ground, late into the circle, and there's nothing to really catch them off from the back. Maybe Havoc if they somehow cross paths, but they're probably going to kind of point a bit westward from Pachinki, so I don't think that's really going to come to play. It's Archangel, if anything, who they're going to have to deal with on that high ground as well, depending where the zone does end up closing up into Phase 2. For the meantime, there isn't much real reason for these teams to keep on the move just yet. Enterforce, yeah, as you said, a team could break it on up, looking like to be Damwon if they want to take an early fight, but they don't have any real reason to. They have good control of Severny. Yes, the zone might not close that way, but I don't think there's much of an outlier for them to go. But nope, they're continuing on south, so it does seem like they do want to take this fight early.
Yeah, the only team that I see having some troubles right now would be Shute Rong and V3 Fox. I believe Shute was at least having their presence known against the Japanese team. Archangel so far apart from each other, but I love the idea to get that high vantage point just so that they can see where their rotationaries are. I think, again, I brushed up on this yesterday, where Archangel feels like a team that they love to go for that consistent rise rather than the exponential explosion to the top, right? Where they just love to play that slow game. They love to get that information. They thrive of just trying to get that and then trying to rotate from it as well. The problem, I think, with this particular team is that sometimes even though they have all of that knowledge, all of that understanding of where the opponents are, the rotations aren't really coming as quickly or as late as I was kind of hoping for them, because that's always what the problem I think here for Archangel is. The idea is right, but the timing, the execution could be a little bit better.
Looks like playing this 3-1 split though here. Archangel, Rasker, well, Wesker rather, from Rascal. He gets taken on down as attack all around. They make contact here between, well, Rascal and Jester haven't really been having the best fight, and we've been seeing them be taken down by many a team time and time on over.
Oh, yeah.
Going out 16, like 3 times on around. So this isn't too well for them. The flank is coming in, though. They have to be careful on this, as Quelzia is keeping them pinned here within this 2-floor house. But the flank from both sides, Gems and Janku coming in from either side. They found Janku on out, have pushed him further back, barrels in hand. Everybody running that gun.
Oh!
But Quelzia, I thought he'd knock him through.
Yeah. Pop shot through the window there. He's breaking every glass so that there's no more blockage of anything. Escalucia, I think he didn't really had time to shine yesterday, especially in the Erangel maps, because he got knocked out like as the first player of Attack All Around down. Now look at how AAA have actually placed themselves all around the compound, all around the Rascal Jester house. And this is going to be terrible for Rascal Jester because, of course, they're going to be looking to dodge shots from one angle, but then they're going to be exposed from another angle, and this is just not going to be looking too hot for them as Attack All Around, they're slowly creeping in. If they have any nades, which I saw Gems and I believe Janku has, this could be bad for Rascal Jester. And again, if they try to escape, there's no vehicles, they're going to be out in the open, and there's so many angles. The only problem that I think Attack All Around will be facing here is that if they overreach their welcome, if their timing is incorrect, they're going to be, well, 3 split apart. Well, we'll see how this goes.
Well, they get the down, yeah, with a nade here from Janku. He's the one pushed up as the rest of the team have kind of encircled the entirety of Rascal Jester. They've put themselves in the corner here, and they've trapped themselves in this house. They don't really have much of an escape to go. Maybe if they take out Janku from down below, they can run out the back, but that's not going to come. Esquelzia applying pressure from the opposite side across the street, and they also have Gems on that high ground, trapping and pinning Rascal Jester here. So this is looking like a pretty dire spot. They're going to have to somehow win these gunfights if they want to be able to get out of this safety, because they are going to have to die on this hill.
Not sure if Janku actually got fully dropped there, but he was very near the rest of Rascal Jester. Actually, he's still alive, although because he got knocked out the second time, he's bleeding very quickly. So I think he's just going to be a casualty of war here. An attack all around. Are they going to be cutting their losses, or is Gems just looking for a different position, a different angle maybe of attack, just because he was dropping down the hill? There's no more safe trees for him to start pushing in. But from the looks of things, it's just a fair trade for the most part. No, Rascal Jester is still surviving, and I think they were able to also loot up Janku, excuse me. And now that means that the tables have turned. A third party comes in. That's going to be Havoc. Veds could decide to actually just bombard on Rajak here, but it's not going to happen. Oh, sorry, not Rajak, but the small town under Rajak. But they're not, although they might be embraced here by Genius.
Yeah, they're about to run into him. And Havoc, they haven't had a good track record yet of shooting themselves out of these bad situations, so they have to be very careful against a very feisty Genius. They've done some damage, but they don't actually drop anybody, so Havoc looking like they're able to escape the thread so far and make sure this needle doesn't pin them too much.
Well, it's fine. There's not really too much that's going to be bad for them. I don't really like how some teams just slowly, rotate into the side of a house. But of course, if there's nobody there, then you're absolutely safe and your vehicle's also safe. Anyways, seems that Marco Gaming is going to be the one with the shorter end of the stick in this particular rematch fight of ours in Erangel, as they've already get knocked out. Damwon now has gravitated all the way through shooting range. And SGD, this has happened to SGD yesterday too with Rascal Jester, right? They rotate at the worst possible time, and then this happens.
Yep, exactly. Not even realizing that as they were trying to egress, well, Damwon, they were trying to ingress on their last known position, and they find KMF1, so that drops SGDV down to just 3 players. So Damwon pushing further south. They take the shooting range control for themselves, and this is a really good spot for them. They practically get a pick for free and nothing to really contest. V3 Fox are currently on the move, though. Oscar Mike from the east on towards their position, but I don't think they're going to push that on deep. They have a hill to play on. They have some pressure to play on as well. We see JR's take down RJ's Wesker, so Rascal Jester on that fight that we saw from them a while ago, not really prevailing so far, and they haven't had much success here on pretty much any map at all. Mad Dog gets the pick off here on MG. They're currently taking this fight, Archangel and Magic, towards the western side, but Gems, Rascal Jester, they're looking at a pretty dire spot. He's pushing on up. It's down to just 3 players. Make that 2 here on Rascal Jester's side. That's Gems. He gets another down here on the Kim Gandhi this time, trying to get him back up from the stairs. They know the stairs is a difficult position to play. He goes in close, and Gems takes down Wesker. It's down to a single player right now. Rascal Jester, they're getting played like a darn fiddle. It's all on the par man. He's bailed the house, and they bailed the game. They go out first. 16 for the 4th time in a row.
Smart from attack all around to actually use Gems, who had a level 3, basically everything, to just start charging in and be the tank, be the battering ram into this particular compound. Now, I thought that they were going to have to cut their losses and, you know, lose the fight, but now that they were able to pick that up, this is a really phenomenal thing to happen for attack all around. Looking into things as well, they're not really in a bad spot. They are outside the safe zone, but there's no other teams that actually investigated that third party in that fight, so they're going to be able to loot properly. The problem is, how much loot did Rascal Jester still have remaining for them to pick up? In any case, at least they do get themselves those 4 points, and as you mentioned, Rascal Jester down means that they're at least 1 point safer into better spots. Yeah, this is Damwon's position, man. This is where they are king. This is their territory. They're lords of the land. And whoever tries to challenge V3 Fox, HGD V2, it does not matter. Loki hits those.
Yeah, just getting the drop immediately here. And super low. Luckily, his teammate should be there in the nick of time to get him res up. No, it's not. Foxy finishes him off. That's greatly done here from Damwon. Really finding so many free picks without much of a contest. Hammer gets taken down. The sickle cuts him on up from Havoc, and they take a free kill as well. GNL trying to respond, trying to get it down of their own. They don't find it, but oh no, they do. Aurum barely gets within the house, but not before dropping down first.
Oh, the guy always goes to the door and just start reviving him. So even though that was a knockout, it's not really anything they can try to get the trade off. Kahlua, though, trying to get that information with the barrel, I think, or maybe somebody looking straight into that window spots him. Deals some massive damage, but Havoc is looking very, very straightforward, very, very safe. Speaking of which, in terms of safe, which other team would probably be in a dangerous spot right as of now? Gotta give it to maybe Shute Wrong and 4 Rivals. They were playing somewhere on the eastern bridge where we were, and speaking of which, there it was. Yeah, so the thing was, Shute Wrong, they were at the bridge trying to cross, and they were trying to just pop shots against 4 Rivals here. But that just meant that 4 Rivals had the better position, and it seems like right now they're capitalizing on that and breaking Shute Wrong's offense. GNL does come to play, but unfortunately, Taekyeon not going to really get those knockouts that he was kind of hoping for, maybe to alert the rest that this is a very doable situation for us. We can try to already pincer one down. Unfortunately, it's not going to work. And 4 Rivals do take down Shute Wrong for 14th.
Yeah, but they have to deal with GNL immediately here, who are already pressing up. They've heard the noise. They want to press this issue, and they want to be able to try and chime in on this fight. They want to take that control away from the western side. They don't want to have to be sandwiched between VR here and Havoc, so they have to take one on out, and they choose the latter, rather the former, in VR. So they're going for the push. Great nade on the Malkendrix, the newest addition, at least here today. The swap on out, the sub coming on in. He gets taken down first. Roy pressing on in. The smokes blocking his vision. He knows they're real close. The spam through connecting here from Gandhi. He gets it down and came on. Roy going big. A pick and Malkendrix taken off. And that is VR Universal 4 Rivals eliminated.
Ouch. Very, very much. Ouch. As they weren't only getting conditioned by GNL, but also by V3 Fox, so not really the best position here for 4 Rivals. As you can see on our minimap right now, there's that GNL, Havoc, and V3 Fox trap waiting to happen, but there's a whole lot more action happening on the western side. A lot more teams inside that zone starting to fight in. It seems like Enter Force 36, they've just been at this spot for the rest of the couple of phases that we saw already. So with that being said, they really have hunkered down, and it seems like some teams are having trouble into pushing them in. Archangel was trying to test the water. It's not really working. Yeah. But now they have other matters to deal with as Genius has come in with the vehicles on the rotation. This might not be good for Mad Dog as he's just being peppered. The drive-by, and Genius comes out, but there is still players of Archangel to deal with.
Well, GNL, they're eliminated amongst all that kerfuffle. Archangel are kind of split a bit too wide to get the drop, though, here on a Yuda. CJ finding a big pick as well, and a Glories. And while Mad Dog goes down, yes, CJ going even bigger. He confirms that kill. So 2 players left in fighting capacity here for the side of Genius. They're not winning this fight. They've equalized the odds just a bit more, but it's down to the 1v3, effectively 1v2. They've been eliminated. The Archangels of Death here eliminating and taking on now Genius. So great hold from them. As you said, they wanted to test the waters in the fight against Enter Force 36, but they find the fight coming their way from Genius, and they handle it swiftly.
Oh, speaking of which, though, Enter Force actually have gone out of the buildings of their own safe zone and have actually pushed downwards, southwards to maybe deal with the rest of Archangel, knowing that Archangel is actually now not in a really good spot. They're trying to resuscitate themselves, but this might not be the best of things. Speaking of not the best, attack all around. This is a less than ideal position for them, but thankfully they have a bajillion smokes to use. Hades, though, or rather, Veds coming in from the corner to wrap around. He's trying to use the smoke for his own cover, but I don't know if he was hurt or something, but he was not. He's popping shot, but he got traded. Although Hades not going to waste his teammates' efforts. But both Hades, both Havoc, as well as Attack All Around just fall to Machang Samaru from that third party.
Yeah, Attack All Around goes down. Havoc almost going down. They have a single player left on alive, and, well, MCG as well. They're in a pretty difficult spot here right now. Have to find their way somehow to get bailed out of this tough situation. So Machang Samaru, was it really as worth it? Possibly. They still have 4 standing, yes, but it's MCG who are struggling right now. Damwon, they've played this 3-1 split from the 2-2. They're engaging SGD V2 instead towards the eastern side, the northeastern side of this zone. And they want to make sure that that low ground control isn't going to be held by them because they know that that's going to apply pressure on their northern hold.
Okay. SGD, you know, gonna be proving that this is not, at least from my perspective, not flukes what they had yesterday happening for them. Again, this is the version 2 team. Version 1, nowhere to be seen in this Predatory League. But they have really raised that flag for the Malaysian scene. Although they will be facing against Damwon Gaming here, who do have the high ground. IMP coming into the corner. Aoeki stuck on the low ground here. And Damwon are very much aware of things. Aoeki, though, I think he's going to be the sacrificial lamb for the moment, but if he can get information as well as just a little bit more life out of his risky spot, this is going to be good for SGDV2 because, as you can see, they have this nice little line that they've set up. They're using the horizon to keep them at least out of the line of sight of any team, and Damwon Gaming in particular. But that's not where we should be looking. It's going to be MCS, Machang Samaru, actually going in for the kill and finishing off V3. Gani does get the kill, though, on that feed. But again, that's still going to be Machang Samaru taking down, I believe, V3 Fox. They're already out, and we're down to 6.
You know, all of this is happening. New generation esports from down south, they're just chilling. There's literally nothing to really threaten them as of the moment. Just letting the herd kind of, you know, take care of itself before they try and get themselves within that zone later on. Really, now they're finally taking some shots versus Enter Force. Under gets a drop here in Aoki as well on Loki, so they go for a 1v1 trade. Not direct trade, but a trade nonetheless. Aoki, he gets it down on Under as well. Damwon suddenly in difficult waters. It's suddenly turning muddy for them. Only 2 left standing here to try and fight on back. They should get the res here on the Under at the very least, but Montal, he is in a different spot. Nade not as deep as they wanted to try and confirm that down here in IMP. Starlord making quick work here of AAP, who are also in engagement, but there's a bunch of very difficult spots here that Damwon have to get themselves out of.
Oh, did you see where Damwon are actually placing their smokes? It's downhill, so I think the play here is to pick up their teammate and then wrap around underneath SGDV2. But Fox is going to have to at least use that high ground first, a little bit higher on the hill. to start setting the sights. Look at me, I'm going to be the distraction for Damwon as we try to pick up our teammate. Loki, SGDV2 not really biting the distraction here. Loki still gets knocked out. So Damwon, what do they still have? Actually, possibly 4 players coming in. And boy, oh boy, SGD, they're very confident. They really want to go for these kills, but they are not able to pierce through under as well as Foxy.
Oh, he gets a drop on it as well. So close to dropping and wiping SGDV2, and that it is. Enter Force have been eliminated due to the push here from New Generation, and so is SGDV2 as well. Leaves us 4 teams remaining. Archangel, a single player non. He was the one who was actually fighting here, Enter Force, but they were the ones to be taken out as New Generation. Saw the pressure, went for the 2-team split push, and now they fall up on the 4th. So they've got that northwestern control right now. Makang Sumeru as well, holding the entirety of the south, and Damwon, they've somehow prevailed in that fight versus SGDV2 when stuff suddenly looked difficult. So what we have to commend here from Damwon, once again, difficult spot, they're able to find their way out of it.
Absolutely, they know exactly what to do. 2 players fighting, spread in really good positions. He's not gonna know that Loki's right behind him, but I think now he does understand. So the thing is, oh, there's a nade right there, and he was the last player standing. Loki, though, is like 3 HP, but he's going to be fine. We're down to the final 3 teams, and interestingly enough, Black and Blue, it's 4 on 4 on 4.
Yeah.
How did we come from this with 3 teams still full 4 at this point?
Yeah, it's very different the way these teams are playing. Damwon with a 3-1 split. New Generation, 4 stack up above. And you see Makang Sumeru instead playing a 1-2-1 instead, having the entirety of the southern border. This is going to be a very interesting tale in how differently these teams play. Under, he's kind of a split from the rest of the pack now, trying to go for the flank a bit here on the New Generation in case New Generation try and press the issue against Damwon. So they're going to have a bit of more high ground to play on. They start feeling like that western high ground is exactly what they need to play at, and I think it's the right idea. Come down on top of New Generation if it ever does come to it. Makang Sumeru, they know that they have to get on the move whenever Damwon and UGE do engage themselves, so they're going to try and lighten up NGE, and when the fight between Damwon and NGE goes up, you can expect Makang Sumeru to try and clean on up after.
Well, Makang Sumeru not really backing away from a fight here. They're still making New Generation blink on their general direction, which could give Damwon some chances here. As you mentioned, Damwon needs to deal first with New Generation, but they have something else in mind. You can see here Foxy is actually somewhere a little bit onto the other side. They're way out in the open, so Damwon will have to retreat for the moment. Yep, I think Foxy was just to just give them a little bit of sightline to where, or if Makang Sumeru is actually going to push hard on the eastern side of this map, as you can see. But if they're not, that means that they can go wrap around all the way around. Wait, hold on. Where's the circle coming? It's about to pop itself, and it's all the way for Makang Sumeru. Everybody said has got to start pushing it, but this time, this means that Damwon can actually go all the way around to the right, while New Generation can just push into the left. This has turned into a point where Makang Sumeru will have to stop them as they're transitioning in.
This is actually really good for Damwon now. They force NGE to have to go on out. They know that they're going to have to exit that zone and go on in. Tyrick gets it down here on the Dian. Dian, he is taken out for the Countess. He gets confirmed as well. They're all pushing on him, but Trick is doing a great job of keeping them at bay. NGE, New Generation here might just be the last generation of their kind. They're being taken out 1 by 1. Only a single player remaining here in Neil. And this has suddenly become a very difficult situation. You saw Damwon push against NGE, but they realized after they've been given up to pull back, and now it's Damwon trying to go on in. And this is the risk you run in the 3v3 fight, actually in the 3-team fight between a full force stack. Once you engage, you can expect that third team to try to dive out in. But how from behind? They didn't expect them. Damwon going big though. They're cleaning up house. They've got 2 left. No, it's a 1v1. What a nade here from 28 TD. He gets Loki and under with 1 single nade. It's a 1v1v1 effectively.
Neil T, though, he's coming in from the side. He wants to at least get 1 more kill as his teammates have fallen all around him. 6 picked up the weapon, or the vehicle, trying to rotate in. Is there somebody from Damwon to actually try to get the res? No, Mental's by himself, yeah. But Trick, he's on a car. Okay, comes out, gets the boot, but no, that's gonna be the knockout. Mental was definitely expecting that. That's why he wanted to go for it. Immediate contact. Neil T, 1 versus 1. Mental can heal up. He just wants to know if Neil T is near him, but I love the position. I love the mentality of this one. As he gets into that high ground, he will have a chance to maybe get that coverage, get that vision in, and now it's a game of minds. It's a game of chess. Who chickens out? Who will be able to get that first contact?
Mental, he has no real idea. You can see him checking both flanks. Doesn't really see anything just yet. He does have the high ground advantage in case Neil does give himself away. So Mental, anxiety at an all-time high. He's waiting for this peak. He knows the zone's about to go away in just a bit. He knows that this time is about to come. Neil not pressing the issue just yet. He knows that when it does come, he's going to have one single window of opportunity. He can't blow it.
Oh my gosh, he really can't blow this. This is New Generation's time to get that chicken dinner finally. I mean, Damon's already got one, so why not, right? In any case, Mental, he's trying to bait out Neil from popping a shot. That's why he's just doing this WASD circle jiggle peeking, right? So that he can bait Mental's position out and at least know where his opponent is.
I think he saw him.
He saw him. Yeah, I saw him.
He saw him.
He
knows.
He's going to flush him out. Mental.
Flashed.
Flashbang again.
Another.
But he can't prone.
Another.
Neil T. He's so blinded, though. What can he do? Mental's coming in for the kill. And Mental gets it. Chicken dinner for the rematch. Down one gaming.
Whoa, my goodness, Mental. In the 1v1v1. Insane clutch, absolutely mental, stellar play here, and Damwon Kia showing why they are on top.
Wow. I do not see micro approaches like that in PUBG, at least in our region for the most part. For the tournaments that I've casted, not a lot of times. Very, very intelligent. As you said, he was mental. He was, what is that? Cracked in the membrane?
Yeah.
Big brain in the membrane.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the membrane. There you go. That's it. Anyways, what a glorious take there from Damwon Gaming. They're like, yeah, we're going to get a rematch of match 1. So why not just get that as our starting chicken dinner? And now we finally, after this, will officially start day 2.
Yeah. But, I mean, what a way to pseudo-end day 1, right? If anything on here from Damwon, like it was looking pretty good for them. And as I was saying a while ago, whenever you have like 3 teams remaining, right? And especially when they all have the same exact player count, 4v4v4 in that case.
Yeah.
The 2 teams that start the fight, they have to be wary because that third team is almost always going to want to chime in right on after that fight happens because they know that whoever's left standing, they're going to be low. They're going to be low on utility, they're going to be low on time, and low on health as well. But the insane nade here coming in from Makang Sumeru drops 2 players from Damwon, leaving them crippled. Still Mental, bail them out though.
Aside from the nade, I honestly thought that the positioning for How was very much wasted. Like, yeah, he got the attention of Damwon Gaming, but you'd think that he'd be able to at least convert that into 1 to 2 knockdowns.
Yeah.
Right? But unfortunately, he wasn't. Damwon was so quick to...
Not a single one.
Exactly. That was so quick to react. He got knocked out. The nade was a cherry on top, if ever. But if How maybe waited, or the nade got in sooner, or maybe How just converted into, again, any of those knockouts, that would have been just phenomenal for Machang Sumeru.
That would have just been them stealing this game away practically because, right, with Damwon rolling up on you, them having a man advantage, it was a 4v3 effectively at that case.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be able to wipe that cleanly without much effort, but no, Makang Sumeru bringing up a great fight in that one, and then obviously the cleanup house here from Mental has just been an absolute insane testament to their skill. And every time, we talk about Damwon, we always mention how you can see how every moment, every movement, and every thought from them is calculated. Every choice they make, they initially initiate that fight versus NGE, and when they do, as soon as they're realized and recognized that they are there, they fall on back. They know they've pulled the attention to where NGE is, and now Makang Sumeru are going to want that fight, right? Because NGE are going to pull away. They're going to press forward, and when they do, well, Damwon at the ready. Yes, How kind of smally blundering almost that moment, and it should have been theirs. It could have been theirs to take away. It doesn't, though. Just simply because of I guess, the great fundamentals that Damwon love to exercise.
Those were the 2 chances that Machang Sumeru had in beating down Damwon in order to have maybe gotten that chicken dinner. Because, I mean, if they got that, they would have been able to res basically almost everybody from matching Samurai, and then Nilty would have just been alone from New Generation to handle the 1 versus X at that point. Speaking of which, New Generation, they had the idea to go for that rotate, which was good, but you know it was the rotate that was just like, let's batter in, go in as a battering ram, and see how quickly, how far we can react. But it seemingly was not allowed because Matching Samurai were just catching them inside the vehicles. There was nothing that they could really do. It was New Generation just hoping that maybe, just maybe, they can thread the needle and rotate quickly enough. But unfortunately, those vehicles, they don't have that flux capacitor, man.
Yeah, well, it still really came down to very, very fine lines here as for Raidamon, almost losing what could have been an almost sure ball situation. But hey, they still get in the end, which means effectively they have won match number 1 and 2 in terms of their chicken dinners. But we're going to be taking a look at match number 1's rankings here once again, guys. This was a replay of match number 1, so this is technically still match number 1 as Damwon Kia sit on top here. Makang Simerudo, probably their best performance here so far in this tournament, and so could be said the same for Archangel as they place 3rd.
Oh yeah, I think Archangel still is in a great spot.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to get knocked out super early, but somehow they were able to manage to pick up all their teammates and actually still have like 3 players remaining when we had like, what, 8 teams? 8 squads in that particular murderous circle. The biggest thing that has differentiated itself here, man, is Genius Esports. Look at that, all the way down to number 13 from such a glorious performance from day 1. Again, that rematch, they had to play, everybody had to play, but this is such a huge dip, because I remember game 1, that was, what, 22 points, 19 points for Genius? So that's a really big difference as, well, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they lose. They kind of lose the replay here. Not gonna lie, they want chicken dinner, but obviously that's taken off the board. We go to Damwon being the champs for map number 1 at the very least, but that is the end, technically, of day number 1. We played these Erangel maps in the Miramars that were supposed to be for day number 1, but we'll actually continue on with day number 2 right after we come back from this break. Don't go anywhere, because the Premier League APAC 2022 day number 2 will start after this break. Mad Dog gets the pick off here on MG. They're currently taking this fight, Archangel and Magic, towards the western side. They know the stairs is a difficult position to play. He goes in close, and Gems takes down Wesker. It's down to a single player right now. Rascal Jester, they're getting played like a darn fiddle. It's all on the bar man. He's bailed the house, and they bailed the game. And out the sub coming on in. He gets taken down first. Roy pressing on in. The Smokes blocking his vision. He knows they're real close. The spam through connecting here from Gandhi. He gets it down and came on. Roy going big. A pick and Malkendrick's taken off.
Archangel was trying to test the water. It's not really working.
Yeah.
But now they have other matters to deal with as Genius has come in with the vehicles on the rotation. This might not be good for Mad Dog as he's just being peppered. The drive-by, and Genius comes out, but there is still players of Archangel to deal with.
2 players left in fighting capacity here for the side of Genius. They're not winning this fight. They've equalized the odds just a bit more, but it's down to the 1v3, effectively 1v2.
Or rather, Veds coming in from the corner to wrap around. He's trying to use the smoke for his own cover, but I don't know if he was hurt or something, but he was not. He's popping shots, but he got straight in. Although Hades not going to waste his teammates' efforts. Both Hades, both Havoc, as well as Attack All Around just fall to Machang Samaru from that third party. So Damwon, what do they still have? Actually, possibly 4 players coming in. And boy, oh boy, SGD, they're very confident. They really want to go for these kills, but they are not able to pierce through under as well as Boxy.
Oh, he gets a drop on it as well. So close to dropping and wiping SGD V2, and that it is. Enter Force have been eliminated due to the push here from New Generation.
Look, he's right behind him, but I think now he does understand. So the thing is, there's a nade right there. And he was the last player standing.
They're going to have to exit that zone and go on in. Tyrick gets it down here on the Diane. Diane, he is taken out for the count as he gets confirmed as well. They're all pushing on him, but Trick is doing a great job of keeping them at bay. But they realize after they've been given up to pull back, and now it's Damwon trying to go on in. And this is the risk you run in the 3v3 fight. Actually, the 3-team fight between a full force stack. Once you engage, you can expect that third team to try to dive out in. But how from behind? They didn't expect them. Damwon going big though. They're cleaning up house. They've got 2 left. No, it's a 1v1. What a nade here.
But Trick, he's on a car. Okay, comes out, gets the boot, but no, that's gonna be the knockout. Mental was definitely expecting that. That's why he wanted to go for it. I think he saw him. He saw him. Yeah, I saw him.
He saw him. He knows.
He's gonna flush him out. Mental. Flashback again.
Another.
Again prone.
Another.
Neil T.
He's so blinded though. What can he do? Mental's coming in for the kill, and Mental gets it. Chicken dinner for the rematch. Damwon Gaming.
Oh my goodness, Mental. In the 1v1v1, insane clutch. Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the 2022 Asia Pacific Premier League. We're here with lots of games in store. We just kind of got through map number 1 of day number 1, but we're right now actually going into day number 2. I am Black and Blue. With me is Asarai, and man, oh man, that game I think is a good sign of things to come if you get even more action-packed games just like that.
Absolutely. I felt like we saw such a intricate display of PUBG just right in front of us, especially in that last circle with Damwon Gaming, just again showing the thought process. I mean, we tried to interpret it as much as we could, and I think we got it right as well. That Damwon just knew exactly when and where to push. They knew exactly where their opponents were. They had the timing straight, and then on the other side of the spectrum, matching Semaru really holding on to their league up until the very point that they got dismantled by Damwon Gaming. New Generation, on the other hand, though, the other team that was able to weather the storm and got into the final dredges of the circles for that rematch. Gotta say, still incredibly solid performance from them. They got as many kills as they could. I believe they also wiped out Archangel alongside Damwon Gaming, but Damwon really showing to us that they are of that higher caliber.
Yeah, Damwon just showing that their timing is impeccable. They float like a butterfly and they sting like a bee, like the Great One himself. Incredible stuff we have seen from them all throughout this tournament, but that officially ends day number 1. We're going to take a look at the overall rankings here, the overall standings from what we've already played so far here on these opening days, on these opening matches. And with that win, Asarai, Damwon, they shoot right to the top over Genius.
Ooh, here's something I also wanted to mention with you here, Black and Blue. Damwon, when we had that, let's call it fake match 1.
Yeah.
Right? That was the only match where they actually positioned above 10. I think like number 12, was it? Number 14 that they got knocked out very early?
I mean, below 10.
Yeah, below 10. Because of that thing that where you're trying to cross the river and everything, or the lake to go into Sosnovka. Now, every single match they've played with this rematch, everything is within almost top 4. They got 2 chicken dinners, they got 1 number 2, one number 4, and 1 number 8. So Damwon incredibly consistent on the higher edges, higher echelons of our rankings here. And as you mentioned, 61 points, definitely nothing to scoff out there. And that definitely lets them just breeze past the Vietnamese Genius Esports.
Yeah, that difficult, like, what, 12th place finish from Genius during game number 1 really did kind of hamper a lot of the great work they did during day number 1, you know, throughout, especially like during match number 5, during match number 4, where their Miramar games were really great. They just weren't able to find the same success to open up here today, but hopefully for their sake, they can kind of regain a lot of what was going well for them as what we saw from yesterday, especially on those closing matches. Attack all around, sitting firmly in 3rd right now, but Archangel actually, they're quite hot on their tails, and NGE on theirs as well, respectively.
Gotta say, Attack, Archangel, Predator have been a very comforting team to watch because, again, even though they struggle, even though it seems like they're always on a bad spot, they still somehow manage to recuperate and still able to transition into a better finish than what was expected of them. Like, you'd think that they get knocked out number 12, number 8, but no, they somehow managed to get number 6, even lower than that, even higher than that. And it's really has gone to, as you say, get them into that number 4 spot. Now, with all that being said here, I also want to just drop down a little bit to the lower dredges of our points here. Enter Force 36, I think even though they still are technically bottom 3 here with the rest, with V3 Fox and Rascal Jester, I gotta say, Ender Force seems like they're trying to do extra things here, other things that could lead them a little bit higher. Unfortunately, it still hasn't really materialized in that rematch. But of course, now that we officially start day 2, this could be a good start for Ender Force.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them here on match number 1 kind of play a bit more conservatively, but still get caught out relatively early compared to some of the other teams, and that's never a really great sign. Rascal Jester as well, just always seemingly put into a place where they don't really have much options. We saw them trapped against Attack All Around in that one fight where they were just in a single mirror house. Attack All Around able to kind of surround them like hyenas, and they weren't able to have any real route of escape. And that's a difficult spot to be in. Same with really V3 Fox. So unfortunately, as we're live here from Tokyo, the home crowd, the home teams, they really haven't found a home so far on Erangel, nor on Miramar, nor in this tournament so far, because they've really been struggling. I hope to see that these home teams can start to go up big, because when we were talking about some of these teams, especially during the opening day, opening panel, teams like Enterforce, they have lots of expectations upon them, and just, it's frankly a bit of an underperformance from what we're used to normally seeing from them. So we have big expectations from these teams, especially at the bottom three, these Japanese teams. And I'm looking to see if they can shoot back closer to the top at the end of the day, because some of these others, like as we talked about, Damwon, they are the ones who are performing to the exact same standards that we have known from them for a really long time.
Well, absolutely. And again, it's not just performing with the rotations, it's also the ability to read and actually enforce your ideology, the way you approach the fights, as we saw with Mental in that fight against Neil T. You really saw that he had everything locked and loaded, everything planned up to the T of that fight. And all that being said, yeah, Damwon Gaming, very, very much what we were kind of expecting here for them. Maybe, again, that fake match one was an outlier, something that they weren't really expecting. Maybe they were a bit slowed down, maybe a bit of mistake on the decision-making as well, but this time the decision-making is looking much and much better. And speaking of which, with the decision-making here, I gotta give, I feel like also a lot of credit to which team was it? I think Magic as well, the other Thai team. I think their decision-making on how they rotate, how they're able to approach some of these fights hasn't been as explosive, hasn't been as flashy, but they still allow themselves to get higher and higher in where they reach with these points. But now that being said, we still have a plethora of Erangel matches for you guys to enjoy in just a couple of seconds.
Well, if you want to talk about regions, I think it's Vietnam who has consistently impressed me throughout this tournament, New Generation, and as well as Genius is looking like absolute stars so far. They're doing really on good, and I just expect so much more now that we've seen what they can do.
Well, now that we've seen what they can do, here we go. It truly is the Star Predator League 2022 Day 2, Match 6. We begin. Let's go, Erangel, once more.
Well, as we have seen so far, Damwon, they are right at the top. Genius on their trail, but it's been to the other teams who have kind of struggled. Havoc, we've seen them consistently have good ideas on where they want to place themselves, right?
Yeah.
But let's be frank here. Sometimes you have to shoot yourself out of a bad situation. Sometimes you just have to take a fight and win it. And that is something that they have just not been super great at doing. So I'm hoping that they're saying that that one game that they had where they placed really well, I believe that was game number 3, yeah, where they placed second, that they can kind of replicate that same game style where they just kind of slither their way through the late game, and that's where they can earn their points, because they're certainly not a team that really benefits from having lots of gunfights. Instead, they want to play a bit more conservatively, stay out of the fight till they know they need it, and hopefully for a team like Havoc especially, who have kind of consistently improved at least throughout these games, that they can continue their ideas even more.
Okay, about the same drop shots that we saw from the previous one as well. You know, I have to say it already. I keep saying Zarky. It's actually Kameshki, where 4 Rivals keep dropping. That change-up that they did with Mal Kendricks and Super Dean hasn't really paid dividends for them. It seems like it could have, but not really. And the Circle, man, it's almost the same. I mean, it's a little bit more Eastern than what we saw from a while ago, but still occupies most of the internal parts of Erangel here. So a lot of our teams already looking good with where they want to go, so we'll see how that kind of follows up.
I'm curious to see if there's going to be any direct adjustments from what happened and any conditioning that has kind of taken place, and if teams are going to kind of shy away from that. Like, will Damwon want to push towards the shooting range and control further to where, like, Star-Lord is down south right now, there towards, you know, K Delta, and that could be a thing that we might be seeing them play once on more. You have a team here like Makang Sumeru as well, who are right at the center of Isnaya, and they really like to kind of circle the edge as soon as they see that coming on in. But now that since they're kind of closer towards the center, they might instead try and hunker on down. Same to kind of what we see from teams like SGD.
Okay. Speaking of teams, well, I actually didn't have any transition to that. But yeah, Shute Wrong, as we are seeing here, they got blasted by 4 Rivals in that previous Erangel match that we just casted. And I don't know what's happening with Shootae or what, but it just doesn't feel like there's any life coming out from this. It sounds very, very mean, but I mean, you see what they've been doing. It hasn't really been working. I think they play around the same ball as, okay, 4 rivals, Shootae, Havoc, I think, are the teams right now that don't really know where they want to go. But then sometimes once they get that position and it's good enough, they stay there for a very long time. But after that, they don't really have an idea or I guess the capacity to approach some of the other teams in terms of the fight. And again, you can call me out on that, but look at the kills that they've racked up until this point. It's not really as good. Now, counterpart to that, we do, again, talk about the 3 bottom Japanese teams. I think the rotation for the Japanese teams is a little bit better. The problem is their fights do not reflect at least the rotations that allow them to get into those situations.
Well, hopefully for a team like Shootae, who are pretty much the only Japanese team at the non-Japanese team at the bottom, well, they're going to find a bit more success. They started off the tournament in very tough fashion, and they're kind of ending it in it so far. As we continue on, though, Marco Gaming, this is a team that we've had kind of floundered back and forth many times on over. Once again, directly beside here, Archangel, who love to ride out that zone, ride out that circle, and gain early control of these mountains right up top their north. And this is a very big spot that we did see NG have to deal with. They had the option always of going towards Georgia Pole, which in Enter Force, they're a team that will fight for that if need be. I think they're going to have to play in a bit more conservatively, but we're looking at the fight here between GNL and Genius. This is an early fight between 2 teams that actually don't always take early fights too often. GNL much more so, Genius only when it comes to them, and that's exactly what's happened. So Zest here trying to help out its teammate as it's a 1v2 effectively within that house by Simon. We've seen him go big in these isolated situations, but this could be tough for him as he has no way to go away. Roy able to help on in, doing some damage, and here are the rest of Genius to help their teammate out.
Yo, did you see how just so much delay Simon did? He threw like 3 Molotovs, man, just to keep them at bay. In any case, now the rest of Genius are able to rotate into this compound. The fight follows up, and it seems like Genius are so prepared. Yuta's got to be a little bit afraid that he's kind of taking that damage, but GNL, they might have bitten off more than they can chew, not looking too hot, and they might need to cut their losses here, but they've already incurred the wrath. You know, the fight against GE, Simon's coming in from the corner, and as he pointed out, matching Semaru, third partying. This is not looking too good for either side as they kind of committed to this already, and now matching Semaru's here with the full force of weapons. This is not going to be an ideal situation for GE to start or to keep on pushing or keep on fighting.
It's not just Makan Semaru here, Asarai. A bunch of teams. Oh, the head almost be taken away here on Taekyon by Cloris, but it's pulled the attention of so many different teams trying to take a look if they can third party on in. VR4R being one of them, V3 Fox as well being another, and PSTR also kind of getting even more closer to that center point where they can hear a lot of the kerfuffle happening. So there's going to be, what, basically 5-6 teams right now trying to chime on in this fight. Obviously, 3 of them committed already deeply, Genius and GNL being those 2, and the third here being Makang Semaru, but there's also 3 at the cusp who can hop in at any time, and this is a very dangerous spot if you're Genius or GNL. They could find themselves in a very, very tightly contested tug-of-war that they might not know which end of the rope to pull.
I gotta say, I think the idea as well, maybe not just a third party, but other than that, the idea is this is smack dab center of the first zone.
Yeah.
So this means they're looking already for maybe a compound to hunker down on up until the very edge. We've seen, again, teams like V3 Fox, like Havoc, actually do this very early on. SGD V2 also doing the same thing. Rascal Jester also doing the same thing. These are, again, are teams that really rely on that center point to really gravitate or give them that advantage. And it seems like because the mentality, because the ideology is that, everybody's going to be colliding very early, more than we expected.
Well, some other teams have different ideas of how to play this Asarai. You can see Damwon once again not really forcing themselves to try and get early control. They want to come on in late. They know that they have really good timing and when to insert themselves into the fight, into position. And Marco Gaming are trying to do the exact same. They know they have pretty much they know the possibility of having pretty much full control of Georgia Ball, barring if Enterforce are there, but they aren't. So they have a really good time on this coast, and I think it's a better idea right now if you're one of these teams on the outside to let the ones inside kind of filter themselves on out, thin themselves out, because there's a lot of places to be fought on over here. Yes, towards the center of the point, towards Rozhawk, but do you really want to put yourself in that position, in that big risk of a choice?
Probably not, right? Because that's incredibly, incredibly difficult. I mean, even if you're a superstar team, you just do not want to have anybody just representing. Look at where the drop is.
No way you go for that.
No way you go for that. I mean, maybe if you have a not an automobile, but an aquamobile.
Oh,
maybe.
Water.
The watermobile. But speaking of mobiles, or mobiles, Magic trying to just get through the open field towards near Rozhawk, but Archangel, of course, loves that position. Almost gets a couple of knockdowns. And speaking of knockdowns, but Attack All Around have actually found Rascal Jester rotating into the center point. I think they're trying to finish them off. B3 Fox is near the vicinity, and they are starting to shoot down. Again, Attack All Around. There it is. Wesker right in front of Janku. Janku just unloads the entire clip if he can. Jayers into the corner as well. Doesn't hit
anything, really. Archangel, though, they're on the cross versus Magic. But this doesn't feel like Magic really want to have too much beef. They'll keep him at bay, yes, but they won't actively engage unless they need to. Rascal Jester could take a page out of that book. As they're in the low ground here versus Attack All Around, so not exactly a fight that would benefit them. Realizing that capacity, they have the probability of moving on out, so they do. They get out of their exfil out of the compound and try and go for this. CJ, he gets a drop. No real idea Starlord had that he was there waiting inside the warehouse. He was looking for loot, but he found the boot.
That was so sneaky, too, because there was no sign that Archangel was there in that compound. So Starlord was like, yes, we can start maybe using this for a position, but not really. Okay, SGD. Spotted out by Havoc real quick. That's only one player. I think that was the forward scout. IMP's also knocked down. Flanking Aweki, they're just charging into the side of the compound here, bumping in. They're frantically trying to save their comrade, but this is the time for Havoc to really shine in and force themselves in this advantage, which is looking super, super well for them. To be honest, it's only Arum that's been knocked out, and he's pretty safe from the position that he's on. Ved's coming into the corner, just throwing out the nades for now. They're still playing this game. I don't think HGDV2 will get really anything other than just, pure death. But maybe with this wraparound, Mr. Flank. Now he's exposed himself out into the open. That's not going to work. One more down to Aweki, but I don't think Aweki has proven himself yet to be the viable player for the moment. Does have a nade, throws it out, but it's a little bit too far. I don't think it's going to be connecting into anybody. And look at this, Ved's already pretty aware of the wraparound, but Aweki still manages to convert. He's down to 7. He does have the heal, but Ved has called in the help of Kahlua. Res first or kill first? We'll see how that goes.
This is a problem that Havoc have consistently had to win this epic gunfight. That's a great under toss, and they do get the down here. Havoc eliminating SGD V2. What a final win that we've been waiting for so long. Finally taking a win in the gunfight. DN gets the drop here on the 17 RDK. So that's a great drop he finds here on one of the players from Makan Semaru. They still have a few left fighting, but not exactly in the best capacity. Down one, flanking all the way above north on Yasnaya. They know this is not the position that they really have to consistently try and press. Once again, they want to play that late game, want to backfill on in when it does come into it. And Enterforce, more of the same idea. They're actually in the zone right now. Yeah, it's only phase 2, so it won't hurt as much. And Magic are coming on in. They're about to cross this intersection where GNL and MCS are both at.
Matching Semaru, or Marco, though, right into a car fight with not Attack, but Archangel Predator, as they are also trying to do that bottom rotation at this point. It's not looking too hot, but both of these teams, as you mentioned, going to be crashing on into Gems and the rest of Attack All Around, and this is not what they're kind of hoping for. So QQ has thrown out the smokes. He's going to try to at least revive his teammate, but Janku, he's got a lot of bullets to unload. The problem with this one is a wild bullet can actually destroy a tire there, of course, because still that is smoke. He can get a knockdown. And speaking of which, Gems has finally got himself that knockdown. And Talk All Around are feeling very good in this fight, so they're going to start pushing right in. 3 players of Marco, though, the ones to be alive. It's going to be inside the smoke, but they're going to exit this. Yeah, they don't want to fight this, but it's a 3-man stack, dude. If someone gets knocked out here, or if that vehicle goes up in flames, that's the entire Marco Gaming roster down if they're not careful.
It's a risky run when you have all your eggs in one basket. You drop them, they all crack. Difficult task here for Marco initially, but they're able to escape. Archangel, though, right on their heels. They're chasing him on down, riding them down like dogs. They know they don't want to let this opportunity go to waste. Look at this, going for it. They get the drive-by. CJ knocks Best Marco out of his seat, and that leaves here MCG with just 2 players remaining. So this is super difficult right now for them to win. There's no way they're going to be able to get the res back on. So super Best Marco, they go down here. Well, 2 players left for them standing. You see the triple spread out here from Attack All Around, playing that 3-1 split. It's Gems making contact towards Archangel. I don't think he wants too much of this fight, though.
Definitely don't want to commit to this one, especially that they're in transition, and they still have to be playing where to go next, because Archangel's positioning, it really isn't the safest for the most part. They're going to be somewhere out in the open fields, maybe actually a hill. But we'll have to see how that goes. Speaking of open fields, though, it's 4 rivals actually out. Run to dry, mayhaps. We'll see. They're running, or rather, they're just driving through, and they're going to be actually fighting New Generation, Dion, as well as Young Bill. And they could get expended here. 3 versus 1. That nade was huge. Young Bill's just down to 11. And 4 rivals going in by sheer force. It's like 3 people got knocked out. They got no cares in the world. They'll be able to get that one, the compound itself, and the loot. But that was incredibly risky, although, of course, 4 rivals will take it.
They straight up zerged New Generation here, just completely overrunning him by sheer amount of force and volume of bodies they threw at it. Dam went on the move, but they realized, hey, there's a pretty good spot here a bit north of the shelter that they could play. Not going to continue on too long, having taken early control within the center point, but Makan Sumeri, Tyrek, he gets it down, he gets a triple, actually a double for him, as Kamon is confirmed. And this is looking like a pretty good fight from Makan Sumeru. VR4 for rivals. We haven't really seen the best fight out of them so far for VR Universal. They're volleyed down. Trick capturing them off, but he's taking damage of his own. He's in a pretty difficult spot right now, unless the rest of his team can come on and help, but there isn't anyone to call. It's only him and 1 other player.
Well, thankfully for them, there's nobody else that's joining in onto the fight. I mean, still, if you're outside like that on top of the rooftop, there are some teams that is close enough. That's going to be Rascal Jester and Shute Wrong. And matching Sumeru might have actually read this a little bit too quickly. How's going to just run right in to try to res his teammate, maybe at least get this 1v1 done against Apic. They're right beside each other. He can't find anything. They're shooting each other through the smoke, but Apic is still not able to get one. How 1 HP and is trying to heal up. Thankfully enough, he does. Oh my god, they're just spotting each other through the window. How is just frantically trying to find one. Trick has been destroyed by Apic, and it's a 1 versus 1. But again, matching Sumeru. Mistakes were made, and they will get eliminated at 14. It looked like 4 rivals was the one to get eliminated first, but it's the complete opposite of what just transpired. Yeah, they chose to take that fight, and, well, they're punished for it as well here by Universal 4 rivals. Genius, though, will they expect us around the corner? Roy drops Clories, who had no real idea he was waiting on around it. Yes, he went for the peak, but he was a bit quicker on the trigger. Urtzapali gets it down on a Roy, and Roy gets a trade nonetheless on a Yuta here with the nade, confirming the kill at the very least, so they get a point off of that. Magic up top. Fight between them and VR3 Fox, but as we circle on here towards Genius, they're in a pretty difficult spot here, Rasurai. They've got a single player left remaining. Can he bail them out? He's got the pump shot. He whips. He misses up close. Roy takes him down, and that is Genius taken out for a test. This is why you want the auto shotgun, but of course he can't really choose. And as you mentioned, the whiff was just too much. Genius, this is just not the day for them. This is just not their day, at least at the start of this. They can always bounce back, but losing themselves that early is definitely going to hurt their points. Now, Rascal Jester, they're just, well, I mean, they're following their namesake, man. They're very rascally in these fights. Still 3 remaining. Do have a couple of weapons in hand. Parman and Kingani, I think they want to go for the chase against the last player there of V3 Fox right beside them. They still have to be very aware that Shootae is very near the vicinity. Wonder why Parman wanted to drop this early, as their weapon could get taken down. And Taekyung actually knocks himself down as well. Not sure what that exactly is for.
Bit of a lull here as things kind of quiet on down. Shots being picked off. SLR in hand. IMAC doesn't really connect on much. It's crazy instead from PSTR, who's doing some damage from range with that mini. So they're doing pretty good work here, at least for Shootae Wrong. Hopefully they get a better spot in this case. Yeah, just making sure that they don't lose any ground as they're taking some. Magic from up top doing lots of work, but it's Damwon we have to take our eyes to, as GNL don't even recognize the push coming in from Damwon here. They come from the flank. They go with that 3-1 split, actually 2-2 split, and just completely catch off guard here, GNL.
You know what's kind of interesting as well is the positioning from Damwon is very much spread up. They do have this triangle position that they've got with Mental and Loki in the front, while Foxy and Under are just holding the corners there for the moment. Well, now looking forward into this next fight, Shootae Wrong. Couple of pop shots. Crazy Easy helping it out. Does get it. Bowgate as well. And Magic, they are so out in the open. This is not the position that they want to get themselves at. IMHack is now popping the shots. V3 Fox still a full 4. Going in for the fight. They're converging. They're starting to converge. This is about 4 teams right in this general area. Damwon Gaming as well. We got Rascal Jester fighting onto each other. They're slowed down just a teeny tiny bit. And lo and behold, dude, the one team that's in the center point. Again, lots of teams loving to go for this. It's Havoc that have found themselves a nice little haven in the center of all of this kerfuffle.
They have a really good spot. They're the only team, really, that has concrete barriers, concrete cover for them to even hide behind in the first place. So this could be good for them. But it seems like Rascal Jester, they want to take it on the way. They're pushing this, suppressing the issue, but do they have the firepower to take it away? They're pushing against Havoc. Havoc fending him off. Kingani goes down. V3F as well, getting it down here on the Magic, and Magic is eliminated. But look at this fight here as Havoc, they've taken this fight. They've had to hold him off. It's RJ who pushes up against him, and they're down to a single player with low HP. This could be another fight that Havoc could win. It's a 1v2 within here, but no, he doesn't even realize him. He knows he's trapped in the corner, sprays on through, but he doesn't get it! Through the wall, through the door, it doesn't come, and Rascal Jester eliminated.
Parman, that felt a little bit too forced. Awkward? Yeah, forced. Tried to break through the door, maybe hoping that his bullets would penetrate and take down one player of Havoc before the other comes in for the help. He was probably being pressured, and I mean, that's pressure on top of pressure, because Rascal Jester was like, oh, everybody's looking at us, everybody's shooting at us, and once they got into the center building, there's another team that is there waiting for them. But you can't really blame them for that, because they really had nowhere else to go, to be honest. But anyway, Marco Gaming, Mentals found one. And speaking of which, Damwon Gaming is still a full 4 in this thing.
But look at their split.
They are, definitely. But I think that's the reason, because Mental has to divert the players on the east while the rest of Damwon starts pressing up here right in front of them. Yino's in trouble, but he's surviving. Great challenge there from Percy. The nades immediately be thrown out. And if Under can survive this initial barrage, the nade is so close. He's still alive. They could be able to recuperate him first before anything else, but it seems like Loki has decided to pick his teammate up first, because it's a little bit risky, although he's very slow, and that's going to be Loki and Under. This is not what we were kind of expecting for Damwon to be a part of, but V3 Fox, a full 4, they got the numbers, they got the response, and that definitely hurts the case of Damwon here. Now they're down to 2.
Yeah, this looks like practically unsalvageable. It seems like Damwon thought that V3 Fox would be in a tough spot, would have, maybe low HP, low utility. They go for that 3-1 split, but the 3 run into 4, and you know that when they're bigger, they'll they got even more. V3 Fox successfully fend off the previous chicken dinner winners. And they keep him having to look for another meal this time around. It's Foxy and Mental, last two left alive for Damwon. The fight here left to the top four as attack all around, take down Archangel Predator. That's a big, big find they've got here right now. They have control of practically the entire southern side of this zone.
That was huge. So just two quick nades to deal with Archangel. Damwon is at the shorter end of the stick here, as they're left two and out actually in the open. Havoc is just having a wonderful time in this compound of theirs, able to hold on. Everybody's going to have to challenge this. At least V3 Fox and Attack All Around do have vehicles. Foxy's still making sure that nobody from V3 Fox actually goes in for the kill where Mental is. So at least for now, Damwon still trying to make do with what they have left. And as you can see, it seems like Foxy's actually decided to bring the Dacia to his teammate for that rotation. Although, of course, everybody can see this. Kilua, though, did hit some shots, but not enough to really threaten the danger zone for Foxy. And they self-respect that V3 Fox is right beside them, so they can't really just look right in front.
Jair is trying to pick off here on the Uno. Attack all around. I like the positions that they have on here. They have the Dacia to go on over. They have a vehicle to keep on the move if they do need to, and eventually they will. They have high ground to try and press on this, and this might just be the perfect position to try and overtake Havoc if it does come down to between them and Havoc. Damwon, you're getting bet they're going to try and play the late game as Havoc are trying to, take a shot at them, maybe find a pick-off or two, drop their numbers even more. Damwon, they can try and answer back, but they should remember not to try and, I guess, commit to this fight too much, as V3 Fox are still kind of searching for them, and they know that they can kind of pounce on them with the man advantage if it ever does come to it.
Everybody's just positioned themselves perfectly here, I would say. Gems a little bit farther away from the rest of Attack All Around, but it does give them a nice little vantage point here. And that gives his teammate Jayers a straight line shot into the V3 Fox. V3 Fox is not in the best of situations right now. They're still full four, but the problem is they don't really have the angles. They're so clumped up together. One mistake, even if that Dacia actually pops, that's going to be it for them if they're not careful. 20 seconds before we get into phase 7. And teams, even though that is the case, I would wonder why teams are still not really pushing faster, or maybe they're still waiting for that zone first to close in. If this zone pushes up to Attack All Around and forces Havoc out, this could still be a chance for both V3 Fox and Damwon Gaming to make something happen, but the opposite of that actually is what we see now. And that is Havoc inside, Damwon inside, and Attack All Around with V3 Fox will have to start pushing in.
Well, Attack All Around, as their name suggests, they're actually one of the best teams we've seen in this tournament when it comes to sieging away a power position. And look at this, V3 Fox, they want to secure that third place. They're pushing against Damwon, and Damwon has been eliminated, running them on over, and that they do. But now they're down to a 4v4. Should be able to get the res on to Percy. They take their own Dacia, remove it out of play, and Attack All Around. They're going to be pressed for the issue here. Do they go directly at Havoc, or do they try and circle around east and play a bit of that lower ground more?
We'll have to see how this goes. Yo, look at Jayers just patiently waiting for that shot. I like it. You know what? He doesn't want his opponent to panic as he shoots through and just react and get back into safety. For now, you're absolutely right. V3 Fox, where can they really go? The thing is, V3 Fox are still in a technically a good spot. Attack All Around, now that they have to start pushing in, could be in trouble. But because they do have the Dacias, they're going to be able to at least, get into the side of the walls here. Vedsto's going to be spotting them out, but he's the one that actually got trapped. He's actually alone here. The rest of Havoc, dude, I don't know why they're pushing out in the open. This makes it very easy targets for both V3 Fox and Attack All Around. And Escalucia, he's not going to miss the beat. He's not going to miss the chance. Takes down 2. And Havoc, their lead, their great positioning has all but been turned asunder.
Well, they flush him out with the nades. Kind of like bees within their hive. You flush them out with a smoke, with some steam. They come on out. They're peaceful. They're passive. And well, that's when you can strike. That's when you can swat them away. And as we said, Attack All Around, they're one of the best teams here in the tournament from what they've shown to be able to take these power positions away and siege the opposition within their stronghold. The siege is underway. Kilowatt does finally respond, but it's towards V3 Fox instead.
Oh, no.
Gems gets it down into Percy. This is looking like an Attack All Around game. They're looking so dominant right now. Arum gets a trade off on the Uno. Havoc gets some kills going their way. It's come down to a 4v1v1 in Attack All Around. They look like the kings of this round, of this game. That is Havoc taken out of this. V3 Fox, no matter what slight intents they might on have, they do not have the advantage here. It's down to a single player in Gani who's playing outside that edge, playing within the open confines, but Attack All Around have just seized and secured this game all but assuredly.
I mean, yeah, we're not going to expect Gani to just go ballistic here and basically take that 1 versus 4. That's not how this game works. But I mean, maybe he can still get some damage. Maybe an extra kill or so would always be nice for V3 Fox here. This is the first time I think we're seeing a bottom team. No, the third time, second time possibly, because V3 Fox and Havoc both struggling at the bottom of the barrel, and now they're top 2 and top 3 and 4. So not too bad, not too shabby. Now Attack All Around is going in for the kill already. Gani is just by himself. I think he's actually trying to kill himself. Yeah, there it is. So maybe deny an extra point for Attack All Around. And speaking of which, Attack All Around will get that chicken dinner for game number 1 of day 2.
That was really great here from Attack All Around. The Thai squad recognizing the position here from Havoc, and as we said, Asteroid once again the symptoms of the same problem from Havoc. They find themselves in good positions, great positions even, to be able to win these type of games, but let's be frank, they lack in the firepower sometimes to make due use of what they've got, right? It's sometimes, as we say, you know, it doesn't matter what hand you're dealt, but how you play it. And Havoc, they had a great hand. They just weren't able to convert that to the win when it was just a really great position as well. Attack All Around, one of the best teams at taking power positions away, at sieging those strongholds and making sure that they can take it for themselves. They loot what they shoot.
Yeah, and Attack All Around just keeps getting better and better. You know how I mentioned before that Dam1 Gaming is a team that is consistent with top 4 at the worst, top 10, top 8. Attack All Around, they were consistently somewhere around 10 to 14, and now from this game, it's already top 3, top 6, and now top 1. It's really good looking at the, I guess the progression of Attack All Around, looking absolutely phenomenal, especially with that play that they had. Incredible stuff, and again, looking jittery in day 1. Erangel as well, as you mentioned, but now we're still in Erangel, and they're looking much better.
Well, as I say a lot of times, you know, sometimes it's better how you end over how you start. Of course, a great start is nice, but you got to cross the finish line at some point, and Attack All Around are looking to do exactly that. Colder start to this tournament as we've established, but they have consistently improved and consistently done better. Third place finished twice on a round on Miramar, on the 2 times we played Miramar, and now as we go into match number 6, well, they get their chicken dinner finally, as was super close for them from yesterday's ending. They do get it here right now. Attack All Around, really good at also timing their way, but I think, you know, Dam1, they had a really great position as well towards the northeast.
Yeah.
They just kind of blew it. They did take a risk going for that 3-1 split and sending the 3 up towards the northwestern side where V3 Fox was. They were hoping to find V3 Fox quite low in utility and health, especially after taking a fight, but no, V3 Fox, they were ready. They were looking their way, and even though they had kind of this 3-man V position, V3 Fox just completely crumbled them, and it just turned into a suddenly unsalvageable situation.
To be honest, I mean, that's just how the game of PUBG works, right? You gotta have to get those risky plays just to get that better positioning, and unfortunately this time it got turned over their heads. I think what they didn't really expect, or what V3 Fox did very well, was that they just reacted so quickly that those pop shots, those whatever approach that Dam1 was trying to do, just was very much thwarted by V3 Fox. As you saw the names being thrown, the shots being directed towards V3 Fox, and V3 Fox were not phased at all. They reaggressed, and that really bamboozled, I would say, Damwon, and I think that idea to try to pick up their teammate because they were being hailed by nades by V3 Fox really screwed over Damwon. The idea was there, but definitely wouldn't be able to get away with that.
Well, I mean, I could never doubt, or rather, I could never fault Loki for not wanting to leave his friends instead of, you know, going like, bye, sayonara, cut your losses. He chose to pick up his teammate and try and save him. So you could never fault him for that, but ultimately, at the end of the day, sometimes maybe the ends do justify the means. So if he maybe were able to leave him there, who knows, it could have been a salvageable situation. It doesn't come to pass, though, so we can't kind of hinder on the past. For the meantime, though, Damwon, I'm sure they're going to kind of rectify, or rather try and learn from their results and try and rectify that coming to the next games. But yeah, Attack All Around, I think they're the real big story here. We were kind of looking back at how they struggled on this tournament, but they've consistently come back forward. And even teams like Havoc, who really, you know, positioning-wise are really good at doing that, just it never comes down to them having much more control over anything much. Rascal Jester, at least, they get, you know, much more, probably their best finish so far.
Yeah.
With a caveat, an asterisk.
With a caveat, the positioning is there. Let's look at our match rankings real quick here for match 6, guys. What do we have? We've been talking about what the positioning are. Oh, Havoc and V3 Fox, my man. I mean, it's not Rascal Jester, but V3 Fox that got the best of the best. At least for this game, they really milked this one. 13 and 12 points total, but Attack All Around really rummaging the entire server with 21 points. Damwon Gaming gonna be at 10. Archangel, I told you this yesterday, they've had 3 straight games where they had 7 points.
7 points, yep.
Yeah, and they still continue the consistency. You like it. 4 rivals, number 6, 4 points. Not really the best amount that they could really hope for, but you know what? It's there, matching Samaru with 4. You're absolutely right. I think this is the best that we've seen the Japanese teams play. Of course, it's still not gonna really just bump up their positions in the overall rankings, but at least this is something.
Well, V3 Fox, at least finally, yeah, going a bit deeper here. Rascal Jester, you know, a better game that they had, but it's not the high bar. Better game than they had, you know, at least for the tournament. But once again, it's not exactly like the standards have been set too high here so far. Enter Force as well have kind of struggled, I guess, throughout this, especially during the second half of this tournament so far, to really get themselves in any great spots. But they do okay here, do get 3 points, end up 8th. Of course, it's never really a good sign when you are a home team, especially kind of struggling like this. And I'm sure Archangel Predator, well, they always make sure that they get some value out of every game, out of every map that they play. They get some points here to continue their spot at least. If I'm reading this correctly, they should be around still top 5 if I'm doing the math in my head in this tournament so far if we look at the overall standings. But there is a very, very real chance that, you know, Damwon, they could shoot down below here if they continue this and if Genius can finally bounce back. But today, so far, SRI, Genius, they've struggled.
They definitely struggled. Anyways, guys, we're going to be coming back in just a few moments as we do prepare for Erangel. We'll just update you on what time we will be continuing for that game 2 here at day number 2. Anyways, once again, next up is Erangel. We'll be right back. Res first or kill first. We'll see how that goes.
This is a problem that Havoc have consistently had to win these type of gunfights. That's a great under toss. And they do get the down here. Havoc eliminating SGD V2. You know they don't want to let this opportunity go to waste. Look at this. Going for it. They get the drive-by. CJ knocks Best Marco out of his seat. It's a pretty good spot here, a bit north of the shelter that they could play. Not going to continue on too long. Havoc taking early control within the center point, but Makan Samaria, Tyrek, he gets it down. He gets a triple. Actually a double for him.
How 1 HP and is trying to heal up. Thankfully enough, he does. Oh my god, they're just spotting each other through the window. How is just frantically trying to find one. Trick has been destroyed by Epic, and it's a 1 versus 1. But again, matching Samaru. Mistakes were made.
Towards Genius, they're in a pretty difficult spot here, Asarai. They've got a single player left remaining. Can he bail them out? He's got the pump shot. He whips. He misses up close. Roy takes him down. It's RJ who pushes up against him, and they're down to a single player with low HP. This could be another fight that Havoc could win. It's a 1v2 within here, but no! He doesn't even realize him. He knows he's trapped in the corner. Sprays on through, but he doesn't get it! Through the wall, through the door, it doesn't come! And Rascal Jester eliminated.
That one starts pressing up here right in front of them. Eno's in trouble, but he's surviving. Great challenge there for Percy. The nades immediately be thrown out. And if Under can survive this initial barrage, the nade is so close. So he's a little bit risky, although he's very, very slow. And that's going to be Loki and Under. This is not what we were kind of expecting for Damwon to be a part of. But V3 Fox, a full 4. They got the numbers, they got the response.
It comes to sieging away a power position. And look at this, V3 Fox, they want to secure that 3rd place. They're pushing against Damwon. And Damwon has been eliminated, running them on over.
He's the one that actually got trapped. He's actually alone here. The rest of Havoc, dude, I don't know why they're pushing out in the open. This makes it very easy targets for both B3 Fox and Attack all around.
For what they've shown to be able to take these power positions away and siege the opposition within their stronghold. The siege is underway. Killua does finally respond, but towards B3 Fox instead.
Oh, no.
Gems gets it down into Percy. This is looking like an attack all around game. They're looking so dominant right now. Aurum gets a trade off onto Uno. Havoc gets some kills going their way.
Now, Attack all around is going in for the kill already. Gani, he's just by himself. I think he's actually trying to kill himself. Yeah, there it is. So maybe to deny an extra point for Attack all around. Do we have a winds of change, or was it just a rustle of the leaves, man? I mean, we're looking at that first game of day 2 looking much, much better for some of the teams here, especially V3 Fox, who got 12 points before all of that. Of course, my name is Aster. Now is Black and Blue. We'll be your casters as we continue again here in our Asia Pacific Grand Finals of the Predator League 2022.
Well, what I can be certain of is there is a bit of a tinkle in these wrinkles, because I am sometimes confused at some of the decisions made here by some of these other teams, especially the ones that seem to take fights that aren't necessarily beneficial for them. And one of those fights, earlier on was between, kind of Damwon going on forward, splitting themselves up 3-1. I get the intent, but obviously hindsight is 2020. Crystal clear now that didn't work on out. They're still in a great spot, I think, in this tournament for sure. I mean, they've got 2 chicken dinners, right? They're the only team that's had that already. But I think that was just a calculated mistake that they know they will rectify coming into this game.
Speaking of rectifying things, I feel like we're getting our reconciliation with our day 1 predictions, right? I was talking about, it's going to be Damwon Gaming, it's going to be a tackle around. And then the first 2 to 3 games that we saw from them yesterday, they were looking a little bit down in the dumps, but this time they're looking high in the clouds. As you can see, again, looking back at the performance of the tackle around before they got that chicken dinner, they also had a very consistent top 3 finish from the 2 previous matches that they played before this. Anyways, our overall rankings is available. Let's check that out real quick. What do we got in terms of the points?
Wow, Damwon Kia still firmly at the top here, 71. I mean, they placed pretty well still on round number 6, all things considered. So not a bad game for them so far. Attack all around, they are the big Phoenix in this tournament. They are the ones who have risen to the top from the ashes, now to the clouds, sitting there at 2, and that disparity between the first place and the second that we saw from yesterday completely gone. Genius drops down to 3rd here, Asteroid. With Archangel, they're consistently high performance in every single game, not really flunking out of the 10th place, has gained them the 4th place spot even without a chicken dinner.
You know, the thing that's very worrying about Genius here is when we started today, Black and Blue, they were 51 points. We've already finished 2 games. They're 53. They've only garnered 2 points in 2 games. That is not good looking at Genius here. Yes, they're still top 3, but if the cycle continues, if this still transpires for Genius for the next couple of games, maybe even on day 3, this is not going to be the Vietnamese teams still riding on the tippy top. It feels like they're going to get toppled over, maybe as we market it in the Philippines, maybe a little bit of the Intro Boys, but at least for now, they are still somewhere on a position where they can remedy that and still look very convincing if they can get something here in our final Erangel map of the day.
Yeah, they've been waiting at the wings at the side stage so far here today, but as we've seen from them, it typically takes them waiting for Miramar to come into play for them to take center stage finally, for the spotlight to be put on them, because their Miramars yesterday were so much more spectacular than their typical Erangel games have been, and that is where they really made their mark. So when it does come down to a Genius, I think that they've got something in plan here in store, but as you said, the final Erangel game coming into play. Damwon have taken 2 of these. They could round it out with a 3rd, especially with the consistently high performance we've seen from them all tournament long.
Man, I feel like Damwon didn't really had much else that they could have done at that point, so they are still in a position that I feel like they can perform quite well. If not, as I mentioned, they're always nearing that top 4 spot. Okay, I can't say the name of what they gave us, but there is a very common Japanese breakfast snack that was given to us, and Black and Blue is like waving it in front of my face. Well, I can't wait to try that, and I can't wait for this match to start, man.
We are making the most out of these Japanese snacks that we can get on our hands, but to start things off, here is a Predator League 2022 Day 2, match number 7, starting now.
Hell yeah, last Erangel of the day. It seems like, again, I think a point of... Oh, someone was just shouting right back of us. I think a hype shout. You know, what do you call that again? A battle cry? Yeah, a battle cry.
Yeah, a war cry, if anything.
Indeed, indeed. Anyways, as I was going back to my point, I was mentioning how it did feel that our Japanese teams look much more convincing coming into that second or that previous game that we casted, especially with V3 Fox ending with 12 points and number 3, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe this is the time for comeback for our Japanese teams. Unfortunately for Rascal Jester as well as Enter Force 36, even though they didn't get knocked out super early, it still didn't feel very much like they had much that they could have offered. I think we saw that one fight where Rascal Jester was against Attack All Around and they got besmirched very, very badly. But can they actually make that happen here and now? We'll have to see.
Well, as of the moment, as we enter our, well, kind of exit the playing phase already, we're going into it. We are just looking at how the drops have gone so far. We haven't seen teams kind of really divert from what we are normally used to seeing from them. You know, GNL going towards that school side, Attack All Around going there towards Chinky, and there has to be, you know, some kind of diversions from that. Look at this, really close between Shute Rong and VR Universal. So there is a lot of fights, I think, that will come on early, as they both have been kind of meeting their marks early on as well.
Yeah, they're so near each other. This is not looking too good. They haven't picked up all of the best weapons just yet. No, never mind. Shute Rong, Mingza, let's find out his M416. He's going to immediately go out and look for the contact. I wonder if that is the plan here, especially for Shute Rong. I mean, actually, both of these teams have been struggling very, very much. What is interesting here is that 4 Rivals always go to Kameshki, but maybe it was because of the plane that they went for the other corner position here, which is Zarky. But yeah, it seems like they don't really want to touch this hot potato. It could be potentially 4 points, or the obvious reason could be potentially them being number 16, number 15 in this match so early. So exiting out, especially looking for better loot, I think is a good option here right now for 4 Rivals.
Well, making sure that they have those options to play is going to be very important. Let's look now at the overhead view and where things are happening, where teams could go. Zone to the southwestern side, if anything. Havoc, they like to play that Fiery Pier so that they have potential, you know, to try and take the boats, to try and wrap around, especially if it goes down south. Do not have to worry about crossing the bridge, but in this case, they don't really need to exercise that option or that right. Yeah. They can simply hold on tight and hug the coast, make sure that nobody comes their way. A Fiery Pierre, not exactly typically the most prosperous of looting positions, but still one that will aid them, or at least be enough for their stack. They're taking the fight here, at least some shots coming in from Magic, but I don't think Magic really want to commit too early. They have a good spot to hold here, and there's no real reason to try and divert from the quarry unless Marco somehow flushed him out.
Definitely true, and I mean, there's not a lot of position where they're near their teammates that could save them, and even if they don't really want to get knocked out that early. So being a little bit farther back is not really a bad idea. Again, we have seen some teams just wait that couple of seconds, 10 to 15, and by then they're in a much better spot compared to before. So patience is a virtue, patience is key. We're just looking at, of course, the winners from last time. Just Attack All Around. Damage, I don't think we have seen any team go massive in terms of damage. I think that may have been
Genius.
Genius, yeah, with 2,000 plus. 1,000 something is...
It was about there, because it was 19 kills, so that was a lot of, I guess, damage done and thrown on out. But this fight, Attack All Around here versus Archangel. This is a fight that we've seen commonly, but not this early typically. Evil Patrick gets it down on a double! Gems and Jayers, that's too quick and early! Mad Dog finishes off Gems. This is not a great start from the previous Chicken Dinner winners.
Can they even resuscitate their players? No. Look at how far Janku and... I mean, they're not super far, but, it's those situations where so close yet so far away, they definitely can't pick up their teammate here. Unfortunately, you're absolutely right. As Attack All Around, this is not the start that they were looking for. As Archangel Predator, the hope of the Philippines, now pressures Janku and Escalucia. Anybody near these two? I mean, maybe Marco, maybe Havoc is near the vicinity, but for now, it's a 4 versus 2, with the numbers heavily favoring Archangel.
I think he saw him there, but realized the shot wasn't clear enough, so he has to try and circle back around towards the flank. Evil Patrick drops Esquelzia, and that leaves Janku in such a janky position. He's practically playing a 1v4 here. Azarine within that farmhouse, within that house he's kind of occupying right now. It's not going to be easy. He spots one on out. He drops Mad Dog, goes for the reload. He does confirm the kill. Gets a second. Oh my goodness. Janku, what a valiant effort he put on up, almost getting a third, but he goes down eventually. So Archangel Predator, they get first blood here on the team.
That's a huge contention there from Janku.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think they didn't have to lose Mad Dog in that way. I think there was a little bit of impatience from Archangel at that point. They had everything.
Yep.
And they still lost that. And again, the reason why I sound like this is because they definitely need all four of their players. This is not a team that can convert with just 3. I mean, obviously, of course, it's the law of PUBG, right? But
imagine if you just jinxed it right now and they somehow win this with 3 players.
I'm gonna eat this right in front of the camera.
Yeah,
No, I'm kidding.
These snacks, these mates that we got. Well, all friends, of course, important as they are, still, some of them might have contributed to a better cause. They get the wipe at the very least on one of their biggest competitors, because let's face it, if you look at the points here right now, Archangel, they are on the trails here of attack all around. They are merely 10, 11 points away, so to drop them here, if they do good, is going to be great. Neil gets a drop on the Wesker. Wesker confirmed, and that's Rascal Jester losing these fights again. Kim Gagne goes down. Trayden comes through Parman immediately, but it's effectively a 3v2 here on this position. Neil, he's looking for another. Parman has made the cross, but he's in a safe position. Flushes him out there with the nade. Vuelo taking lots of damage. He's the only person within indoors. He has a lot to deal with. He's giving on up. Rascal Jester, they're getting eliminated here right now. And once again, New Generation wipe out another diversion.
And the New Generation didn't lose anybody, just knockouts, but they will get back up to 4, which is definitely a good number to be at. I just realized something as we are hearing a bit of our players in the background. Because of where the circle is, you know, this Gatka free space, there's not really a lot of good spots that teams can actually hunker down on. And because of that, look at how congested they are wherein more compounds are actually located. That's why we're seeing, even though it's just phase 1, there's a lot more teams that are already willing to go for aggressive fights because they know that if they're outside, even though they have those vehicles, even though they can use them as pseudo shields, it's not as good compared to just a straight up house with 4 block walls with second floors and just easily more defensible positions. I mean, there's the V angle here, the V trench, but it's not really ideal. So I think they all have the same idea to just go straight for buildings here. If there's an opponent there, it's a good risk to actually get that location because it at least solidifies a good position in the later phases.
Well, shots coming out from Pet Dr. Ed here, but once again, Damwon and SGDV2 exercising their play style of, you know, playing really late, going into the zone when they only know that they have to, instead of trying to take early fights, which, you know, increases their possibilities of getting later finishes incrementally, especially as the game goes on. So really playing the long game here as they really should be. It's part of their play style. V3 Fox have to expect SGDV2 coming up from their rear, from their flank, from their east especially. If they're not careful, they could get in for a surprise, especially looking at Yuno, who's kind of separated here from the pack. They're playing that 3-1 split, and if Yuno isn't ready, SGD V2 can roll up on him. But it's Makan Sumeru who's about to take this fight potentially against both Marco and Magic, if Magic want to continue and chime in on this fight even more.
There are some teams that are playing a lot farther back, but now let's go straight into New Generation. Zest throws out the nade, and that's going to be that. That's going to be the end of Young Bill. Is this just going to Mamba out? Sorry for the terminology, but I don't know. He's just going to be playing somewhere near the trenches. If everything goes hairy, he can actually just escape from there. A New Generation, I think they're a little bit lost as to where their opponent is. He's already escaped. And Van, I think they got greedy here, Black and Blue. I think they wanted to get both compounds, but this time they're going to be forced to just go for this one. This is pretty sizable already, so I wonder what happened there. Yeah. In any case, Genius do get themselves a nice little position. They're zoning opponents out. And what I do like about this as well is that nobody is rotating onto trenches just yet. SGDV2, Another team that definitely is struggling, but has gone in for the decision to go for the delayed rotation. This might not be the best as Archangel finds him out in the open. Great damages altogether with the mini 14s, but no real knockouts. No, SGD V2 at least now knows that their position has been exposed.
Be careful about this position of theirs. Now that they know it's here, SGD, I'm not too sure if they want to stick on the round. Archangel could roll up on them, but it's going to be Marco who actually finds the opening pick here towards Makang Sumeru. You're taking this full 4v4 fight, so Marco Gaming, they're on the rotate. They're trying to go on the flank. It's a 4v3 effectively, actually 3v3 now, as Trike has been confirmed. They're going on the flank. They're pushing. They're pressing this issue. They know that they've trapped him here within this compound, and now they can try and take him on. Now, if they can encircle them and trap them in their own cover, it's going to be difficult. I'm not too sure if Zong even spots out the corner. He's able to escape, though, luckily, without taking anything in return.
Well, I mean, with how the position of Marco is, he should be able to actually get really close and actually really far if he wanted to. Those two connecting hills plus the two big trees does allow Jiao and Zong to get very, very close into their opponents. Oh, the flashbacks, man. He's trying to confuse Machang Semaru, and this could be the perfect chance for him to strike, although there's so many smokes that he's lost in the mix. Oh, he hopped out indeed. But there's still so many players for Marco. Marco should be able to make this happen. It's only How now just alive, and he's creeping in, embraced by best Marco. And that's going to be the elimination of Machang Semaru. A very middle-of-the-pack team knocked out this early. That's going to break their hearts just a teeny tiny bit.
Yeah.
And looking forward into this, SGD V2. They were at the house a while ago. They transitioned to the high ground in the hills, but V3 Fox is intercepting, as well as, again, there's other teams that's looking on their general direction with long-range scopes. How are they supposed to go out here without smokes really allowing them to transition, and their car is just battered down already?
Yeah, they're completely getting shredded here right now. SGD V2, I'm not too sure if this fight is going to favor them. Marco have also completely wiped the only hope here of Indonesia and Makang Sumeru, as we saw. But now they have to worry about another problem coming up on them as Magic are trying to roll on up. They get the down on his teammate. Yuan Zong somehow runs over his own teammate, confirms and kills him. Ow.
Yeah, that's a mistake. Very, very big mistake.
Now they're down to 2.
No, they are just to those the doubles. IMP very much focused on the V-Fox right in front of them, but look at that. There's like some shots being thrown to the other hill from away on the other side. This is not a good position to actually be on as you're scaling the mountain. You're scaling the hill. You're very much open to the elements. You need a vehicle to get you all the way up to the top. But even if they try to do that, there will be, of course, V3 Fox looking to intercept. Speaking of V3 Fox, though, they are deciding to actually go right now, possibly onto Pachinki. Well, if they go straight forward, that will be GNL. And the Ooze are definitely merited as SoQQ blasted away by the HE. SoQQ, no one's going to save him. He's alone. And speaking of alone, out in the open, players have entered Force 36, enter into the Pandemonium. That is going to be Genius's positioning. Star-Lord. Oh, I love that angle. Such an off angle that Simon really can't convert. Has to get back into cover as no more bullets is made. Oh, Yuta hits the shot. There's going to be the molly. And enter Force 36. They have entered into the danger zone, in a zone that they cannot survive.
Enter Force 36 here. I'm not too sure if that's a fight that they want to continue fighting in. They've kind of pushed on in, but they're the ones taking the brunt of the damage. Down to a single player remaining here as they try to aggress. They're the ones who are fended off right now. Now, Genius, great job in keeping them at bay. They've got 4 up in fighting capacity. Shute Ram, though, here, trying to roll up on this fight, trying to third party on it. They know there's a lot happening. They spot out Simon in the corner, but aren't enough to take him down. They come on close, let the nade pass. Simon gets it down to confirm on Machida 10 and also on the Star-Lord. So this is effectively Enter Force almost being wiped out. A single player remaining. The Shute Wrong, as we've established, they're chimed in on this fight. They knew that Genius were preoccupied here, and now they want to take what's theirs.
Well, Genius didn't really take that much damage going up against Enter Force 36, so they could still be able to fight the onslaught that is Shute Wrong. They're trying to wrap around all the way Baugen's been hit by the Molly, has to back first. Gotta respect that. But look at how just Genius is keeping them at bay. Shooting wrong is very, very respectful of the utility that's been thrown out for at least now. But that might not be the best idea because Genius is starting to exit. Yeah, Glorious has gone to the opposite direction. And the rest of the team is starting to move in right now. Force, last player standing, Sylphia, spots out everybody. But the thing is, even if he gets a knockdown right here, he's just going to set the sights of Shute Wrong against him. So he's going to have to try to pick his battles. Evil Patrick and CJ, they just obliterate Havoc. I think what happened here was Havoc just immediately run straight into the compound with vehicles, dropped out, and then the rest of Arcane was like, okay.
Yeah, they've also kind of give away their kind of inter-push by trying to take some shots here at SUDV2. We're now going to have to fend off Damwon, who are really rolling up real hot. They've kind of dismounted here right now. IMP can't really confirm anything, doing some damage, but it's not enough to try and stop Damwon here. Foxy, great down. It's actually Mental who takes it away from him. SUDV2, they have the high ground, but they're taken down low. Mental confirms a second down here. This is KMF1 going on out. SUDV2, 2 players remaining in this fight. They kind of split apart. They can't get isolated. Look at this, Mr. Flank going big. He's equalized the odds. They brought to a 2v2 effectively. They could get a third, but Mental gets his second in this fight. Now it's down to the 1v2. They're going to get the res on up first as Damwon looking to take down Aoki, the last player here from SGDV2 in this fight. He's in a 1v2. As they get the res, it's a 1v3 now. The nade, it doesn't connect. He has the isolation here on the drop player. If he goes on down, he sees Mental but can't connect the shot. He's giving himself away. They know to close out on him, and that they do. SGDV2 eliminated at 12.
You know, you're going to think that going prone like that is actually going to save you, but there's two things. It obviously slows you down, and the other one is, because he's in that line of sight, he actually shows up his head first than his body. Does that make sense? So that means that he immediately gets headshot by anybody who's going to challenge him, which just ruins the fight for you for the most. And what also was very interesting here for Mental was that Mental, when he was getting shot, you see him just slightly lean to the left or to the right just to dodge the bullet.
Yeah, he dodged that like Matrix style.
Oh yeah, dude. That's micro shooting right there. Ah yes, only possible in PUBG. Anyways, Sylphia somehow manages to still survive. I think he had that 1v1 a while ago. I wasn't paying attention because I was looking at you too, so that's on me. But
I wouldn't blame you.
Yes. Whoa. I mean, bro, I mean, we have like, you know, separate hotel rooms and stuff.
Are you sure about that? They don't know that.
They don't know that.
There's 2 beds for a reason. We're going back into the game. GNL here on the 2-2 split, and the further split are kind of making contact here versus VR Universal 4 rivals. Chiming in on the fight is PSTR and Genius as well, though, so you have to be careful. They drop most of VR Universal, and that is how VR Universal going down. So the 4 rivals have found the real bad mark. He still looked Sylphia. He stayed alive throughout all that. That was really smart from him a while ago when we saw him kind of bearing down on Archangel. But I spoke too soon. He's out. Thought he was going to be able to heal himself up.
I didn't have any position to actually take inside the safe zone. So dying to the zone is just much better. Anyways, here comes the rest of Damwon and Magic. I'm not even gonna... Magic is just... Whoa! What some shots from Mental. Amazing, amazing contact plays all throughout KSM. C is the last person standing. A, B, C, X, Y, Z is done. And that is also Magic. Now you see me, now you don't, because they're out of this game.
Wow, Damwon are on a tear this game. They're going for lots of fights. It's bleeding them out, though, for a lot of utility and health, and they get stalled because they have to keep rezzing their teammates back up. And now here comes Archangel. They're going to chime on this. They know where Damwon is. They know they're on the low ground, and they know that they're hurt. They can fight back, but it's going to be difficult, especially here with V3 Fox rather, trying to take some shots at them from range. GNL with also very close positions, and Archangel are slowly creeping on up. They can't let Damwon get themselves back up to full health, to fighting capacity. They can hear this coming. Nan going to be the first contact off of this Asarai.
He's not showing himself first. It's smart because, again, they do know that they're near each other. They see the trajectories of the smokes. Not's placing himself. I don't think he spots out Loki. Loki to the side. Not's got him. Oh, this is huge for Archangel Predator. As Not comes in, he's swimming inside the zone, but it is paying off. The flank's coming in. Mental still here. but the rest of Archangel Predator, they've surrounded Dam1 Gaming, and Dam1, no way, Mental still hits the shot, he's still surviving. Evil Patrick should remain, but how has this been turned over the heads
1v1.
of Archangel? 1v1 as Evil Patrick went under, but Evil Patrick, he could not convert it under and over, and still, again, Dam1, the most resilient team here in the Tournament Predator League. My gosh, these guys are the Apex Predators.
Dude, 4-5-7 nade confirms it. Perfect here from New Generation. Gan perfectly lands the nade. Kobe from range. He's right across though. He knows that there's pressure. It's all down to Under to turn this over topsy-turvy. Diane, he's running on back. He knows he's done his job. He knows he's done damage, and he doesn't have to continue. There's only 2 left here from New Generation, so it's still a winnable situation from Under, but man, that would have been such a great recovery from Dam1. 4 fights that they almost recovered with from now. New Generation, no, he's giving himself away. Clories chimes on in here from Genius, as they know from the top north, they have the bear position. This is looking actually really good for Genius right now. They're the only team, aside from GNL, with a full 4-man squad left remaining.
As you mentioned, Dion, Bulong, and Under are right beside each other, but Dion's giving away his position. He's made so much noise. Under's very much aware of this. I wonder if Under was actually able to pick up a different armor, because his level 3 vest got popped, got cracked, so he needs to pick up something else. He was on top of a dead man's chest a while ago, so I wonder if he was able to upgrade, or if that Ursel person had the correct vest. We'll have to see later on. Excuse me. Anyways, you're absolutely right. We still have a couple of squads here that are very, very healthy, very, very much threatening for the solo players that are left. V3 Fox, I gotta say, man, V3 Fox have done a really good job of adjusting and keeping themselves much more alive in this game.
Yeah.
I think they've focused on just getting positioning over kills. They can see that with the 0 kills that they do have. But, of course, if they do get that chicken dinner, it's still 10 points in the bag. Second place, I believe, is 6. So at least getting those 2 really is amping up the ante for V3 Fox to play that positioning game, or that placement game.
Yeah, it's very important to play that placement game, but still, for some teams here like Dam1, they're still in this fight. They have some kills to get, as they've already pretty much wiped like 3 squads. Hammer at long range finds and finishes off Yuta with the help of 2 tap. Well, taps him twice and takes him down. Diane in a difficult spot. He has a full 3-man push here from Genius to try and fend on off. Yuta was dropped, yes. Diane goes down eventually. Under. He's the next target. He is at a sliver of his own life, trying to dodge and weave through all this. The nade, will it connect? Nope, way too far. He curses the horizon. They think he's still close, but he's fully found himself into a better spot. He goes down to the zone, at least denying Genius the point.
I thought he could actually just get back into cover, but you're right. He just went in for the suicide. Can't really get anything else other than that. As I mentioned, he didn't find any vest to replace the one hit he lost, so he took so much damage from those body shots. Unfortunately, that's going to be that for Dam1. Again, still at 4th place, but I think they got so many kills, though, in the sequence that they played. Oh, no damage, no damage. I thought it was high enough. Anyways, I like that idea. I think Takeon is still going to try to go right on top. Genius losing Yuta in transition to the side of the hill. And speaking of hills, where are we looking at in terms of the final 3? V3 Fox very spread out. GNL, as we saw, inside that tiny little mansion, while Genius Esports also on the side. The zone's about to close in a minute, and this will dictate if GNL have to at least run. But while they still have all of this time, they do see the positionings, the rotations, and also they can wait for as much as they want before the next zone comes in. Before they make a move, actually.
V3 Fox, we've seen them play a more conservative game here, trying to make sure that they last as long as they can instead of trying to get points through frags, as we were initially spotting out and observing from day number 1. You can see that here with just like that engagement there. IMAC, he sees contact, takes a few shots, and realizes no need to push. We stay and hold our ground, pull back if it even comes to it. So V3 Fox playing this 2-1 split effectively. GNL hunkering on down within the center point of this zone. You can see Genius as well holding down the southern side. It's V3 Fox making that contact, though. It's a 3v2 there towards the south. Asgani up north on the split is the one holding off that flank in case GNL does come from it. He is outside the zone, though, so he's going to have to close on in. But GNL, all they have to do right now is just sit tight. If they have a vehicle, then they can close out on the fight if V3 Fox and GE start to initiate contact.
You know, I was just about to say something about that. If V3 Fox and GE decide to not actually go at each other's throats,
yeah,
I feel like the zone is going to push GNL out. Because the way that that circle is placed, it feels like it's going to go bottom right of the screen. So if they just wait patiently, they will effectively force out the most annoying team to actually try to force out of. So just, what is it, like maybe a minute, maybe wait for that circle to come out for phase 8. This is a really good time for V3 Fox and Genius to see first where this next zone comes in. Because again, we're at a stalemate. They don't need to push each other, and I think they're realizing that right now, Black and Blue.
There should be a mutual agreement here right now, at least cognitively, between V3 Fox and Genius that the best chance for either of them to win is to wait right now. The moment they initiate contact, GNL are going to want to chime in on that fight here, as they're both 3 stacks waiting for a moment. Now, V3 Fox, they have a vehicle to close that gap, so when GNL start to get on the move, they can both pounce. And if they go center, then they're going to have to fight both V3 Fox and GE on 2 different angles, on 2 different thresholds, and that's going to be difficult. So, really, once again, the best thing that they can do here right now is wait, and they both recognize that very smartly so. You can see Genius here and V3 Fox holding their ground, waiting for that final circle. When it does pop, when it shows them where to go, I think that will decide how this final map will be played.
Yeah, thankfully though, for V3 Fox specifically, they got Gani that's bringing in a US closer and closer. So they do have a transition point that's huge. Hakas actually found a take Yun through that shot. They don't have to go for the kill, but that's huge indeed. Because again, at least they're dealing damage. It could ultimately lead for help. Oh, this circle is going to be intense. It's going to be incredibly crucial in 10 seconds. The problem that right now, excuse me, I'm eating my words with Genius, is their US is very, very damaged. So they're going to have to run somewhat. Okay, here we go. 2, 1. Oh, they're still inside, but barely. I don't know if they might need to actually play outside, or can they still play inside? The problem is
they'll have to exit.
They definitely will.
But it'll be close.
Oh, no, it's not. It's actually outside. They will have to push out.
Yeah. They don't have to exit that far on out, so it's not like a big cross for them. So they're still going to be relatively safe here, but they will be forced out of those buildings. And when they do, either of these teams, that's their moment to pounce. If they fight each other here, V3 Fox and Genius, they have very little chance of winning.
They can still roll that US as a form of cover because there's nothing on that downhill to give them that bit of solace, that bit of solitude against the rest of the teams here. You can feel that tension in the air as, again, nobody wants to make the wrong step. Seems like GNL, their decision is to go uphill, challenge V3 Fox first, but
look at this, wall of smokes.
Yeah, there's a lot of smokes, but they're really pointing into this. They're transitioning. This blocks the vision of Genius. Genius, the play would be to just help them pincer V3 Fox here, and V3 Fox is in a world of hurt. Roy's holding on the other side as he tries to wrap around, but again, it's V3 Fox in danger. They either have to challenge right now or use their own utilities to stop the push of GNL because they're coming closer and closer.
Yeah, they have kind of like a 3v3 fight here with a nade here thrown. Gani taking so much damage. They've used these smokes to close the gap. GNL are playing this perfectly. The nade lands right on target. Direct hit. It's Oscar. It's really close here right now. It's so dangerous, but they're looking to try and still somehow win this fight. V3 Fox, they were in the position closer here towards GNL, so it really was the right decision for GNL to go and push against him. They've isolated the fights. They know that GE are supposed to come anytime soon. There it is. Clory's closing the gap. He's got the US to move even closer. He wants to chime in and do more damage on this fight as V3 Fox and GNL are fighting. The nade, it does come on in. 2-tap gets it down on the Gani and confirms the kill.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that going downhill. They can still handle something from up above. And again, they can't go for this pinch. Seems like both things are doing So, excuse me, as V3 Fox gets obliterated, sandwiched between these two teams. GE, GNL coming into the corner. Team versus team, 3 versus 3. Can GNL actually pick up the downed hammer? That's going to be a question. I'm not a really big fan of this. Clories doesn't have any vision whatsoever. The nade should finish off hammer here, while the rest of Genius is going to have to hold on. We'll see how this conspires. Zest is proned. Clories finds hammer. He hears the rotation coming in. This is a 3-way split, but the problem is one goes down, and that breaks the line of defense for Genius.
Yeah, this could be a glass house right at the making. GNL, they've taken down Zest. That's a big pick for them to find. And as you said, they take down one. They take down the entire train. A single point of the structure has been demolished, and the entire piece folds. The defense goes down, and GNL absolutely perfectly playing the final 2 zones. What an incredible game here from GNL to take the chicken dinner.
Amazing, amazing understanding of the layout of the land, GNL realized that with their utility can go straight, as you mentioned, with that wall of smoke, challenge up, and immediately go against V3 Fox. I think the problem for those 2 other teams, V3 Fox and specifically Genius, was they didn't realize that they could just push and sandwich V3 Fox here.
Yeah.
And because of that, they lost the opportunity, lost the timing to actually get a better position as well. Because you saw Genius were just going downhill, which, why? You needed an uphill battle, man. I mean, you saw that in Star Wars. I have the high ground. You don't say I have the low ground. In any case, GNL were able to weather the storm. They were able to get such a beautiful position, such a beautiful position point, and get themselves their first chicken dinner.
No, but it was really smartly played here from GNL. V3 Fox, they were the closer team on the high ground, so they were the ones immediately more addressable here from GNL. They knew they had the man advantage. They set up that wall of smokes. They take V3 Fox, who I think should have kind of pushed to the right side and maybe circumvented those wall of smokes a bit more. It does isolate the fight though, and GNL, they put up pretty much a complete concealment barrier between the two teams, V3 Fox, and as well there as what's it again? Remind me again.
V3 Fox, Genius, and
GNL. GNL.
Yeah.
So Genius, and with Genius being the further team from that, knowing that they've taken the high ground away here from V3 Fox, GNL now have much better fighting capacity compared to where Genius were. And as you said, they had a single line of defense, and once one piece of that went down, the entire structure collapsed.
I don't know, man. Sometimes playing it too safe is not what gets you the W in these kind of intense situations. GNL, the other Korean roster, shows to us that it's not going to be Damwon that's always dominating here. It's also them that showcases what they got. So before this match happened, right, before GNL got that chicken dinner, they were hovering at 7th place, somewhere middle of the pack, 36. But with this, as well as the amount of kills that they've garnered, this is looking at least to bolster them, maybe past, possibly even Genius, who is, as we mentioned, looking pretty slow, but this time Genius actually came back almost at a chicken dinner themselves.
Yeah, they finally placed well, which was something we've saw them really struggle to do on our opening 2 games here today. This is obviously, well, rather, this is the 3rd Erangel game, the final Erangel game we're going to be playing on today. We're going to Miramar right on after, but what a way to close out our Erangel maps here from GNL. That was played beautifully. Yeah, so much utility. Imagine how many smokes they had to throw down to make that long wall. Probably like, what, 10, 12 smokes?
Yeah.
Just to be able to close that gap. They left not a single space in between for them to even be seen.
By Genius, actually.
By Genius,
because you saw Genius was like looking for the gaps.
Yeah.
Maybe for somewhere to shoot. And then they were like, yeah, we can't really do this.
Yeah, they were looking at both ends. They were looking in between the smokes. Nothing they could find.
Nothing that they could find, indeed. And what a position, what a strategy, what a creative way of creating space for GNL. You can always keep going back to that. Seems like everybody's just reviewing what happened in that particular fight, and that needs to be definitely reviewed by Genius. Even though they got number 2, I think they could have really placed number 1 if they played their cards right. Unfortunately, they didn't went all in. Sometimes, you don't want a house to win, you want you to win. And that's about that. For Damwon, I think, again, this team is the one that we can't kind of have to keep going back on because they're number one, but still middle of the, they still keep getting those really good fights with a good amount of eliminations. Oh. And you know what? Speaking of eliminations, it seems like E36 as well as Rascal Dresser just can't follow in the footsteps of V3 Fox.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you know, V3 Fox, they've consistently kind of improved their game here. Slowly, but ever more so, assuredly, Asteroid. It's been a very big tail of the tape when you kind of compare things on how things have went as of the moment. We also, you know, looking at other teams like Archangel, where once again, consistently high placements. They don't get maybe into the top 3 of every single game, but they're always generally top 7, top 8, which is still really consistently good for them. You look at as well other teams here, like once more, when we were kind of looking at, you know, the final zones, we were wondering like how Marco Gaming could possibly fit their role into the zones, and they had actually a pretty good space. If they were able to push forward, especially when their fight, when the push came to them, I think they could have had a good compound to hold on further deeper into the standings. But speaking of the standings, we're going to be looking here into the rankings for that match. Game number 7, effectively, and GNL,
wow,
well, they take the top slot.
That's a huge one for Genius Esports. Oh, sorry. I was looking immediately at Genius because, again, as I mentioned, they only had 2 points in 2 games. So 14 really helps their situation as of the moment. But you're absolutely right. GNL, 19 points. Huge, huge markup here for the second Korean team that is competing here in our tournament. Looking into it, this has been the tale of 2 regions. Korea, or actually maybe 3, Korea, Vietnam, and Thailand have been really dominating at this, as you can see with Genius and New Generation, Damwon and GNL. Of course, Kotak all around kind of missed the mark in this particular game, but they are still incredibly high positioned. We'll probably get an update of that in the next one when we come back from the break, but still, man, this is looking really good for these 3 regions. Yeah,
V3 Fox, so even though they placed relatively high, they're not able to secure themselves any sort of kills, so only 5 points from their placement is all that they get. But yeah, a really great kind of warm-up earlier on from Genius. They struggled on in, but they start to heat up near the latter stages of the day, and that, I think, is the most important thing, how they can end the day here, because they're currently sitting at 3rd without even considering match number 7. So when we actually do get our standings for all the games that we played, 1 to 7, that will be after the break, which we are going to go to right now. So do not go anywhere. We shall be back here with game number 8, Miramar, for the Predator League. Versus Archangel. This is a fight that we've seen commonly, but not this early typically. Evil Patrick gets it down on the double! Gems and Jayers, that's too quick and early! In that farmhouse, within that house he's kind of occupying right now, it's not going to be easy. He spots one on out, he drops Mad Dog, goes for the reload, he does confirm the kill, gets a second! Oh my goodness!
And is going to be Genius's positioning. Star-Lord. Oh, I love that angle. Such an off angle that Simon really can't convert. Has to get back into cover as no more bullets is made. Oh, Yuta hits the shot. There's going to be the molly. And enter Force 36. They have entered into the danger zone in a zone that they cannot survive.
By trying to take some shots here at SUDB2. We're now going to have to fend off Damwon, who are really rolling up real hot. They've kind of dismounted here right now. IMP can't really confirm anything, doing some damage, but it's not enough to try and stop Damwon here. Foxy, great down. It's actually Mental who takes it away from him. SUDB2, they have the high ground, but they're taken down low.
The zone is just much better. Anyways, here comes the rest of Damwon and Magic. I'm not even gonna... Magic is just, whoa, what some shots from Mental. Amazing, amazing contact plays all throughout KSF. C is the last person standing. A, B, C, X, Y, Z is done. Nox placing himself. I don't think he spots out Loki. Loki to the side. Nox got him. Oh, this is huge for Archangel Predator. As Nine comes in. He's swimming inside the zone, but it is paying off. The flank's coming in. Mental still here. But the rest of Archangel Predator, they've surrounded Damwon Gaming, and Damwon, no way, Mental still hits the shot, he's still surviving. Evil Patrick should remain 1v1 as Evil Patrick been under, but Evil Patrick, he could not convert under and over, and still, again, Damwon, the most resilient team here in the Tournament Predator League. My gosh, these guys are the Apex Predators.
Dude, 4-5-7-8 confirms it. Perfect here from New Generation. Yeah, they have kind of like a 3v3 fight here with a nade here thrown. Gani taking so much damage. They've used these smokes to close the gap. GNL are playing this perfectly. The nade lands right on target. Direct hit. It's Oscar.
Can still handle something from up above. And again, they can't go for this pinch. Seems like both things doing so, excuse me. As B3 Fox gets obliterated, sandwiched between these two teams.
This could be a glass house right at the making. GNL, they've taken down Zest. That's a big for them to find, as you said. They take down one, they take down the entire train. A single point of the structure has been demolished, and the entire piece folds. The defense goes down, and GNL absolutely perfectly playing the final two zones. What an incredible game here from GNL. Welcome back to the 2022 Asia Pacific Predator League here, day number 2, and we've just got done with our first 6 games, but of this tournament at the very least. I am Black and Blue. With me is Asarai, and man oh man, we've seen some kind of resurgences from some of these teams that we've seen do pretty well, but then slouch and then come back again hard.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think one of the teams that definitely did that was Genius Esports.
Yeah. Again,
falling down 2 times on their face with 1 point each in those 2 games. And now with, what was it, I think like 16, 19 points that they've garnered here in our last Erangel map of the day. Absolutely phenomenal performance from Genius. And of course, the winner chicken dinner of the other Korean team, GNL, able to bring back, you know, it's not only Damwon that we have to keep praising from Korea. We can't forget that GNL is here, and man, oh man, what a highlight that they showed us with that wall of smoke. Push up onto V3 Fox, then push up onto Genius, and claim that chicken dinner.
Wan, they have just been really, really good throughout this tournament at the very least. Yes, they've had some low of lows here, Genius, but they've had really high of highs. We're going to take a look at the overall rankings, the standings here so far after game number 7. And man, oh man, Damwon, they are so damn high here. 19 points above the rest of the competition, but Genius and Attack all around tied neck and neck at 67 for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, looking a little bit deeper into the mix of things, V3 Fox has been doing quite well. Again, they're 27 points, but imagine 2, maybe 3 games ago, they were bottom of the barrel alongside the other Japanese representatives with Enerforce 36 and Rascal Jester. And honestly, I think V3 Fox was the one team that I wasn't expecting to really pop off, at least from, you know, the 3 Japanese teams. I thought, again, Enerforce and Rascal would have been the teams that would be maybe 5 and 6 at this point, but that's not really the case. The other thing that I wanted to talk about as well was New Generation and Genius. Vietnamese teams really showcasing what these players are made of, what these teams are made of. When we talked about how they struggled in international scene coming into this APAC Grand Finals, it's a whole different face. Look at that, number 2 and number 6. They're looking absolutely gorgeous in this.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to talk about the best region here so far, it seems to be Korea once more. Damwon right at the top with GNL at 5th. The only Philippine representative as well in Archangel Predator. I mean, they are a constant team in the Asia Pacific region, but to do this well so far, I think might have been just a hair more unprecedented than we expected. They're looking pretty good right now, very consistent in almost every single one of their games. I think they've only kind of dropped out of 10th place like once throughout this entire tournament so far, and that keeps them in the running time and time on over. In GNL, we saw their spectacular play a while ago, but if you take a look here at Sarai, that 4th to 6th place slot, it is barely divided by or contrasted by much points. Like there's like, what, 5 points of total between the 6th and the 4th place slot. So New Generation within a single game can shoot themselves up to top 4.
But I will say, we have seen a trend where top teams fall from grace. We saw that happen with Damwon during our fake match 1. We saw that with our Attack all around in that previous game, where they only had like, what, 1 point? And then they just got destroyed by Archangel Predator. So even though, again, we have these very big highs of highs for some teams, they somehow, some way, sometimes trip up, and it really rocks the boat and gives chance for others here to scale the top if ever they need to do so, or if they can do so, excuse me. So looking too good. Other than that, I honestly think we can't really talk about too much the performance of the other teams here in the bottom 8. I think the only team that has really surprised me or has come through the mud, or come out of the mud, has got to be SGDV2. I was going to say matching Semaru, but they've kind of cooled off after that first day performance. But SGDV2 have been consistently getting better into just getting those placements and kills. And as you can see, 16 and 16. So it's not really too bad, but it's not the good enough that it brings them into the higher echelons of our rankings here.
Yeah, I mean, they've had that chicken dinner, as you said, but unfortunately, they've gotten the highs of highs, but they've seen the bottom of the barrel as well. They've gone out 16th place during game number 6, and they've went out 15 during game number 2, as well as 12 for 4. So their lack of consistency, I think, you know, them rocking the boat a bit too much has been a big problem for them in the long run especially, but you want to talk about comeback teams. Attack All Around are spectacular. They're at third right now when they were sitting second at the end of game number 6, but still, really good bounce back. We've seen their Erangel be a bit more wayward. Miramar is what has really been their home ground though, so at the very least they have already won an Erangel game here today, right? They got the chicken dinner for game number 6, and as I already mentioned, Miramar, let's start talking about our next games at hand here, SRI. We got 3 Miramar games to close off the day, and some of these teams, we've seen stark contrasts in how their Erangel placements have gone compared to their Miramar. Attack All Around, that's one team that has had better proficient results on Miramar, but also SGD V2. This is where they won their chicken dinner when they've typically struggled on Erangel. Miramar could be where we see them make another resurgence.
Okay, looking away from the placement points and everything and just performance overall, right? I want to also talk about the rotations that we've seen in stark contrast to Erangel or Miramar from today and yesterday. So first of all, Miramar yesterday, a lot more people were playing outside of the zone and start moving in from the edge, coming into the center, which somehow is similar to Damwon, just a little bit in their travels, in their pathway. But this time, when we saw Erangel, a lot more teams were very much convinced at going center point very early. And that's, I think, what the reason we saw so many teams be knocked out so early as well was just because of how very much everybody wanted to get that center point control. Maybe it was because of the circles, maybe it was because of the trend of the day. I don't know, pick either one of the two. But that could also be something that we could be watching out for here as we drop in onto Miramar. What I will say, though, is that this second day, it's not looking too disgusting with the circle. So,
yeah, disgusting. Okay.
Yeah, because like yesterday, it was pretty disgusting, man. Again, that Circle Be Thirsty has a lot of water in it. But this...
Lots of words coming from
this time on Miramar, there's not really much positions, not many circles that gets enveloped by water.
Yeah.
So at this point, there is a lot more ground for teams to be able to utilize and cover. And sorry, I'm just looking at the shoot the wrong players, and he's just like looking straight in my eyes.
Yeah.
I was distracted for a little bit.
Deep into my soul.
Yeah, deep into my soul. My tamashi.
Wow.
Yeah, that's Japanese for soul.
Really pulling out all your anime references here today.
Yeah.
You've been doing it the entire trip. I don't blame you. It's a very lovely land.
Oh, yeah.
But,
I mean, this is the only chance I can really like flex what I know.
Yeah, sure. Gotten from your popular media of many kinds.
Of course.
But what has been a popular trait, at least for some of the teams, as you talked about, right, on Miramar here, we've been seeing a lot more late fills into late rotations into the zone as opposed to like the early control that a lot of teams are fighting for on Erangel. So
yeah,
that is a trait shared by a team called SGDV2. We see them play late rotate into Erangel, right? And they'd like to do that as well on Miramar, but funnily enough, the single chicken dinner win they got is when they actually took early control instead here on Miramar, right? They went for, when they took early control instead by taking the crater fields, and that type of play style, it seems like even though there might be some comfort ways that these teams might play, by far, the most impressive wins we've seen are when these teams step outside of their box, outside of their comfort zone, and make something happen, much akin to how Magic were able to make their win yesterday with Simon pushing in for game number 2 to take that chicken dinner, potentially. Game number 3.
Oh, yeah, I thought I was going to say something else, but yeah, I absolutely believe. I actually absolutely agree with what you mentioned as well, right? With all of these teams playing a whole lot different. I think it's because of the point that they're starting to get comfortable, that they're starting to adjust to the opponents that they do have, because we mentioned this when we started the broadcast, that this isn't really the APAC regions that play together in the PGC as well as the Continental Series, right? Where in Asia, that's where Korea and Japan play, but in Asia Pacific, that's where these other teams play. Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, all of that. So there's a real different mix of what APAC we have right now in the Predator League. But other than that as well, I really do also have to note that I think these teams were hard at work. You know, they were labbing, or rather reviewing VODs and everything. They had a good amount of hours before we started day number 2, and I feel like the adjustments, the reads, the the studying that they've done is seemingly paying off. And of course, I don't go to like their scrim rooms or their practice rooms and watch what they do, but it feels like that's what's happening here, especially with the way that they've been rotating. It feels like it's a lot more. It's a lot less random. There's a lot more intention with how they play.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen kind of already, I guess, hard reads come out, right? Like, especially yesterday, Rascal Jester just constantly struggled to get anything going in the game because a team like Archangel Predator kept on pouncing on the drop that they knew Rascal Jester liked to take. It's a place that they're comfortable with. I believe it was like towards Chumasera, and they would constantly just keep on jumping on them early in the game. They hot drop together, and Archangel just kept on being at the ready. There wasn't so much diversity in terms of flexibility here coming from a team like Rascal Jester, and so if they want to take a page out of one of their countrymen's book here in V3 Fox, they have to start changing things up, especially coming into Miramar, because that is where they by far struggled so much more. They dropped out 16 on both of those Miramar games that we saw from them yesterday, and then obviously the opening Miramar map here, rather the closing Erangel map here yesterday, and as well as the opening Erangel map here today. So 4 times now they've dropped out 16. Rascal Jester, a team that we've seen reach pretty good success in their own local circuits, but it just hasn't been having the same kind of fortune here, at least in the APAC Predator League.
You know, a team that has struggled in terms of the placements?
Yeah.
It's not only, I mean, Rascal Jester has at least gotten 4 points in that placement, but look at Shute Wrong, dude. Like, there's 0 points in placement. So every single time
kills
that they've gotten anything is, as you mentioned, kills. 13 kills, that's about it. And then the points just kaput. Nothing working in the favor of Shute Wrong. You know how, again, to be a complete team in PUBG, the obvious thing to point out, right, is to get the kills, to get the placements. But Shute Wrong gets no placements, a bit of kills, and then that's it. So really a struggling team. Can that change up in Miramar? We'll have to see, but they're really in a ditch as of now.
Well, perhaps they should have named themselves Shute Right. Maybe they'd start to get some right stuff done, because they've been struggling here so far. It's been a very big problem for them they haven't been able to deal with. But as we're almost about to get into the game in just a bit, what can we expect from this Asteroid? We've seen, very consistent teams really keep their upper echelon super separated. Damwon being on that from their Miramar games that we did see yesterday. They still are pretty competent, maybe just not as comfortable on Miramar so far here yet in this tournament compared to their Erangel. But do you think that, even though, yes, they got a big disparity, do you think that some of these other teams, like, for example, especially Attack All Around, do you think they could take that away from them?
I feel like they can. I think disparity is a word that is more disparaging for teams in the bottom 8. But anybody on the top 8, to be honest, actually feels like they still have a legitimate chance at getting back into this. So even though, again, you mentioned all of that, right? They have shown propensity to be able to explode when they get the chance to do so. Some of them a little bit more consistent, some of them a little bit less, highs of highs, lows of lows, but definitely can still overtake Damwon Gaming here, especially when Damwon doesn't really get those chicken dinners anymore and don't really get the top 4 finish, maybe 5 to 8 at this point. So we'll have to see how that goes. But now we're preparing for our Miramar. We'll see how this unravels.
Well, we're about ready to go into our 8th map of this entire tournament. We're halfway through, I've realized, but we are now at the Predator League 2022, Day 2, match number 8, starting now.
Halfway there. Everybody's living on a prayer.
Yep. So, playing phase right now, actually pretty generous, cutting straight through from east to west. So pick your side, which way you want to go, north or south, from this point on forward. What I'm curious to see now, if we're still going to see a lot of the same drops from the teams, especially the ones who didn't have much success, as we talked about yesterday on Miramar. Look at V3 Fox here now, trying to divert on instead.
They're very near new generation esports, and we know we've seen this time and time again. If V3 Fox drop with NGE, that's not going to be a pretty picture to paint for the Japanese team. So I think they realize this, and they're just going to be giving away Impala here and going all the way down to Puerto Party. So not really a bad decision because, again, they look much better when they're a little bit more confident, when they do have those better drops or better looting, to say at the least. Damwon, looking at the left side. Okay, they're going to go to the road and then rotate onto El Pozo.
Yep.
But that's where it becomes a little bit risky because there are two teams that is also, I feel like, looking towards that general direction.
Whoa, but they got lucky with this phase. It goes completely in their way. Look at Rascal Jester now, though. They completely separate themselves away here from Archangel Predator, not wanting to get into that fight. CJ about to run up into them, but, like, still, they are kind of isolated, don't exactly have the best place to start looting, so I'm not too sure if fighting right now would be a great intent for them. They realize that Shurmasera hasn't been their playground so far here during this tournament and want to divert from taking an early fight once more against the Angels of Death. Winner teams, obviously, from that last game here at GNL, so they have some momentum coming into this, looking to want to continue that further on into Miramar, but it's a very different story playing here in the Desert Dunes.
Well, again, I was mentioning about the specific rotation style that a lot of teams did try to do here, which is a lot more farther away, outside to inside, rather than going straight for center point. GNL, as we can see, top teams, just a bit of a loot phase.
Yep.
You know what it was? I totally missed on the mark. I thought we were going to have 3 Aragos today, but it's actually 3 Miramars. And you know, we also mentioned how some teams thrive more on the Miramar. So I think you brushed up on this, just going back onto it.
Yeah.
That this is such a big boost for teams that don't really like the landscape of Erangel. But in the Sandy Dunes, they're a whole lot more confident. Again, it's a bigger map. You have better rotations with vehicles. And to be honest, even though if you don't have any compounds, ideally you would want in the next circle that you want to play. How do you say this? The verticality of some of the hills here still give you a really good idea of how to work through that.
Yeah. Miramar, I feel like by far gives you a lot more contrast in where the zones end on up in terms of at least, you know, the high ground, low ground accesses that both teams can play, or rather many of the teams here can play, and that's just, I think, an important factor to consider. These Desert Dunes, not the most welcoming to weary feet, especially when you have been, you know, a team like Rascal Jester that we saw struggle yesterday on it. But they're trying to diverting now, at least staying alive longer than we have seen from them previously, trying to spread up apart just to stay alive. Yes, they realize staying together is not enough to go around. They can't pass the salt, but it's attack all around. We're slowly creeping up on Rascal Jester, and once more, as we said, they don't exactly have the best loot spots compared to Picado, so they are going to be in for a rough time if they get into another fight here early.
The thing is, right, this is the same reason why Attack All Around got snuck up on, is they just didn't know that where they're rotating is there's another team. So how are they going to be approaching it this time, at least at this point? Genius. Okay, there's nobody near Genius, so they're just going to be fine. Now that we just have our Vietnamese team in our sights, I got to give it credit to Genius where credit is due, dude. This team just bounces back so quickly. This is the perfect example of a team that just translates so much better. XK, though, is he going to pop the shot? Because he's very much exposed. If they just look right behind, he will get spotted. This is not a good location for XK. Although, maybe it could be, because Sylvia's on the other edge of the town. Could find a nice little sandwich. He's giving away information, but the doors are open. So if Zess finds this, or anybody from GE actually spots any of these doors already used, they might know something's up. Although I don't think they spotted this in Utah. Oh, he's slowing down. This is a chance for Sylvia to explode.
They've disembarked here, so he has a real chance of getting into a 1v2 fight. Not going to favor him here. They should recognize that some of the doors are open as they've crossed, as they've come on in, as you said, right? So they're kind of hunting on around, but that building doesn't really have much doors to open in the first place, so they might not have even recognized this. They completely bypassed him, and fortunately enough here for Enterforce, they don't get into an unfavorable fight. They should hear Starlord and Emochi Daten moving up top on the hill as well. Simon has the high ground to try and give him some information, but it's blocked by the ridge. He doesn't exactly have clear sightlines in where they are. He only sees Starlord, but he doesn't see Emochi Daten.
Does have the Mini 14. ×4 as well. Oh, he has a straight sideline to actually start shooting. Oh, and of course, GE, Genius, incredible team in terms of firefights. Oh, what a shot from Yuta as he finds a multi to 10 with the DMR, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, Sylphia spots all of them, but I think he's just I think he's just a little bit afraid to actually commit to this fight, and that might not be the best chance here because he's already got one teammate down. But maybe just preserving his life is the better decision. Is he doesn't really have much jiggle room to work with, and I mean, down there when everybody else from GE is surrounding this general vicinity, yeah, Sylphia probably got the better decision to just stop. Yeah. Although, if he doesn't rotate quickly enough, look at the teams actually right beside him. It's the Thai team, Magic Esports, very near.
He could be trapped and in for a rough time. GNL, though, they're about to bump right on into Bulang. They're not in position to set up an ambush. They can spray on through, but they're giving themselves away. I'm not sure if that's the best idea. Now PSTR, they can go for a fight, but luckily GNL, they're on the move as well. Taekyun coming in here for the help. They've kind of separated and isolate Bulang, so they can't chase after him. They've dropped Crazy here, and now Baugin and Crazy both go down, so this is looking pretty dire already here for Shu Tae-rong. GNL catching him off guard.
Yeah, there's nothing else to kind of talk about here. Shu Tae-rong, just no chance that they're going to be able to fight Crazy Easy and Baugin so far from their teammates that it's going to take a miracle for Bulang as well as Mingse to even try to pick him up, and Mingse got bumped by his own teammate. Ow, my foot, got run over by the tire. And they couldn't even get away from that one.
Ow.
Seems like the Vin Diesel car not going to be able to rev fast enough. It wasn't a 9-second car.
Yeah,
it was a 9-minute car from how slow it was trying to escape from that fight.
Not fast. A bit too furious for them.
Yeah.
Runs over his
What's the opposite of fast and furious?
Slow and sloppy. No. Slow and passive.
Slow and sloppy.
I don't know. I was thinking of another S word to make it rhyme. But
you're right. I think that it is.
It's GNL who gets
sluggish.
Sluggish. There, that's a better word. Sluggish.
Slow and sluggish.
Yeah.
Sloppy. All right, moving forward. Oh, it's not Magic Esports. It's Magic Samaru, actually. I believe that I saw.
Oh.
Maybe it was Magic because we were looking at a different fight here. It's not Enter Force anymore. It's V Rivals or 4 Rivals that we are looking right across the Magic Samaru roster. And speaking of MCS, they've just gone. They're not really ice cold, but getting there. You know what I mean? Just slowly, just not really able to. Yeah, perform at this point.
Not really, super bottom of the barrel, but it's kind of a whimper. Every breath that they've said, every step that they've taken, I'm not sure if they don't even move back. They just move in neutral, right? Just staying in place, and that's not a great space to be in. Damon just, peppering here SGDV too. They don't have to commit, and they're really good at making sure they don't get pushed early and can just, secure at least placement points at the very minimum. Enterforce, though. K, he's been found on that. Sylphia finally lets some shots loose. Gets it down on the Zest, at least to try and equalize the odds a bit more. They're effectively in a 2v3 fight right now, unless the res comes on out. Zest, he could get rezzed. Sylphia being pressured by the nades here. I'm not too sure if this is the right idea. He should kind of press the issue. Yuta, where? Up from above, from the heavens? Okay.
Oh, the nade again from Sylphia. Okay, Zest, I gotta try to pick it up once again. Did Sylphia have another nade? Yeah, he did, but not gonna be able to hit Zest once more. Zest's knockdown life is gonna be incredibly short at this point. Sylphia coming in for a wraparound. Yuta's on the outside. Ooh, did he just read that perfectly?
I think so.
What a quick reaction from Yuta. And now Sylphia's going to have to respect. XK coming in to help out. Smokes for the cross. And there's one Genius player on the outside. I feel like XK has been exposed. Yeah, he knows that Simon T is right above him. So now he can't really help out Sylphia. So Sylphia's in a 3 versus 1. While Simon T is in a 1v1 against XK.
This is difficult. XK goes down as well. That's his only support here. Sylphia. And unless he can pull out some sort of tactic here to try and isolate them, this is not going to work on out. Enter Force going down early once more.
Man, that is... Ugh. Yeah, tale as old as weekend. Yeah, this weekend.
Time. Just say time.
Time for of this weekend.
Yeah. It's a short time frame, but
Yeah, because
nonetheless.
Ender4 still play pretty good in other tournaments, not just just not performing as they were kind of hoping for here, unfortunately.
Well, looking at the zone right now, at least how teams have kind of filtered on out to attack all around. They've got that southeastern side of the zone in their control, but just directly to their west, Archangel, Predator as well are waiting. I think they're taking another fight, so you have to be careful. Magic here, holding this ridgeline, keeping attack all around from just rushing up to them. Hot shots out. Squells, yeah. Oh, he's not getting hit. This is going to allow him to close that gap insurmountably. And that will, I think, kind of force Magic Esports to make a difficult choice here. Do they push back or not? Actually, no. Squells, yeah. Smartly enough. I thought he was just going to rush it, but no. This is the better idea. 2-2 split this. See where your positional pressure will kind of disengage, or rather force Magic here to making a decision. And if it does make them disengage, then they're just taking control for free. And that it does.
This is a much slower game than I was expecting. Yes, we're down to like two teams already, but it's a lot more controlled. I think at this time, no more. We don't see anybody else just riding the wave, right? As they rotate in, it's more of again teams just making sure that they can go for these compounds straight up. Because you can see here right now in our minimap, right? Look at how fairly spread out this is. This isn't like if you have like a piece of bread and you spread butter. There's like one side that just has more butter. This is just evenly lathered.
Yeah, sure.
It's just for a point of reference.
Okay. You like spreading your butter, Asarai.
Evenly on the bread.
Evenly on the bread, yes.
Yeah. You
The
can see
jam
that
as
with
well.
the team.
Don't forget the jam. You got to make sure that...
And the maple syrup.
Oh, yes. Everything important.
Yeah.
What is important here is Pete doing some damage towards VR4 rivals. Getting a bit of that health. Wow, he's doing real good damage towards 2 players already right now, forcing them to use one of their health kits at least. The first aid being pulled on out. For rivals, they can still, I think, continue to fight here, even if they're taking some damage. I don't think this is any reason to panic just yet. They have good control of a center point. They have road control as well, and they're still within the zone here, especially towards the south of El Pozo. So while they might be in a sort of skirmish between 2 teams on either fronts, I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem just yet. But SGDV2, they're going to be on the move, and I'm not too sure if they want to even try and bomb rush where VR are holding.
I want to say as well. All right, hold on. Yeah, that's a quick contact for Genius here. There's really not much that's going to happen. No, Buggy still has its tires. I was going to say, V3 Fox were doing about the same thing that Damwon has been doing, where they have this 3-1 split. One person gets all that info while the 3 start rotating in elsewhere. As you can see here with Mental going in on the other direction. Honestly, I really like that Mental's going to play solo because Mental can just convert so well by himself. It's actually crazy. V3 Fox on the other hand, well, they made a huge mistake and got bumped so hard. As you saw, they were like, okay, this could be a safe spot. And then immediately as they try to come up, Genius was already there to intercept, as we saw. So that's not going to work for them. Looking at the minimap at the bottom of your screens, guys, look at how Mental is already just, again, looking for contact first before anything else. You know, I believe he was the lone player of V3 Fox before he's joining his team. He's now being chased by Kahlua. Look at how he's just zipping in. I think he really wants to go aggress at this fight. Very aggressive, of course, is the Indian region. And Kahlua, is he going to try to run over Yuno? Or maybe go fast enough that he goes over the fences, goes on the other side, but Yuno realizes this and decides to go for Mansion first just to be a little bit safer.
He pulls back. He's like,
oh, wait.
Let's get this. Never mind. Let me go back to my teammates. They're kind of in a skirmish right now. Yeah, V3 Fox, too heavy. It's not like, Havoc have a great track record of winning these type of isolated fights anyway, so they know that they have to play as a team, play for their placements. That's the best way that they can do. Evil Patrick gets it down and confirms a kill here on a Beast Marco. Best Marco. I'm very curious. His name's Best Marco, confirming that he is the greatest Marco, apparently. Hammer gets it down and the kill as well on the Young B. And NGE, they're down to 3 players as well. Most teams here are still fully stocked. no real big fights happening just yet around the map. Everybody's just trying to see where this zone will shift in about 30 seconds. Yeah, a minute.
Okay. Daiwan Song. And the rest of Marco just kind of trapped, but they do have some vehicles for that rotation. Again, as I mentioned, because we do have a nice circle for a lot of these teams, even though a lot of them were forced to vacate or rotate because of the Western nature of it, it's still not too bad. Okay, let's see how this goes. Ooh, attack all around. That is beautiful. I feel like they're the only teams. What phase are we on? Like phase 4?
Yeah.
Probably like phase 5, phase 6 are the only ones who's still going to have 4 walls right around them. So they have the best location as of now.
Yeah, they have a really good spot. Look at Damon, they're trapped between GNL and SGDV2. But I don't think GNL want too much of this pie. They're not going to try and take a piece. I think they're just going to try and gain early control within that. And that allows Damon to focus their intentions and the fight here towards SGD. Under playing from the underground as well. Finds KMF, bringing it up close. 28 TD, taking down Parman from Rastal Jester. How as well, securing that one on after. So SGD V2 in a difficult spot right now. They do still have 3 players, but Damon's got 4. They can find another here. Foxy's not connecting. He's running out of ammo. How is this not hitting him?
Recoil, I'm assuming. Bullets just going way high. In any case, Under and Foxy do quick work of the 2 players of SGD V2, leaving Aweki and Mr. Flank out in the open to dry out as there's another team that's popping shots in their general direction. Look at this! Attack all around! They've been challenged by Rascal Jester, and the Jester is seemingly laughing in their faces, possibly even winning. They're gonna have to revive Gems here because 2 players holding this, not really ideal. 3 would be at least the best at this point that they can get, especially as you mentioned, there's still plenty of teams that is full 4s. Rascal Jester's willingness to go for that engagement has worked out. Gems has not been picked up. That leaves Jayers and Yankov, or yeah, Yanku. They try to deal with this by themselves. Rascal Jester, they came out of nowhere and are challenging the top dogs, that is AAA.
Well, luckily for Rascal here, they're able to pop smokes out the back in exfil. Now they can press the issue. Now they can push here towards where attack all around are. It's only a 2v3 though. Actually, no, a 2v2, so the odds are equal. Janku, he knows they're coming here. Oh, he has the information. They don't expect it. They still get damage on, but look at that. 1 HP left on Janku. He lands the head exactly as he needed to. Jair gives himself away from up top. Kimgani knows he has to drop 1 before he can go for the res.
Is that a nade? Did he just throw out a nade? Oh, is it gonna reach? No, it's flashes. They're looking to push Kimgani by himself here. It's been exposed. He's still blind. He can't do anything, and Kimgani is gone. Oh no, Janku finishes it off. Rascal Jester is done for, although here comes the rest of another squad. That's going to be Marco Gaming. This is trouble in paradise for attack all around. Yeah. Can they reciprocate, or rather at least get their wits about them first before the next push, the next onslaught, the next wave comes in?
Wow, MCS has been taken down already here from Genius as well, taking down V3 Fox right on after. They only have a single player on left with Marco Gaming, not even leaving any time to breathe here for their squad. It's VR, another attack all around. After they take the fight, they're already having to deal with Marco Gaming here right now. GNL taking down 2 players here from Damwon's side. A single player left for Damwon, and Damwon, they've been eliminated here. They've taken out the Kings. Just leaves GNL in proper prime position to take their spot. Mad Dog finds a pick here on the Apex. They get the down, and that leaves only a single player standing as well for VR4 Rivals.
VR4 Rivals. Okay. Yeah, going back to GNL, look at how many kills they've gotten. 12 already. So before they beat up Damwon, they had about 8 kills, 9 kills at that point. It's absolutely phenomenal here for GNL. Archangel not going to be falling behind as they fight up against 4 rivals here. 1 more player to remain. The nades is just really silencing the positions, and that's about it. Yeah, 4 rivals is already done. Loving the use of the mollies there, but back onto the game. It's the brain game between 1 versus 3. Oh, never mind. So QQ and Dayo and Zong
perfect nades to break down Yanku as well as Jayers.
Yep.
Jayers, and that's going to be it for attack all around. So all the top dogs starting to lose their mark. Not bottom in this game, but not top either.
Genius, the only team here who has a really high standing, still left in the fight. GNL as well, still in this. So Archangel Predator, they're looking relatively healthy. We haven't seen them in too many skirmishes or fights. Big ones, especially in this game so far. Simon getting it down and confirming it here. So QQ. So Marco Gaming, kind of a second chiming on into this fight. GNL taking some damage here versus Magic. They're getting bombarded by nades. Hammer getting hit here. Now he's looking like the nail instead. Taekyon, he's going to have to provide Overwatch from up top. But look at these nades just sinking Hammer into the ground. Killua has been taken down as well. They're really relying on Taekyon to be able to find at least a pick here against Magic Esports, but he's not given the opportunities up on the high ground.
Well, they're not really giving them any chance to breathe whatsoever. They're trying to scale the mountain, but the Mountain King is saying no. Asmadoom, Taekyon. Oh, the nades though from Magic. Great support utility coming in from Earth's Palui. But of course, on the other side is also Archangel Predator coming in to go for the kill. You can hear the tickling of Archangel here as they find GNL. The Korean team is down. They've taken down Damwon. They've also taken down GNL. This is perfect for Archangel to start striking hard, and they're not done. They know that one team is actually right beside them. Ray, as well as Ursapalui, they know they have to go for the contact, but Archangel not giving them any chance to breathe. CJ finds one. There's the follow-up. Another cleanup. And look at how they just break the hearts down to the final four. How many do we have? Pretty healthy about everybody except for Havoc, but Havoc is still alive. Veds, though, does hit one, getting the flank onto Yuta. And there's Simon. Veds out to the open, tries to switch up.
Nope.
But no, I think he should have just left himself with that rifle. The switch up was
low ammo. Again,
Yeah.
like he still had some. Maybe if he landed all his shots to down him, but
fair enough.
just split-second decision costs him there. Now Archangel Predator, the only team here with 4 players alive. As to why this is looking like a game that they could finally secure their first chicken dinner. Mad Dog takes some damage. He has to go on back to try and get himself back up to speed. Evil Patrick trying to retaliate, keeping here Genius pinned. They have the low ground instead, but it's Archangel who have to try and close that gap. Luckily, every single one of them here, they've got vehicles. They leave Mad Dog for that Overwatch to be the later push. You're going to try it now and just encircle Genius Esports side. They want to divert this push from Marco. They don't have to deal with that just yet, but they have a small ridgeline here to use as cover. They're taking this firefight directly against GE instead.
Well, I do say sometimes I don't like the vehicles as cover, but you know, at this point, it looks like it's good because there's also this nice little ridge line that they have. We will call this the Great Wall of Archangel. If it works, it works. And it does give them a good firefight to kind of utilize with. That zone is closing in. The problem now is that because they've made such a loud conundrum or a loud commotion, excuse me, as they rotated there. Look at how many eyes is actually looking towards Archangel. Both Genius and Marco Gaming are locked in. Thankfully for Archangel, they're 4 players, so they can at least deal with the savageness of this. And because they knocked out, I think, 2 teams very recently, they should have been able to loot so much of that into a really good spot. Daewon Sung, though, hit some shots. He's trying to look for a vantage point. He's popping and hoping that the drop of the bullets will be able to hit, but not going to happen, at least for now.
What makes me wonder here, though, and kind of scratching my head, why did Archangel use... I mean, it's a good ridge. It's an okay ridge, yes, but relative to where the others are, that leaves him out in the open between the crossfire of both Genius here and Marco Gaming. I think if they pressed the issue and just ran up into where Genius were, it would have been a better idea. Obviously, Marco Gaming, they're in the compound, so that's going to be hard to do, but if they just simply overwhelmed and used their firepower and man count advantage here versus the GE squad, things could have been better. But now they've sacrificed their vehicles for kind of like this more neutral ground when I think they should have pressed the issue here. They had an opportunity, a window to try and take them out immediately here, Genius, but they keep on sustaining in the fight instead. Luckily, they're able to get the res on one of their players, and I think they're just banking on outlasting here the opposition with the amount of, I guess, players they have on cap, but they've sacrificed a lot in this fight. They've sacrificed their vehicle usage.
And they've sacrificed their armor. I think more importantly, look at how many players of Archangel have battered anything. I mean, yeah, they got level 2s and level 3s, but they're very much almost nearing cracked. And I think the idea here is to use the smokes to actually go in transition to push forward onto Genius. But I think the reason also why they did this for Archangel, because I think they were also expecting or maybe hoping, you know, it's a gamble, that the smoke or the circle actually goes in their side. Oh! Crazy Bobby, everybody's just peppering bullets towards Archangel right now. They're frantically just trying to rotate. Is there even any bit of proper cover for them to utilize? On the left, it's going to be Marco. On the right, it's GE. The nades come in, and these vehicles, supposedly their salvation has turned into their demise. Simon is so near. None is right in front of him. None doesn't even know, and that is going to be Archangel down. Genius picks up 15 kills as they eliminate the third squad.
Man, an opportunity here squandered by Archangel. Could have certainly at least secured a second round finish, but GE, they were so much better. What a shot from Glories to land Crazy Bobby insane in the brain, and this gives GE the upper hand. Marco Gaming being taken down, but the response from Duanzong is absolutely huge. They've equalized the odds here as arrived. It's down to a 2v2, and now they have a ledge to play off of.
Okay, hold on. 2 versus 2. Duanzong, he has a lot of utility. Utilize here. Nades, smokes, Molotovs, able to utilize. But it seems like Simon barely actually brings back Glories and Duanzong. Okay, this nade is going to be important. If he gets both of them, this is going to leave Zest dry.
Nope.
Doesn't connect even. The second one, Glories is low.
Closer.
Glories is low. No, it's a bit too shallow. And now he has no more nades. Just have the smoke. But the thing is, the tables have turned. No, hold on. Crazy Bobby's been picked up. He's been knocked out as well.
They're lining up!
Lining up, but not enough bullets to actually transition into anything. One player remaining. Glory's going to be picking up Simon T at this point. But this is where MCG will be breaking down to lose. So QQ is by himself. Can't even pick up Crazy Bobby at this point.
Yeah.
And now this is Genius's game to lose, to be honest.
Well, all is not lost just yet. He still has the SLR, which can be a pain to try and challenge at range. If they try and cross and SoQQ can get a quick down, then he still has a chance in the 1v2, but he's going to need a down right here, right now, before they close in on him. He's going to need to find some way to isolate these fights, but knowing Genius, they're not going to let that pass. They are so close to finding another chicken dinner in this game, to finding their second. Now, this is all down to SoQQ. Can he pull out the stops here? Can he clutch this one out? Oh, he exposes himself. The flash kind of blinds Glories by himself here, and that is it. There's Genius securing their second chicken dinner of the tournament.
So that proves the point that Miramar is definitely the holy grail, the holy land of Genius here. Every time that we start playing in Miramar, this team just collects black and blue. Even a clap there from Genius, as they know that they look so serious. Like, we know that we're gonna win this.
Yeah.
You remember yesterday when we had the interview, they were saying that they weren't happy with their performance.
Yep.
They weren't happy with their Erangel, but they never really talked about what happened in Miramar, because I think they were looking so confident. And now you see something of similar make happen as they pick up their first Miramar game. Again, as you mentioned, the two-peat of the winner chicken dinner.
They're the second team so far to have won 2 chicken dinners, to have won 2 games in this tournament. The other one being down 1, but Genius really playing that well. The fact that they were able to shut down that 4 push, that quad push here coming from Archangel, was already a testament to just their great skill, but even more so moving on forward, they take down as well Marco Gaming, and they're really showing that there is levels to this, and they've shown that they are at a completely different stratosphere right now, especially when it comes to playing Miramar. There's just such a big contrast in how they perform here in Miramar compared to their Erangel games.
Well, if that is going to be the story of the evening, that means that we could be looking at Genius getting high rankings through the rest of the night, because we still have
Well, the remaining maps is going to be Miramar and another Miramar.
Yeah, last 2 maps, Miramar left. So if you're a Genius fan right now, things are looking on the uptick.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about what else happened with the other teams that we saw. Damwon Gaming starting to slow down a little bit. I think their strategy of playing it as they try to read situations hasn't really been paying off at this point. I don't know if there needs to be a little bit more adjustment. Thankfully enough, we do have time to take a bit of a breather so that they can recuperate themselves. Same could be said with GNL. Another team that really looked incredible at this point, at this stage, is the struggling, or the not struggling, but not really up there, Archangel Predator.
Yeah.
As you saw, so much was what they did was just, again, able to take down, what was it? I think that was Magic and GNL. So really a good time right now to be also an Archangel fan.
Yeah, they were really good at making sure that they didn't let some of the fights like SGDB2 just go unanswered, right? They saw them fighting other teams, they chime on in, secure actually a decent amount of points in terms of frags in that game, but also know when to play it consecutively. So really nicely done from them. I just still do have to harpen on back to what I thought was a wasted opportunity. A window squandered, closed by their own hand. It's a difficult call to make, of course. In that situation, it's a 50-50, and hindsight will always prove the latter right. But it is just, I think, these type of moments where you have to make a judgment call. And Archangel, many times on over, we've seen them be like one or two judgment calls away from potentially being a chicken winner on getting their dinner.
And with all of this, yeah, again, we're still not yet done. Great stuff. You can see a lot of the players just discussing about what they could do better. What was the issue that we saw there? Speaking of issues, again, we just can't find a break for players such as Havoc, such as 4Rivals. I mean, yeah, again, Havoc, they have their propensity, they have this knack for always being able to, or sometimes being able to somehow manage to get top 6, top 4. But the problem after that is there is no real transition point from there. Again, when the going gets tough, Havoc just can't find any bit of success.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right? When the going gets tough, you have to get rougher, but it just seems like they don't have, I guess, simply put, the firepower to just shoot themselves out of these situations. And they have good positions that they could play, just the gunfights never really go their way. And this is kind of similar to Enter Force, but one would argue Enter Force find themselves in even worse positions time and time on over great ones. And like what we saw there a while ago, they were so split apart. Other teams come barreling down their way, and there's just simply no real, I guess, defense that they have to be able to put up with all of that. So when there are very aggressive teams that simply just rush, teams like Enter Force or teams here like Havoc, they do get overwhelmed, and that's going to need to be something you're going to have to try and divert. But we're going to take a look at the match rankings here, at the standings, and how things have gone throughout that game here in match number 8.
Wow!
We're halfway through today, Astra, and my goodness, Genius, they could overtake Damwon right here, right now at the end.
I think we haven't seen Damwon get this high of a point margin, right? It's always Genius that gets 20-22, at this point 29 overall. Absolutely phenomenal performance here from Genius. So with all of that being said, you're absolutely right. I think they can actually overtake Damwon at this point, and they're coming back, second win in Miramar. So guys, stay tuned. We still have 2 more Miramar maps for you guys to enjoy. Again, we'll be coming back after this break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Damon's got 4. They can't find another here. Foxy's not connecting. He's running out of ammo. How is this not hitting him? He knows they're coming here. Oh, he has the information. They don't expect it. They still get damage on, but look at that. 1 HP left on Janku.
Oh, is it gonna reach? No, it's flashes. They're looking to push Kimgani by himself here. It's been exposed. He's still blind. He can't do anything, and Kimgani is gone.
Another attack all around. After they take the fight, they're already having to deal with Marco Gaming here right now. GNL taking down 2 players here from Damon's side. A single player left for Damon, and Damon, they've been eliminated here. They've taken out the king. Now he's looking like the nail instead. Takyun, he's gonna have to provide overwatch from up top. But look at these nades just sinking Hammer into the ground.
But the Mountain King is saying no. Asmadoom, Takyun. Oh, the nades though from Magic. Great support utility coming in from Earth's Palui. But of course, on the other side is also Archangel Predator coming in to go for the kill. You can hear he's actually right beside them. Air Ray as well as Ursapalui. They know they have to go for the contact, but Archangel not giving them any chance to breathe. CJ finds one. There's the follow-up. Another cleanup. Is there even any bit of proper cover for them to utilize? On the left, it's going to be Marco. On the right is GE. The nades come in, and these vehicles, supposedly their salvation has turned into their demise. Simon is so near. None is right in front of him. None doesn't even know.
Certainly at least secure the second round finish, but GE, they were so much better. What a shot from Glories! The land crazy Bobby, insane in the brain. And this gives GE the upper hand. Marco Gaming being taken down, but the response from Duanzong is absolutely huge.
He's been knocked out as well.
They're lining up,
but not enough bullets to actually transition into anything. 1 player remaining. Clory's going to be picking up Simon T at this point.
Can he pull out the stop here? Can he club this one out? Oh, he exposes himself. The flash kind of blinds Clory's by himself here, and that is it. There's Genius securing the second chicken dinner of the tournament. Welcome back to day number 2 once more. We're going into Game 8 of the Asia Pacific Predator League here, 2022. Asarai, how you doing?
I made a mistake. I thought I was going to do the intro. I was like,
Don't worry. When we started the game, when we started today, I thought I was going to do it. But then
Totally fine. We're absolutely right. It has been looking to be such a topsy-turvy day as we keep the games rolling. I think the top 8 right now in our tournament have really proven that it is going to be a tug-of-war, a battle of who can overtake who. Because right now, our power levels are definitely kind of scrambled here. I think we'll see it later on as we're waiting for the match rankings to show up. But gotta say, man, the performance from Genius, the Vietnam Titans, the Vietnam powerhouse, was really felt when we came in on that first Miramar map.
And we definitely did see kind of like, them just be more, I guess, confident, but also just obviously successful, but I guess less complacent than we did see on Erangel, right? There definitely seems to be a bit more comfortability there. That's the word I'm looking for. When you come on a map like Miramar compared to Erangel, for a team like them, Genius, we also typically were seeing that from a team like Attack All Around. It did not manifest, unfortunately for them, too favorably on Miramar this time around, but we're going to take a look at the overall standings. And from my math, as we go into the overall standings, it should be Genius on top, and that it is. 7 points to be exact now, that they have come back against Damwon. And Damwon, mind you, they were up like almost, I think exactly like 17 to 18 points above Genius before game number 8.
Yeah, and that's a huge lead, right? That's almost 20 points of just being above everybody, and now they overtake Damwon Gaming. Genius is now at a very viable point at breaking into triple digits. The first team in this tournament to be able to do that. Everyone else is still struggling to keep their lead up high. Again, I believe $250,000 on the line in our prize pool here. And number 1 always gets the biggest cut of the lion's share. So Genius looking to be the team that could make that happen. But of course, make it sound like Damwon might not have the chance to come back. That is absolutely not true. They're only 7 points behind. They are always looking for a chance to get in on things. They just lost a little bit of momentum, but they're still in a position where they can always take first as well.
The thing is here, Asarai, Damwon, they haven't even been performing necessarily bad throughout their Miramar games. If anything, they're still performing really good. They ended up 4th on 2 of the Miramar games that we've seen of them play, and then obviously a while ago just a bit more wayward, but still, playing good is not as great as playing absolutely astonishingly great, like Genius have been, right? They've been just so on point. You can really see that whatever faults they may have on Erangel, those are at least recuperated in terms of points when it comes over to the second half of the map. So it comes over to those desert dunes of Miramar, and it just comes down to maybe Damwon having a well-rounded game, yes, but their Miramar hasn't just been as fiery as we've normally come to expect from this type of caliber of a team.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, right, Genius is, like, whenever they can pop off, they pop off. Even better than Damwon. When Damwon pops off, it's good, gives him a good lead, but not, as you mentioned, great of a lead here. Another thing that really surprised me in this particular Miramar map was Archangel Predator, who really ripped one apart. GNL in another team. GNL was, I was already looking at maybe, since Damwon was already knocked out, GNL was looking to maybe follow up on the other one because they did get that chicken dinner as well, their first one of the day. So maybe they can ride the wave and start kind of creating more leads if they could. Unfortunately, it didn't happen for them. They got stuck, rock in a hard place. And again, Archangel Predator is so sneaky with how they get these advantages, man. 17 points, not the worst, and a really good pick-me-up. And now, look at how far they come. They're always still somewhere at the top 4. Just one big shot, and they could even overtake Damwon as well.
I mean, you look at Archangel, and yeah, they're just so consistent, riding that 4th place. They're tied with Attack All Around, and these two teams, when they end up, bumping into each other, you're never really sure who's about to win, no matter the odds, no matter who has technically maybe the higher ground. They still both kind of go neck and neck, and you almost kind of feel like these two teams want to avoid each other when they recognize, oh, that's attack all around, oh, that's Archangel. Let's kind of see you later on in the phase.
Yeah. I get you. I wonder what the adjustment is now. Now that we know that, again, these teams are more confident, I guess, a lot more sure about what they want to do. Because you saw in that previous map, everybody's just going to where they want to oppose the fight, right? And always contest. Some teams might struggle a little bit with that, but most of them are able to transition. And this now pressures the top teams. Again, Genius, Damwon, attack all around. Where can they really go? That will be the formula to success, because now Damwon's strategy of late rotation, always dropping in El Pozo, or that position that they drop on, isn't looking as marvelous as it is right now. Will they still go for that strategy or try to mix things up?
Yeah, because we have seen some teams, especially take some notes from, what might not have been working from them yesterday. It's like Rascal Jester. You see them kind of flex away now from trying to drop directly towards Trumacera and have a bit of a better result, at least in that game, compared to what we saw from them in the past. Right, they end up 13th, which isn't a far cry from 16, but it's still better at the very least, and that will help their case on out, at least coming here into game number 9. So there really is a lot in store for these teams to try and close things out on Miramar, especially teams who have shown prowess like Attack All Around and Genius when it comes to this map.
Well, let's go. It's going to be second to the last game of the day. Predator League 2022 Day 2, Match 9. Hit goes underway.
Plane phase once more, a cruise across the Miramar Plains. They're going down from the southwest up all the way to basically north, not super northeast, so a bit more westward is this trajectory, which does give them, I guess, especially teams that like to stay here towards the west, like what we have seen from Damwon, like what we have seen from Archangel, a bit more preference. Look at the Marco Gaming here. They're just directly going all the way down straight. As soon as they can drop from the plane, they take it.
Where is Damwon? Oh, they do decide otherwise. I don't think it's because of this game in particular, but because of the line of where the train is, or the plane is dropping. And it's gonna El Pozo is gonna get swarmed here by 4 rivals, so Damwon, they're gonna have to adjust. Although I feel like because of their positioning isn't really immediately northern side, they have the capability to actually go for La Cabrera and Oasis if they need to do so.
And we've seen a tendency for them to do exactly that, right? They drop in between, they kind of 2-2 split as you guys take Oasis, you guys take Cabrera. But no teams have necessarily been punishing that, right? Going for whoever is split on the 2. Enter Force kind of taking this midway point, and what a curious circle we've got to get this game 9 going. Very far northwest, rather east. Cruz de Valle.
Huh.
Oh, it's de Valle, but I just want to say it fancily.
Yeah, Tierra Bronca, El Azahar, excuse me, and Campo Militar. Anyways, not saying all these fancy schmancy drop points on Miramar. Ooh, look at Genius. 2,667. Yep. They're the only team that can really rack up such a huge body count and damage overall. But moving past that, right, I think another thing that I wanted to point out was Havoc was just right beside NGE. So is Havoc going to have a good day once again? We'll have to see. We are almost halfway done to the day. 2 more Miramar maps to go. Genius Esports, they're on a hot streak. They've won the 1 game, but before that they were also very, very consistent. We just middle of the pack again. We'd like to remind you guys that there's a huge bump from number 1 to number 2. 10 points to 6, such a 4-point differential, and each and every point that you can take is the one that you might or you should.
Take what you can, what you will.
1 for me.
Don't even go that route.
Oh yeah, we won't.
Wrong game. Moving on forward. We got PSTR here, especially Crazy Easy. He's really close to where Hammer from GNL is, so he has to be careful in that regard. I know his name's Crazy Easy, but this might be crazy hard if the rest of GNL start to pounce. They're both isolated from their team, so they practically have a fair man's duel here in the 1v1. He's waiting. I think he can hear the movement up top, so just holding on with the shoddy in the corner.
Should be, though. He should be able to know about this, but Hammer is also on that shotgun. You know, it's actually Rascal Jester that ruined Arcane. Man, this is all these A's. Attack all around time last map as well.
Yep.
So this could be something that would hurt Attack all around here, but maybe they've realized, they've equalized, and Wesker, that nade throw very, very late, as you can see. Now the rest of Rascal Jester coming in for the rotation, but they might have, again, found this as lost cause. Just cut their losses and start to vacate the areas. Attack all around have definitely claimed this territory, but Vuelo and Parman, it looks like they really want to commit into this.
But the flank from Jers, they have no real idea. This is going to be difficult because Jers, he's going to come from behind them, and this is practically a free kill if they don't turn around, they don't try and fight him. Rascal Jester, they keep on peeking with their hands on their nades instead of their weapons, and that drops them. That's the second player from Rascal Jester to go down unprepared, to go down without even really putting up much of a fight. Parman doesn't even win that up close, and Rascal Jester at the cusp of being eliminated 16th once again here on Miramar for what, the 4th time this tournament? 5th, really.
Well, this is where you get into a bittersweet spot, I think I like to call it, because you can get deep into the position because now your last player is just going to play hold on for dear life. But this means that you can't really get too many kills, maybe 1 or 2 at most. But of course, there's all the looming threat that Rascal Jester's last player is just going to be picked off very early. And of course, this is not an ideal, worst case scenario for Rascal, but I think it can still make something happen. It's not over until it's truly over. As long as one player is still knocking, you still will be able to do some dropping. Minx goes for that high ground, pops some shots onto 2Tap, but 2Tap finally equalizes. He is very low. Gonna have to play inside the corner, but now he's being surrounded. The push out from Bulang. And Shute Wrong finally getting a couple of more kills, and not the last team this time to get knocked, or the first team to get knocked out. This is not Shute Wrong's moment to, what's a reverse shine? To fall, I guess I just call it fall.
To be more matte, to be more dull.
Dull. There you go. Matte.
Matte.
Oh man, it's too literal.
I guess gloss, right, would be the more appropriate
gloss
antonym.
is kind of shine too.
Antonym to that. No, I mean like shine.
Gloss.
Gloss, yeah, exactly. Like,
all right.
No, matte would be more appropriate if it was supposed to be the antonym to gloss. You get what I'm saying?
Gotcha. I'm taking what you're dropping. All right.
Yeah. Dropping the bass. Hopefully soon. Blasting the beats. Nothing really happening too much so far. We do see some, I guess, intents here for Dalmont, who once again, they love dropping north no matter what map we're playing and really push down south. They know because that southern push typically is a more downhill terrain compared to trying to push up north if it ever does come to it. GNL spraying on through here. Taegyun, he's done some great damage here towards 20 ATD.
Great shot.
And that's 20 ATD, not even recognizing he was there in the first place. So takes him on down, falls back, does enough damage for him to bleed out very, very soon. And that's a kill as well, taken here by Taegyun.
I wonder if they realized that Shute Wrong was right beside them. He didn't really have to chase for the kill, as you saw, and as you mentioned, he was just backing away quickly enough. And Chang Semaru now indeed has figured out that this is just too hot of a situation, so they immediately escape. But Taegyun and Roy, as they go into the other location here, it's Enter Force that is going to be intercepting them. One more player to remain. Roy, the humanity just gets botched. Now,
no mercy.
One more player. It's Taegyun. He's all the way around. I wonder if he's going to play cheeky or sneaky here and flank Enter Force, or he's just going to play the slow game. There's a lot of teams dropped to already 1. That's 2, and that's actually pretty a lot, thinking about how just very early we've been playing into this, just 8 minutes in.
Let's make it 3 at some point, especially if MCS or PSTR face a bad fight soon. Realizes Havoc is close to here, so dismounts, not to give away too much of his position, but I'm not too sure if Havoc are aware. As they continued on, it might have been the case that they're not exactly, so he realizes, okay, no real reason to be too alerted here. Continue on my path and continue moving here now. No real reason to be aware of, what they're doing so far. So they continue moving down south. V3 Fox, they initially wanted to go directly up north, but they're going to bump into Havoc if they did that, if they went through Impala, and also Archangel right on after. So I think this is a really smart move. They can go and rotate around instead of going through Impala, go towards the west of it, maybe around towards where Generales is, and that should be enough, I think, for them to have a decent position. They might have to contest, Genius for it, but I think it's going to be a much more winnable position than going directly through Havoc and then Archangel right on after. But if you're Havoc right now, moving up north into Archangel's path, this is not going to be too great. So if they can divert themselves westward as well, then they have, I think, a better chance, because they have not proven to be able to take these fights, especially against such a gunfight-heavy team like Archangel have.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to crash into Archangel here from the looks of things. I mean, look at how separate they are. This is not good.
Yeah.
Hades and teammate are going around. They're going to be hitting V3 Fox, and then the other two is just barely going to miss Archangel. Okay, I guess a bit of fresh air here for Havoc. I think they realized that as well. And because they realized it at this point of the transition, they actually bypass some of the teams that are much more far forward for them. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to cost them some brownie points in getting good positioning, because they're at this awkward ledge, as you can see on the map. So they're going to be put on a spot where they're going to have to push forward all the way to Al-Zahar, and at that point, maybe Archangel's going to hit them as well. They can't really go to Junkyard, because if they do, I feel like it's not going to be the best position for them, but we'll have to see how this goes. Yeah.
Look at Magic. They are trapped in so many different problematic situations. They are literally in between 4 or 5 different teams right now, coming in on their position. They all want to take it away from them. This is going to be difficult. Luckily here, a team like Attack All Around, who would have been a big problem, is fighting another big team in Genius. So they're going to keep themselves occupied for the meantime. But if you're Magic right now, this is a very, very scary position to be in. VR Universal, they're coming in from the west. They have MCS in Makan Semaru as well to deal with from the east, where they're currently in a skirmish with, as well as a bit further up north in Predator Shu Taerong. So really 3 fights on 3 different directions. They're lucky they're not getting hit from the south here, because Attack All Around are preoccupied.
Oh, that's a breath of fresh air, at least for these guys. Enter Force. I was about to say Enter Lord 36 for some reason. But you know what? Star-Lord has been, I think, the star player of the show. I mean, make or break from time to time. I'll watch that man as well.
It's his ship.
Yeah. It's his ship. It's his Guardians.
Yep.
Not of the Galaxy, but of the
Miramar.
Of the Miramar. Of the Battle Royales, of the PUBG.
Miramar, apparently, it's supposed to kind of be set in Mexico.
Did you say Mexico?
Yeah.
That's how they pronounce it, right? Mexico?
Yeah, Mexico.
Yeah.
That's how they'd say it. Well, I mean, you can say Mexico, but it doesn't. Obviously, it's fictional, but that's...
Are you saying Mexico's fictional?
I'm just talking about Miramar, bro.
Oh my
Words
gosh.
in me mouth.
We're gonna get clipped.
If you continue this, SRI. We've been clipped way too many times for the wrong reasons in many a broadcast. True. For the moment, though, well, SGDV2, they want to take early control, but they're running right into Enter Force. Enter Force, though, they've done some damage, but they're taking more in return. They taught to be dishing it out, but they're the ones in a rock in a hard place. IMP showing Star-Lord the way on out. He's going to ascend to the heavens. Attack All Around, taking the fight as well versus GE, as we said a while ago, but SGDV2, they have suddenly started to come back. They've dropped 2 now. Make that 3. Enter Force. Single player left remaining on here. This is not looking good for them, as SGD have rolled up into their neighborhood and taken their home away.
Yeah, I mean, they've already done so. Sylphia is the last person standing, but...
Again.
Yeah. Last bastion of hope for somebody to just try to survive. Again, we are netting we're 3 teams already with just 1 player remaining. This is not looking too hot.
Lots of solo singles out there. Enter Force being one of them.
Okay. Shute wrong. What is it that a reaction of both of us saying, okay. Okay, all right, SGDV2. Again, there's just this like lull that they have in a map or 2, maybe even 3, and then they start just doing things like this. But it's still too early to say how far they can really go because we're still down to, or we're still up to the 16 teams.
Oh, look at Nan.
Nan. This is not a hurtful blue zone, so he's not really gonna be able to threat opponents that, oh guys, I'm here. He's throwing out the flashes, but he's way out into the open. Is he even near any of the other AAP players? Well, Evil Patrick and teammate are there, but they're still too far. Nan's already gone.
They just got there.
No.
As they transitioning in, so...
Oh, no. They're not finishing off, though.
They could get the res, but Crazy Bobby, he's taking the high ground as well with Best Marco here, so they've suddenly just cut off any possible window, any avenue here. The shot from Best Marco as well, peppering here Archangel. It's making it so much more difficult. They are kind of forced them to play without that zone being in their side, but as you said, you know, the phase being early here, only in the phase 3, not a big problem for Best Marco, especially knowing that they have a bit more of manpower in their favor. Mad Dog, luckily for him, able to keep them at bay, DMR in hand, but they got a lucky break with that one, I have to say, with Marco backing off.
Marco, I think, realized also the situation that is Archangel. So if they play their cards wrongly here, this is a fight that they might not be able to survive because Marco Gaming, I think, hasn't really exploded for the most part here. They don't really want to get knocked out this early. It's still 16 teams, as I mentioned, right? So those single players holding on, they're also threatening other teams to get knocked out here. And Rascal Jester seems like they got booped. Great nade from Genius. And Kingani is all but vanished at this server. And that's our first team down and dusted. He tried his best to try to survive for the most part. But again, Rascal Jester, just that team that just always is at the bottom.
Well, it's been a curse they've become accustomed to, unfortunately enough, to say that, at least in their sake. E36, though, they're also in the same state as Rascal Jester here, have a single player left remaining. Obviously, Rascal's dead, but, like, I mean, in terms of the scoreboard, they're low, down low. Havoc here have yet to really take any real fight. They've been doing a good job of kind of, I guess, escaping having to be put in that situation, but at some point they're going to have to try and take a fight here. It looks like it might be versus Attack All Around, which is one of the last teams you want to have a gunfight with, especially if you're Havoc right now. Killua, he's taking a lot of shots here from the 2 players of V3F. It's not going to be a great situation for him to be in, so rightfully so, tries to back on off to a bit more cover.
Well, Killua does have the Car 98. Not the best weapon, but if you can time your shots right, it's amazing. Although, of course, because there's just so much things going on, Mini 14 is always the better of the 2. Still, I could be wrong anyways. That circle has gone in. Magic is looking pretty good at this point. NGE as well. Shute wrong. Going to be forced out pretty soon. Mental's right behind Evil Patrick, as you can see. And Sylphia slowly creeping up. This is a death sentence. This is what, already phase 4? Yeah, that's a bit painful. So he's going to have to pop out. Or, look at his HP bar just struggling to keep on 100%.
But you see how Damwon, they're keeping their eyes, you know, towards that ridge of where the cross is from the blue zone. They know that someone has to be there. They're slowly hunting down Sylphia. I don't see a world where Sylphia gets out of this one on alive. He can just continue to heal himself on up and maybe slowly creep on through, but he can hear Mental coming on here. He could get the drop, and that he does. He downs Mental. He gets within the zone right now, so he's safe. No, there goes the drop. Mental to the ground now officially. Sylphia down low has a nade to maybe try and secure this underhand toss. Will it connect? No, it doesn't. Can sustain further in the fight, but not for long. Foxy's here. This should be him dead. He's on the move. He's on the prowl. Sylphia taking out, and Enter Force are eliminated at 15.
Oh no, that's horrible for Damwon. What a spoil sport.
NGE find Havoc. Okay, that's going to be as quickly as can. But this means that they can't pick up Mental because the zone is already so quick in their position outside of the circle. This is horrible. Havoc is just running around amok. Hades and Veds. Now, a shooting target for basically everybody. Hey, bada, swing. Let's see if somebody's going to be swinging in their direction. It's going to be Ray first. Huge shots with the SLR, but a bit of a beefy boy. He's going to have to control that recoil. Unfortunately, will not connect. But this tiny hut is what separates Veds and Hades from a horrendous time, Black and Blue.
Raze, he's got some beef, but Havoc are playing chicken right now, waiting in here.
Ooh,
trying to wait. Nan gets it down here on the best Marco, and Marco, they initially could have had a better position to play, but now this is looking so dire. This leaves Marco now with a single player left standing, and Archangel can wipe him, and that they do. Eliminated at 13 here, Marco Gaming go down.
Yeah, same as can be said with V3 Fox, as you saw with Genius wiping them across smearing them on Miramar. And now Genius rotating quickly. Will be in the embracing arms of V4 Rivals, but no, they actually don't go straight up. So Spatek actually spotted, didn't hear the rotation from Yuta, and he's going to pay the price for that one. Pop. And Yuta finds himself one kill. Now he knows. Once in front of them, it's a team that they can very much easily manage if ever they need to do so. Glories and the rest of Genius. Oh, this position I love. Look at that. They spread one on the left, one on the right, and Simon is going to be holding the far back because he still has a vehicle to rotate with its teammates once the zone closes in later on in just about a minute. Archangel Predator, they're going to be against attack all around. This is going to be a bloody fight for them. This is not going to be easy, although somehow with New Gen right on top, attack all around, there's just so many bullets hitting it from all directions, and this has given Archangel maybe a bit of a fighting chance, although of course whoever wins this gas station fight will still have to deal with New Gen right on top, and Archangel will have to respect that they are getting swarmed in not only from two teams but also from the blue zone, and already they are looking in dire straits.
But look where Foxy has positioned himself though. He's driven all the way here through. He's really close to Magic Gaming though. I might even say a bit too close for comfort. Still within that vehicle. He can dismount, but the shots being threaded out here from attack all around from Exquelsia. Let's take it down here on the Young B, and that's what you're talking about now. Even from range, they can be very, very deadly. So NG in a difficult spot. But I like the split here being played by Genius. This is absolutely brainful for them. Look at this. They're playing kind of like this pseudo 2-1. It's more like a 3-1 if anything. And NGE, they get the trade at the very least here on attack all around and remove them from the game. So no more of that problem being found here. But again, as I said, Genius, they're closing on in here on New Generation. They know they're here towards this ridgeline. They know that they're low because of that impending fight that we just saw previously. And they're looking to try and pounce and wipe them soon.
They're about to butt heads. Glories is just right underneath. I don't know if New Gen actually know about this. Nil is going to at least try to get that information, scout it out first, be a bit more careful, be a bit more due diligence, just make sure nobody's going to be coming in from the other side. Shoot a round, though, rotating around in the center point. They're going to go straight into the eye of the storm. But, I mean, that's supposed to be the safest spot, but when it's PUBG, that's the worst spot to be in because everybody's going to be looking in your general direction. Machan Semaru also right beside here, Shute wrong. There is no real spot to actually fight good here. The only real good spot is maybe that edge spot that 4 Rivals has, and the edge spot or in the in-zone spot that Magic Esports has.
But look at this, the flank from Glorious is big ass arrive. He's got them off guard. They have no real recognition where he is. The flash keeps him off of the angle, but he's gonna spray on True and land True as well. He connects, and this is looking like NGE be taken out.
Havoc also, I believe, was just wiped across the board here. Machan Samaru is gatekeeping Genius as they try to keep pushing on forward. They're going to have to start making some moves, but still not the worst because they're both still inside that safe zone. Baugan, easy pickings for Dian, but Dian is the last player. Bulang, though, retaliating. Genius picks up 10 kills. And this has turned into an absolute battlefield now, Black and Blue. Bulang trying to go hopscotch, playing Ring Around the Rosie. Hariba cha-cha-cha just to dodge the bullets. And somehow he manages to survive. Glories finds tricks, and that is it for Machang. Or no, not yet.
as we still have 3 players, but Magic is taking a whole bit of beat down. But there we go. That's the last player for NGE, and NGE is down.
Had a chance there, How to take him on out, but that opportunity has not come to pass. He gets him with a nade, blows up a car with him, and he's down Clories. That's a huge, huge nade here from How. Makang Semaru fighting with all they've got.
Okay, they're stuck here. Just a teeny tiny bit, but still easily fought back. Although Genius can't really forgo the fact that these guys are just aim monsters. And How is in a world of hurt. Spots out one beautiful shot, backs away. Great baited switch. Comes back, chases in. But they're saying to go back first.
Yeah, they don't want to push.
Yeah, I guess they want to. Yeah, they want to pick up Clories first. Yuta is on scouting duty, and at least now Clories and the rest of Genius know that they're not really in any big dangers, especially now that they've gotten themselves a nice little position. Although Foxy is also there from Dab 1 near their general vicinity.
They're in a safe spot at least to try and get them back up to fighting speed. But SGDV2, they're about to bump heads right now. Here comes the siege on towards Magic, but it's Magic who finds the opening kills. They get the confirm here on Pete. They get the second down to Loki. Mr. Flank able to retaliate, but it's not really going too well for SGDV2 here. Raze gets another down. That leaves a single player left standing here for SGDV2. It's all in his hands, and that's SGDV2 getting completely trampled here. It's still a 1v2. He has a chance. Can Comfy KMF1 find that kill? He gets a confirm on Raze. He knows KSMs is here within the chapel, within the church. He has to find some way to isolate this fight. He does have the angle, but it's not given to him, not for free. Can go for the heal, can go for the res as well. What's the option? He's eliminated, and that there goes SGDV2 with him.
Yo, came on with the third party, the long distance dipping. You know, he double dipped, dude. That's not what you do in a party, but he's got to do it. He's got to do it. He's got to get those kills. He's got to get those points down to his own. Key has been eliminated, or excuse me, Down 1 Gaming's been eliminated as Genius was already there in that vicinity. I gotta say, man, 4 Rivals is doing a fantastic job at surviving at things and even able to snatch some points in here. There is no honor in war, so you gotta take everything here just for that advantage. And boy, are they. The nades, if it's good, that's gonna be a huge, huge boost as Genius is still 4 versus 2. But no, we're down to Kamon. His head's popped out, but my God, Yuta, what an aim demon as he just shoots him down. We're down to the final 3 teams remaining. Magic back up 3 once more. Shooting wrong with 1 player left, and Genius still strong at 4.
Asarai, Genius, they're looking in a pretty good spot here to once again get another chicken dinner. And if they do, if they win this game, they're going to be the first team to win 3 games here so far in our tournament. To string a second Miramar game in a row is going to be absolutely spectacular for their cause, for their pride. But now, Magic, they have a chance to turn this around still. They're not out for the count. If they can deal with Bulong here in PSTR, then they have a real good moment to potentially take that eastern side a bit more and then try and aggress here towards Genius. Genius knows that they have to time this right. They have a 4v3, yes, but this can be squandered if they're not careful.
Man, this is so close for Genius. To get that 3-peat already. All right, hold on. Genius, they know they have the advantage. They know they understand that there is a very segmented 2 teams remaining on the other side, and look at how they got this massive control on this hillside. They have so much information. They have a good deal of it that they do know that one team is at least going to be playing somewhere on this compound. Now the question lies here, Black and Blue. If the zone still goes in on this compound here, is GE's transition point going to be good? I think like it still is pretty solid, and that you do have this nice little vantage point from Clories as he gets all this bit of info as they slowly move forward.
Yeah, they've kind of like half encircled them here. They have the high ground. They know where they are. And KSM's, oh no, that's a death sentence to throw out there in the open. Petrek goes down, and as soon as one falls, the rest will follow. They secure the second place finish at the very least by taking out Bulong, but the nade here to drop KSM's makes it dire. This game is going to be Genius. It's all left to Earth Zapali, but Earth to Rocket. Here comes Genius, scarring and soaring sky high to take another chicken dinner.
Absolutely phenomenal team. No stopping at all. Always from 100 to 100. No zeros for Genius here. Just stepping on that pedal. And my goodness, what a performance from this team. Utah as well as Glory's absolutely leading the charge for this one. We did see Magic struggle. I wonder what Magic was thinking at that point, why they wanted to push out, or maybe they wanted to get that quick positioning just in case, but they were so late to that. You saw how well positioned Genius was already to just destroy Magic as they exited on their compound, and Bulang, well, he was just there for the show. And look at this. Happy faces on Genius this time. They're looking so damn good in this game. And again, cannot not say about that three-peat. Huge upset here. And we could be looking at Genius to just, again, set the milestone and set the tempo for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, they're starting to blow this one out. Asarai, you know, we still have one more Miramar game so far. And from the two Miramar games we played today, they are perfect. Winning both of them so far. 2 rotisserie chicken dinners collected by them, and nothing to pass around to the rest of the teams because they have taken it all for themselves. By far the lion's share of the Miramar games we've played in this tournament. We've played 4 Miramar games, Asarai, already, and they've won 3 of them.
Man, and again, since we still have another Miramar map to play, the same thing could be said once more. This is just looking to be Genius's day. You know, it feels like they're the standard gamer. Always kind of groggy at the start of the day, but once you come to the nighttime, that's when they're really awake. And Genius, my goodness, man, they're really racking up such a huge lead. I mean, we still have, of course, again, as I mentioned, the last Miramar map for day 2. And then we also have still 5 more games coming in from day 3 tomorrow. I wonder if they can keep this steam rolling. And of course, the other big question that we have to point out here is Damwon. Have they stalled? Have they stopped? Or is there a chance for them to come back?
It's a hard question to ask. As we said, you know, Damwon, they're not playing bad at all on Miramar, just not the same heights that we see in them typically on Erangel. And the flip side of that has been true for Genius, and Genius have just been capitalizing off of that. It's been a very difficult task for Damwon to get the same kind of success that Genius were, and they're just like a locomotive right now, Asarai. Nothing really able to stand in their way. Their tracks completely unbothered, and they just gather anything that they have to come across. So Miramar looking like the perfect proving ground here for Genius to secure this day and even this tournament potentially. Now, I mean, because I think of how the math goes, we might have more Erangel games than Miramar just by 1, but still, with the way that they're playing right now, that might not matter because they are just dominating anything that comes your way. I like as well, you know, some of the intents there that we saw from some of the other teams late in that one, and at the very least, you know, SGD, they were able to get themselves a latter round finish when they've been struggling as well when it comes to this map, although they are one of the only other teams, actually the only other team, to be frank, who has gotten a chicken dinner on Miramar, and that was during game number 5, the last one yesterday.
Now, another team that I wanted to talk about as I was kind of looking at the notes real quick is Shutaerong. This is the first time that they actually have a placement point in this game.
3rd, right?
Yeah, 3rd. So at least that does give a bit of a heartbeat, a line. Anyways, we do have the match rankings available already for this game. Let's check it out real quick, guys. What do we have on the board? Genius.
Wow.
Yikes!
21!
They got... Okay, last game, it was 29. I didn't think that they could go any higher, but they still somehow set the soars or the ceiling even further with 31, as you mentioned, for Genius here. The next player, the next team, Predator Shutaerong, 10 points, a 21-point differential, Black and Blue.
Wow, that's a flush here. 21. They are laying all the cards on the table. The house is not winning, not against these guys. Genius Esports so dominant when it comes to Miramar. The way they play Miramar is so great, and many times on over when it comes, you know, to phase 6, phase 7, phase 8, we see this common 1-2-1 split that Genius have been playing since yesterday when it comes to Miramar just work out so beneficial for them. They're really good at making that work. They have the two focus their intents up front, and then they have one on each flank to make sure that they are aware of any fight or any threat incoming. It's been a really great structure that they've been able to employ and successfully execute time and time on over.
I gotta say as well, I feel like they also have been just cleaning up the bottom 8 teams that we have here. Everybody that they've have been facing, we're not Attack All Around, we're not Archangel, we're not Damwon Gaming. Anyways, that's just food for thought, guys. We're gonna go on a quick break. When we come back, last Miramar map of day number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If it never does come to it, GNL spraying on through here. Tank Yun, he's done some great damage here towards 20 ATD.
Great shot.
Enter Force though, they've done some damage, but they're taking more in return. They taught to be dishing it out, but they're the ones in a rock in a hard place. IFP showing Starlord the way on out. He's gonna ascend to the heavens. Attack All Around taking the fight as well versus GE, as we said a while ago, but SGDV2, they have suddenly started to come back. They've dropped 2 now, make that 3. Position to play, but now this is looking so dire. This leaves Marco now with a single player left standing. And Archangel can wipe him.
And don't go straight up. So Spatek actually spotted. Didn't hear the rotation from Yuta, and he's going to pay the price for that one. Pop, pop, pop. And Yuta finds himself 1 kill. Now he knows. In-zone spot that Magic Esports has.
But look at this, the flank from Glorious is big ass arrive. He's got them off guard. They have no real recognition where he is. The flash keeps him off of the angle, but he's gonna spray on True and land True as well. He connects, and this is looking like NGE be taken out. They're about to bump heads right now. Here comes the siege on towards Magic, but it's Magic who finds the opening kills. They get the confirm here on Pete. They get the second down to Loki. Mr. Flank able to retaliate, but it's not really going too well for SGDB2 here. Raze gets another down. That leaves a single player left standing here for SGDB2. It's all in his hands, but it's not given to him, not for free. Can go for the heal, can go for the res as well. What's the option? He's eliminated, and that there goes SGDB2 with him.
As Genius is still 4 versus 2. But no, we're down to Kamon. His head's popped out, but my God, Yuta, what an aim demon.
Brown, they know where they are. Then KSM's, oh no, that's a death sentence to throw out there in the open. Petrek goes down, and as soon as one falls, the rest will follow. They secure the second place finish at the very least by taking out Bulong, but the nade here to drop KSM's makes it dire. This game is going to be Genius. It's all left to Earth Sapali, but Earth to Rocket. Here comes Genius, scarring and soaring sky high to take another chicken dinner.
I gotta say, man, it feels like...
That's how you open?
Yeah. Hang on. Let me
Again.
All right. I gotta say, man, it feels like this is just a high IQ plays. You know why? Because our top dogs are geniuses. Genius Esports. Bam! Welcome back, guys. My name is Asser. With me now is Black and Blue, and we're just about to begin our final game of the day once again in Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff we have seen from them. Really, really huge performances, especially on Miramar. They are 3 out of 4 Miramar games played won here. They have yet to really show us a bad game at all in Miramar, if that even could possibly happen so far. And if they continue their streak, I don't know how there's any way a team could overtake him right now. I think when we look at the overall standings, which we're about to do, we should see Genius rightfully so firmly at the top, and that we do.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness is an understatement. In 127, we're talking about how this team could breach the triple digits, and boy, they just shoot past that, and again, just still overtaking Damwon Gaming. Archangel Predator, as you can see, just looking down at the list, 76. Did not expect this from the Philippine team. I mean, yeah, I expected them to perform, but not perform at this level. They are neck and neck with Attack All Around and GNL Esports, so it still is a tug of war as to who can take maybe 3rd place. If I think this team can really rack up some points, they could also maybe push Damwon Gaming a little bit lower, but Archangel have never really done that. A team that has done that has been Attack All Around and GNL, so this is 2 teams that could make that happen. But you know what?
Yeah.
It's Miramar feels like it's the Wild Wild West, not just because it's sandy themed, it's desert themed, but because of just how some of the teams can really explode at, up to a certain point in this particular portion of the day.
Well, the tumbleweeds, as they roll, the dust settles after the shootout. Genius stand atop the rest of the competition, with the closest being 34 points away. So that is huge here coming in from Genius. And that's already Damwon we're talking about for that 2nd seeded team. So Archangel, they move on over from that tied 3rd to 4th and secure the 3rd, but only by 2 points. So that 3rd to 5th slot is up for grabs right now. GNL could shoot up directly into that top 3 after the end of today. Very so possible, but Damwon, they're the team who have been trailing here Genius whenever it comes to a Miramar map, and we haven't seen them find the same successes they typically do on Erangel. But other teams here, they've kind of went up a bit, like Havoc. I think from the 10th, they kind of shot up just a bit more, at least compared to when they were at the end of day number 1. So day number 2, looking a bit better for them. We saw some better performances as well, as you said, you know, before the break, where STR were finally able to get their best finish and finally get placement points for a finish here. And they ended up 3rd in that one. Still not going to shoot them up too high, but definitely was a better case for them. So for teams here who might not have had the same type of firepower or hot hands to get themselves, you know, lots of points on the kills, they have to start prioritizing play that helps enable and ensure later game finishes.
Honestly, easier said than done. Yeah, right? Because we saw some teams do let's call it like resuscitations, with V3 Fox showing that, oh, you know, they were able to place a lot farther in Erangel map, and I think one of the earlier Miramar maps that we had today, but then after that it just completely halted. Whether it was because they couldn't find any opponents to get to knock out, or just really a bad draw of drops, or just they couldn't really find a position that really was their own. There really are some teams here that struggle to convert that. Now, another thing that I also wanted to talk about whilst we were preparing to get into this final map here is that Genius, the reason how they got these 30+ points is that they're able to just get eliminations on teams that are on the bottom 8.
Well, we're going right now into the final map here, the Predator League 2022, day number 2, match 10 starting now. Final Miramar map of the day, final map of the day entirely. So this is the final shot as well for these teams to end this day strong.
As you can see, the trajectory of that plane just slices the middle of Miramar here, giving a lot of options for our teams. Damwon Gaming, I think, from the looks of how they're positioning, they're probably going to be abandoning El Pozo and just going straight for La Cabrera, Oasis, and maybe even Alcantara, if at all. That's what you can see with their positioning. And of course, because they're first to drop, they do see that no team is going to be dropping right beside them. This gives them a lot of options. Once again, this is not the trouble for the team that is struggling to get back into first place. The problem for them is that it's seemingly, only mental, I feel, right now that has been exploding in terms of firefights. Everyone else from Damwon Gaming is looking a little bit lukewarm at this point.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Parman is all the way down south, almost as if he AFK dropped. I'm not sure if that's intentional for them to split 3-1 from Rascal Jester so far. Look how down south he is, but
he's not moving, so he might be
doesn't
right.
seem to be moving. Might have been an AFK. I'm not sure how this will go, but we're going to play it as if this is continuing, and that it shall for the meantime. Here comes out the zone. Wow, very far east there on the south towards Impala being at the center of it. Nothing to be tamed, too much slow. No teams with early control really of Impala, so the fight here between Rascal Jester and Attack All Around. I'm curious about Rascal Jester. They haven't chose a different drop spot after losing this position towards Picado like 3 times in a row.
They usually face Archangel, right? But now they're going to go for the other AAA team that is going to be Attack All Around. That is not a good metric at all. I think they did this before, and
what are you owing?
Nico, look at the circle.
Yeah.
I just realized. I mean, I talk about how the circles ain't thirsty today, but sometimes you gotta hydrate. You gotta get that H2O.
The circle, it likes long walks by the beach.
Yeah. Oh,
as you've seen.
True. But this time it's gonna be an H2O. Oh my God, because.
Where are you going with this?
Dude, whenever we get like these kind of circles, it has just been totally a cluster of mishaps for our teams here.
Yeah, it's barely a circle. It's like half a crescent, if anything. And that's not a great spawn, or not a great opening spawn of the circle, especially if you're a team that likes to get early control but are out of that zone. VR being one of them. Damwon, they're fine, kind of filling in later in the game, so they don't mind playing in this position. Enterforce as well. They try to do that, but they're kind of being sandwiched many times on over as the circle closes. And that's something they're going to have to try and, I guess, divert from happening this time around. But yet, once, as we always like to say, easier said than done. GNL playing super spread far apart. I think they have the widest spread of any team so far here right now, barring maybe Magic. And this will allow them to cover lots of ground quick, but if they get isolated here, as they're kind of slowly crawling up towards where Kong Semaru could be, that's dangerous, but I don't think they're going to pull the trigger just yet.
Yeah, but I mean, if they go a little bit more to the right, correct, for GNL here, they're not really going to find too many teams. That's not the emphasis of what we're seeing here, though. It's Sute wrong. Now, again, they haven't really bumped up too high, but not really last place anymore. Or they weren't really last place to begin with, but because they weren't able to get those placement points, it hasn't been a stroll in the park for them. XK, also one of the teams struggling to get past this. The problem with a lot of our Japanese teams here is like it seems like they get immediately wiped except for one player, and then that's where it just goes to utter garbo. So we'll see if they can survive longer. As it seemingly contact play is just not their own. Anyways, Attack All Around, they finally found that Rascal Jester is here. And here we go. Rascal, what you got? You're the team that's needing to step up because Attack All Around, they're a team that that can always perform.
Well, Rascal Jester, they're the team that's typically struggled in these opening bouts. And, well, if they start struggling to round number 1, I don't know how these boxers can make it to the 12th. It's going to be an early bell for them once more. I think if they go directly at Attack All Around, no real, sample size to suggest you otherwise, because they've always struggled in these opening fights. Attack All Around, they have the high ground as well, the Overwatch position here on the snipe with Jayers. So SKS in hand. It's a bit far out, but that can still hurt with a pretty decent punch at that range.
Well, no one's willing to go too far. This is still very early. So, I mean, both teams realizing or just understanding the fact that, one mishap is going to be something. But Clories, this is huge. He actually knows that Jace is right in front of him. And he's slowly getting closer and closer. He's waiting. He's out in the open.
Look at that. Coiled Viper, he strikes, and this is time. Attack all around.
Yeah.
They've laser focused on Rascal Jester, but they don't know. And we're very much unaware that another team was lying in wait, and that's the Top Dogs. Genius. Able to get one more point in their bags as we start on to the last game.
Great catch here coming from Genius. Suddenly cripples one of the biggest problem teams here on Attack all around when it comes to playing on Miramar. They're definitely one of the biggest contenders so far here in the tournament, and especially, as we said, yeah, on Miramar here. So it does at least hamper the potential ferocity they could otherwise play later on. First 2 kills not going their way, but hey, let's see if anything else matters on. From the point on, Asterai, things are a lot more calm so far in this opening circle.
I mean, to be fair, everybody's busy starting to rotate into the center point, right? Like, again, we talk about, we've been talking about this multiple times, but it's still the trend for a lot of these teams where they really want to get into that middle point of the zone, and at this point, it is going to be Impala. NGE are already first on the case. You know, NGE also had a lot of success on 2 ways that they approach this game. Where one is they have amazing mid-game presence.
Okay.
And this time, this other one that we saw is that when they're able to place themselves in the center point, they're really good at keeping that position for themselves and not really taking too much damage. Speaking of teams that could get too much damage, it's going to be Damwon Gaming. Oh, you're stuck on the boulder.
No.
And Star-Lord gets 2. Oh.
Incredible. What tracking from Star-Lord here, Asterai? He's dropped 2.
XK helped him out, but, I mean, all right, that's good for Enter Force, but just infinitely worse for Damwon Gaming. Dude,
He gets stuck on the rock. It's a hard place he finds.
They did not expect.
Yeah.
They definitely didn't expect. With that rotation that they were doing, they expected that no one else would be in that vicinity aside from them. Oh,
That's really good for Enterforce, though. They've been struggling so far, and now this gains them, you know, at least more points to try and bank off with. Maybe slowly bolster their standing here. Not that it's too great, but okay, Vuelo executes Gems. Executes him, to be exact.
You know the thing I'm feeling right now, story-wise, for this last game?
I think I can tell.
Anybody else, aside from Genius, is starting to get knocked out. Was that the story you were also thinking?
I was thinking more like the teams that have been really good so far have been kind of getting smashed this last game.
Oh, it's about the same. It's about the same.
About the same, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It's been like the lesser teams, if anything, who have been doing a bit better, at least in this opening phase.
2 minds think alike. But 2 nades,
Okay.
kaboom, together. I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, good nade usage from Magic. We have MCG Marco Gaming already done. And that's going to be it for them. They're stuck in the middle, so you can see 43 points on the board. Now, there's still a lot of teams stuck out in the open. Going back a little bit to Damwon Gaming, while we're looking at Magic looting Marco, Foxy and Loki are the ones to remain. And they have really split themselves apart here. So I think the reasoning to this is it's just going to be as far as they can perform, right? If Foxy dies, at least Loki's still there. If Loki gets picked off, at least Foxy's still there. So them being apart at least increases the survivability of the last 2 players of Damwon Gaming here. But other than that, attack all around as well. Another team that is struggling here as Rascal Jester seemingly have found their footing, and it seems like the Clown is turning into the Clown Prince. We'll see.
Well, at the very least, that means that, you know, one of them will outlast the other momentarily, maybe, but still, it could matter in the end, in the long run. Damwon's just not having the same success here in Miramar. Unfortunately for Marco Gaming, someone called Marco, they answered Polo. They were found because of that. Magic holding the northern side of inside the circle. PSCR coming on in. Enter Force as well, trying to chime. But the Picado fight here between GE and Attack all around, it's been drawn out. So I'm not too sure which team wants to stick for too long. They've got some bandages to keep them consistently in this fight for a bit more. But at some point, if none of them go down, it doesn't seem to be the case because they're kind of far from each other, then they're going to have to bail. Would be big though from attack all around. Janku only gets one. I thought he could have found another.
Oh, Clories actually gets Janku out in the open. This is horrible for the Thai team, but perfect for Genius because they got the long-range position. Zest, yep, realizes it, although, hold on. He broke the wheels.
Yeah, that thing's running on steel.
Yeah, if there's anybody else that actually intercept Rascal Jester, they're done for. He's even changing like seats to be at the back of the pickup truck. Oh, that is risky. Anyways, Genius, I mean, they're going to have to start rotating in because they're very far from the circle. Thankfully, though, they are going to be nearing the circle quite early here. And honestly, on this next phase, I feel like the circle's going to be going onto Los Leones. So Genius's rotations could actually pay off even if they're taking some, extra damage from that blue zone.
Yeah, it's definitely something that they have to consider, but it won't be that big of a problem, I don't think, if they continue to get on soon. Zest is the only one here from Genius that remains within that blue zone. I think he's trying to hold off, the last remaining players here from Rascal Jester and attack all around. Enterforce trying to enter on in, but Wesker's letting loose. I'm not too sure if this is the best idea. This gives his position away, and he could get caught off guard. For the rest of the teams, though, on the rotations here, PSTR holding the northern side, and this is them moving on. Starlord gets taken down by Wesker. Wesker's in a pretty difficult fight, I think. There's two more that he has to try and deal with. Sylphia trying to res Starlord, and he should. No way they can confirm that kill from this distance.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too tricky for them. On the other end, we see CJ able to get a headshot kill or a headshot and takedown onto IMP. And are forced now engulfed by the zone. And they still have a long ways to go for that rotation. Thankfully, their vehicle is still pretty much intact. Although, is it stuck? No, they can just, okay, that's good. They reverse away. Going to be able to chase that down with the speed of their vehicle. And this is it. This is where I want to see. In 40 seconds, we'll know if everybody's going to flush out and the rotation of Geniuses actually work in their favor, or will they get pushed to go down? Because now a lot of teams are very much in primo spots, just shooting across, getting some takedowns, and I will say, Archangel really showing up, at least on the top right of our kill feed. They're somehow managing to pick up kills when they're somewhere near Los Leones.
Look at this, though. Shots ringing on out. CJ gets a drop here. Nymac as Wesker is confirmed as well by Starlord from Enterforce. So that's what I was talking about, Wesker. I'm not too sure if it was the best idea to start laying loose, but they are able to back up here the rest of Enterforce. Ooh, what a closeout. Wow. Now that forces some of these teams to have to move even deeper here, closer to where a lot of the power positions, like where VR are at currently, in their hands. But look at GE once again. They have great positions, complete control of the western side. So many hills, so much cover, and so much space all to their own on this split.
I told you, man, it was a stroke of brilliance from them. Whether they read the rotation right is going to work in the favor, at least positionally or position-wise, for Genius Esports here. Anyways, enter 36. They're still in the fight. Foxy finds NGE. This is Foxy and Loki, two players remaining from Dam1. I will say I'm not really the biggest confidence within these two players, but they're going to have to fight tooth and nail, because look at the rotation coming in for Dam1 Gaming here in the rest. As we can see, Rascal Jester, Parman's the last person standing. Everybody's going to be colliding into everybody. Enter Force 36 as well as Shute Rong right across Genius Esports right now, man. And this is not looking too hot. Even though there is a nice little defilade for Enter 34 to use as cover point, they will be hit by Zest, who does have the high ground, as well as those long-range bombardments with the shots.
Yeah, Genius here, they have this high ridge, and this is going to be difficult for any team to challenge as of the moment. Nobody from that low ground is going to have the advantage here, and they've completely encapsulated them, trying to encircle them right now. They have a great angle here to contest, and now GNL bump into the PSTR squad trying to escape. Enterforce as well have no real way of exfiltrating from their positions, and this could be where they make their final stand. It's going to be a difficult one, though. Nay doesn't go on in, but this second one, it might just go in right inside. It does! What a grenade here from Yuta, and he eliminates Enterforce with a single stroke of luck and a good arm.
You know what? You can't only just be a sniper with a gun. You can also be a sniper with the grenade. I don't know how you'll describe it, but you know what I mean. Just a really tricky thing to try to angle, to try to time, but he does it absolutely perfectly. Rascal Jester. I honestly thought they were gonna last a lot longer, but this game is hella deceiving. There's still a whole lot of teams here, and they're down to like 14th place. GNL on the swing. And Take Gun destroys Shu Tae-rung, so that the third place finish for Shu Tae-rung, well, not really wasted, but not really expounded upon, at least in this final map.
They're playing this 3-1 split perfectly here on Genius's side, and because they've left Simon further down south, they know that they have this complete control of the western side still. They know no one has crept in close to them, and Simon's been providing Overwatch, making sure that they have control remaining still here to try and fall back if in case they do have to push down south even more. GNL have that northern compound, which could be big if the zone closes for their sake, but we're going to find out in a few seconds if it does. No, it doesn't, just right out of the reach. But this is still good for VR. They've taken that center, and this is probably where it's going to be starting to close in on. Foxy, he's the only one left remaining here for Damwon, and he's going to have to try and, I guess, sustain in the fight, in the game, as long as he can, but he's between a lot of teams right now.
He's in a hard position, and I gotta keep repeating that because as I mentioned, he's alone. His positioning is very exposed. They're just hay barrels, dude. There's not really anything that can really stop them. There's no four walls around him that can keep him safe. And again, all around him. So there's no real position that he's going to be comfortable just hunkering down on anyways. If he can survive much longer, this could be good for Foxy here. But now looking in front of us, we do have Machang Sumeru in a firefight against V3. Yuno's just backed away. This could be it for V3 Fox. Ghani's going to be coming back in. But I mean, he's already left his two teammates, so I don't know what the heck V3 Fox is going to be doing. Okay, that's just a...
What?
That's a last-ditch effort just to do anything. Anyways, that's not the biggest point of contention here. I think the biggest point is going back to what you mentioned with GNL and GE Esports now neck and neck to each other. Look at how the positioning of GE is. Our viewers can't see it just yet, but they are right beneath GNL. I think they're waiting for them to actually rotate and just cut off the rotation, pick them off, and then claim this position that they have right now on the top left side of that safe zone.
This could be good here for GE, but I can also see it going very wrong. If their intent here is to try and last long on this lower ground and wait for GNL to have to go and rotate on in as the blue zone closes, well, you can see Magic Gaming here, they can cut that off. They have the 3-1 split, they have Pet Threat kind of further up north, but now he's closing on in, and he's taking some shots in his stead. Doesn't have to kind of press on this just yet, though, but as I said, GE, they have a great idea here, but they have to execute this right. The flying coming on in from 2Tap to try and pull their attention away so the rest of GNL can try and go on nil. 2Tap has gotten a great position here, but Boss the back here from VR Universal for Rivals. He's doing great damage from range. Mr. Flank gets a confirm on the kill. Taek Gun goes down here to Pat Dr. Red, and this is what I'm talking about. Magic taking Simon on this fight. Simon goes down to his own demise. This is not great. Zest goes down. Glory's confirmed. And MG, they have completely just decimated them. GNL has been eliminated, but Genius, they are in no better shape either.
At least they still survive, so that's something. But now, the table's going to turn for GE here. They still have a massive lead, so whatever happens, I think they're still in a really good spot, right? But that was horrible for both Genius and GNL. MG, Magic Esports, did such a great job at just stopping them from rotating in, because again, the problem for that point was whoever wins in the GE versus GNL fight, that would be going crashing into maybe where Magic is or maybe where 4 Rival is as of this moment. So them just, stopping that situation from happening is just perfect coordination for Magic here. Escalucia is the last person standing. He has no more health. He should be down. Archangel is working their way towards one more kill. And there it is. Great nade from Nan. He's really pushing. I think he wants to get all this juicy loot from Escalucia. And will he be able to get more? This is going to be very good if ever he can. And he was able to at least get a little bit of respectable loot.
help them out, especially in the late game. Teams right now playing very different play styles. 2-2 split here, coming in from Makang Semaru inside that compound. VR have yet to move an inch, but they've yet to be bulged here and pushed away as well. SGD V2 though, they're pressing on this. They might have just been caught off guard. They get off, try and go down here within the open ground. Checking out that haystack, don't really find it. No needles there to be magnetized and to be taken on out. They have at least the western side just a bit more. Yuta, the sole player here from Genius, remaining standing. Magic from up top north. And Damwon, actually, Foxy still remain to be found here. I think Archangel has some notion of his position. Yes, they do now, especially as the nades come raining on in, but he gets Mad Dog down. If he can find a second, he maybe be able to do some real damage here.
That nade, it's looking good from Foxy here. You're right. Ooh. Very good. He was behind the tractor. Now he still has a couple of smokes, but the drive around from Patrick not giving any breathing space from Foxy here. The question is, can he save Mad Dog and CJ? This is going to be close. Both of them are very low. Non's joined in. He needs to help him pick them back up very quickly so that Archangel can still play, the 4 players. This is going to be crucial because, again, matching Samaru, we have STGB2, MG, still alive with full 4. So if Archangel can bring him back up to full speed, this is going to be very crucial. How realizing this comes around for the play. Matching Samaru closing in. This is going to be very difficult. They're stuck rocking a hard place in the center of things. The nades coming through. Matching Samaru. Oh, that's shallow. Very, very shallow.
This one,
Mad Dog's the only one drop down. And Archangel, they're going to have to start pushing out. There's the nades. They're closing in. This is not looking too hot. CJ's been knocked out once again. And still, Archangel cannot convert any kills. They're scrambling to fight anything that is being pushed their way, but matching Samaru is looking more victorious in this 4 versus 4.
They put down Mad Dog. He's a bit too rabid for their taste, so they take him on out. Evil Patrick able to get a trade on the down, though. This is actually looking doable, but no. Archangel down to a single player here versus the 1v3, and the Predators have been taken into prey. Great find here from Makang Samaru. Yikes. They've secured at least a 5th place finish, so they're looking pretty good so far here right now. We have Havoc, little single player remaining as well. They don't have much to fight with here. Makang Samaru, they have the south side control, but it's Magic and VR who are looking pretty great. Astro DV2, they've kind of compiled themselves here towards the western side. Not exactly trying to go for too much of a push right now. They know if they press on east, and they're going to be right in the sight lines over that ridge here, waiting, rather into the waiting arms of VR. So they have a choice here. Do they push down south and try and take out Makang Samaru, or go and capture around north and potentially have to fight Magic?
4 Rivals has really yet to get to rack up a body count. Only 2 kills from Sosvatek and Kamon. And they really haven't faced anything yet. I wonder if SGD actually know that 4 Rivals is here. I think if they know that 4 Rivals is in that vicinity, they will actually go for the fight. Because again, a lot of teams are very comfortable fighting 4 Rivals right now. Again, it's just the nature right now of what it is to face against 4 Rivals who haven't really shown themselves as a credible threat. And SGD, they're on the move. But where are they going? They're wrapping around, riding the wave, going for the low ground first. And this time, 4 Rivals, they're angry. They want to commit. They want to compete. We'll see if... No, nobody's going to touch, but they're going to go straight to Magic here.
Yeah. KSMs, he's at the ready. KMF1, he doesn't even know. He's turned around, but KSMs, he gets caught out. Doesn't realize IMP is already. And Earth Bazali, he gets a trade at least. A skirmish here happening on out in Magic Esports. They've gotten 10. SUDV2 still looking, though, pretty healthy so far, at least in comparison. They're slowly just, bombarding them with these nades. And here comes Makang Samaru trying to chime in on the fight. Earth Zapali trapped here between these two teams. Raze as well within the smoke. MG Magic, they've suddenly pulled a disappearing act, but it's not going to last too long. He gets caught on out, and this leaves 3 teams remaining as Magic Esport has been removed.
Wow, that gives plenty of time for SGD to recuperate themselves. Or is it? Or does it? Drake is already pushing in, smelling blood in the water as he pushes forward, spots everybody, shoots them down. The gallery is here. And oh boy, is it artistic. That's going to be Machang Samaru cleaning up house, although they've also incurred the beast as VR for Rivals on the other side. RGK's been knocked out. Mal Kendrick going in for the kill. Came on also trying to stop them from getting these reses up. And it's gonna work. It's gonna work perfect. And look at that. One more player remaining. Well, I don't think this is gonna happen. Can it? Will it? Should it? It won't. As
This
it's
is
gonna
done.
be Teddy so little HP. This is done indeed.
Yep.
Oh, the nade. There it is.
With a whimper as well. As VR4 Rivals, the universe has finally aligned in their favor, and they get the final chicken dinner of day 2.
Okay. That is what 4 Rivals was waiting for. A team has struggled, one of the teams that have struggled the most, and somehow they managed to make it happen. The choice to immediately play the position, it works. They waited, and it got them that lead, got them that chicken dinner. The question now is, did it give them enough of a boost to at least have a respectable change up of rank, of position as we end day 2, or it didn't do anything?
Could at least gain them maybe 1 or 2 slots higher than they currently are, but yeah, at the end of the last game, they were at 11th. Now, Magic, they went for the strong arm play. They wiped 2 teams near the end, but it was really brain over brawn there working out for VR4R. If any case, I think VR4R, they had one of the worst positions in that Final 4 circle when there are 4 teams remaining. It's just that the play here from Makang Simeru, rather from a Magic to go push Makang Simeru and SVD at the same time, that kind of sealed the nail in the coffin when they had the better position, they had the higher man count. It was a 4v3, right? At least in compared to Magic compared to VR4R. They left 1 remaining to try and fend off VR4R in the 3-1 split, and they gave up their advantage because of that. As I said, they went for the strong arm play, they went for the brawn, but they did not see the bigger picture. They confused the forest for the trees, and they're punished for it, rightfully so, by VR4R, because they were the ones trapped out.
Well, with all of that, you still have to respect the hustle that 4 Rivals did show, right? They didn't miss the chance to at least capitalize on either the mistake or the aggression that we saw, as you said, with guns blazing from both Magic and Machang Simeru. So with all of that being said, still a really, really good performance output from 4 Rivals. Anyways, that is it. That will wrap up day number 2. And boy, oh boy, I did not expect the last map to actually have no top teams still surviving. I mean, again, it's going to shake the box a little bit, but not enough, I think, to really dethrone anybody from any of the placements so far. Yeah,
I mean, at least on the lower half of the teams that we have here, that's where I think a lot of the standings are going to shake up here. Basically, from like position 8 onwards, right, all the way down. That is where things are going to be a bit more, I guess, shaken up compared to the upper echelon of things. And we're talking about, early on during phase number 1, even where this game was already starting out with the top teams, the teams on the upper top 5, top 6, taking lots of damage, losing players early, and the bottom half of the teams being the ones who are stepping up, and this seemed to be the case. So, yeah, at least for VR Universal, while, there's nothing they can convert here in the day because we're done already for the day, at least for the matches to be played, hopefully this will give them the boost of confidence they've been needing, and, Super Dean out. They add, Kendrick in instead. I don't think necessarily it was that big of a difference, but he might have just been a stroke of good luck for him.
I was just about to point out the same thing. It didn't pay off at the very start, but they were confident and they were willing, or they were dead set on utilizing Mal Kendrick. And at least at this point, it did pay out for Rivals.
Yeah.
Now back to I think the more important part here is, I mentioned again how the box has been shook, has been shaken, however we want to call it. Who is going to be taking the 2nd place? Who's going to be taking the 3rd place? Because I know for a fact that Genius is not going to get dethroned by that. Definitely not. But Damwon Gaming definitely has been put to the test. Foxy was the only one playing when there was still like 12 teams remaining, 11 teams remaining. So there really is a big question mark if Damwon, with their inconsistency in the Miramar portion of our tournament here, is gonna get bent over by another team, or do they still keep it and have a shot at, you know, maybe exploding and overtaking G's. Again, it's a big maybe, but if they can take that second place still in their hands, it's going to be good for Damwon.
You could have said make them kneel down instead of bend over. I think that just...
I mean, there's a game in the Philippines called Luxumbaka where you bend over your
leapfrog
oh yeah, leapfrog. There.
Yeah.
You just hop over.
Thing. Yeah, you leapfrog.
Somebody hops over them.
Okay, I guess that's where we can kind of make it towards. But number one, number two, I don't think that's shifting anytime soon because we ended, you know, the first 9 games with a very huge lead for both Genius and Damwon to separate themselves from the back. But 3, 4, 5, that's where things seem to change up. It was previously Archangel, Tackle Around, then GNL respectively at number 3, 4, and 5, but they were like 3 rounds differential between that 5th and 3rd. So we're going to take a look at the match rankings first of just this game, of this previous game, match number 10. On the, obviously we know that Makan Sumeru, okay, they end up on top. I thought it was going to be VR, but no, because VR did not rack up as many kills, it's Makan who edged him out in the end, with number 2 and number 3 tied at 14 points.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm looking at this. It's not, I don't think there's really going to be a bit, any big mix-ups in our overall rankings. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Matching Sumeru. This is a team, again, that has struggled. Like they I think were very promising come day one, and then they just were either cold, or honestly I think it's not cold, more of they were outshined by other teams here that we saw. Again, going back to Genius Esports, to Damwon Gaming, to Magic, but this is where Matchang Sumeru really strikes. Once you have all those other teams struggle, this team can really capitalize on that. You see that 15 kills, very, actually more than respectable. This is damn well good for Matchang Sumeru here. 4 rivals, 14 points. Again, you were talking about how this is going to be a big boost for them. It definitely will be. Now, looking at the bottom portion of this points, Archangel Predator, Damwon Gaming, 4 points. Attack All Around, nothing. GNL, 3 points. Genius, where are they? Okay, 10 points. That's still pretty big.
Yeah, I think the only real big difference, at least with my quick maths at the top of my head, is VR, at least, who are currently at 11th, should shoot up to 10 over Havoc, and Magic Esports, who are currently at 7, should shoot up, I think, to 6th over NGE, and are like 2 or 3 points away from overtaking GNL for 5th place. So Magic Esports, because of their performance here in this final map, they keep them in the conversation for top 5 going into tomorrow, and I think that is still a big win for them. Now, obviously, it's not, you know, top 3, but it's not even in top 5, but they can secure that tomorrow if they start to play as well as they hit here today, as well as we saw them do during, I think it was game number 3, yes, yesterday.
Yeah. We have the overall standings now available. Let's show it. I'm rubbing my hands. Let's see. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is overall standings for day 2. Excuse me.
Oh, okay.
That's my fault. That's my fault. 85 for Genius, though. That is huge.
Wow.
Look at the next team that is right behind him, GNL, 42 points.
Genius Esports are just so dominant here when it comes to Miramar that, look, dude, they have, what is this, 42 points over the next competition, and whenever it comes to Miramar, they're just so dominant. They just completely outlast competition. Yes, they kind of fluster and flumber here towards this final map of the day, the final Miramar, but a record of, what is it, 3 out of 5 won on Miramar? That has bolstered them so much here today.
Yeah. What else is looking like a bit of a differential for us here? I don't think we... Oh, this one actually, Archangel Predator with 39 points, man. They're number 3 at day 2. That's a pretty sizable thing for them to be able to do, able to overtake teams such as Damwon Gaming, Magic Esports, Attack All Around. Of course, it hasn't really exploded for them, but it is still looking pretty good for Archangel Predator at this point. If they can keep consistent and maybe even just go slightly above they should be looking at a good finish coming into day 3.
I mean, they almost by near finished at second place here over GNL, barring 4 points. They could have certainly made that case to be possible. Doesn't happen yet here today, though, but yeah, they picked up steam and have been very consistent. We are ready, speaking of the Angels themselves. You say their name, here they come. Let's go to the interview with Archangel.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Archangel Predator from Philippine region that won the 3rd place for day 2. All right, so thank you so much for coming here for the interview. And how do you feel about your performance today?
We're definitely not happy about it. We still haven't got a chicken dinner for the 2 days of the tournament, so yeah.
But it seems like you guys played so much better compared to day 1. You guys got a lot of kill points. Was there any strategies that you guys actually changed from day 1?
We just tried to go for a lot of kills and then play aggressive, more aggressive than day 1. Yeah.
All right, and is there any other teams that surprised you? Or any other teams that you guys are cautious about?
We're surprised about the GE actually.
Okay,
they're
Genius
pretty,
Esports.
yeah, they're pretty strong.
And also, tomorrow is going to be the final day for Predator League. And how do you guys want to play?
We definitely want to play more aggressive, and we're gonna try to close out some games.
And maybe get a chicken dinner too?
Yes.
All right. And could you give some messages to your fans?
To our fans, thank you for supporting us back in the Philippines, and our families and our sponsors, our bosses. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And are you guys enjoying your stay in Japan? Yeah?
Yes.
Did you guys have anything good to eat?
Oh yeah, definitely. The food here is awesome, man, and
All right.
the people here is awesome too.
Thank you.
Akayabara #1.
No. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. All right. Thank you very much for joining us for the interview, and good luck on the final day too. We'll get him back to the desk.
What do you have to say?
Akihabara #1, the anime capital of Japan. He knows what's up. Archangel knows what's up. You know what? When you're coming from the Philippines, there is a huge love for anime. So,
As case in point, my co-caster.
oh yeah, dude. I've just been throwing random words
At people?
at people, and they're like, nice.
Nice. you know the word.
Yeah,
Good job.
exactly. Good job. All the years, guys, of watching animes finally paid off as we go to Japan.
Well, this has certainly been like an anime story, right? Like, even they gave the answer. What team are you surprised of? Genius. Nobody necessarily expected them to be the heroes, but they have proven to be so here, at least in this tournament.
My gosh, like, more than that, man. They're just shooting farther and farther, higher and higher, reaching just incredible heights at this point. And it just feels that, again, there's nobody that is able to stop Genius at this point. Yes, of course, there will be those offsets from time to time, but not enough to really trample the positioning here of Genius where they are as of the moment. Honestly, I thought it was going to be Damwon Gaming, but this time, as we can see, as is already proven by the Vietnamese powerhouse, Genius is just looking nigh unstoppable here. But at least for now, we are preparing another interview for you guys. GNL, our second placers, is looking just to answer some of our questions. We're very dying to hear what they have to say about how they have performing, because GNL has also overtaken their Korean counterpart, Damwon Gaming. And honestly, it felt like they were just performing somewhat, but they were performing enough to really get this spot for day 2.
It wasn't even like the highest of, I guess, consistent performances from them, because today you have like 3 sub-10 finishes from them. They have an 11th place finish on their first game, then they had a 14th place finish, and then a 10th place at this end, but they were able to get that chicken dinner and a lot of frag kills that really gave them enough points to secure their second place finish, at least when only looking at the sample size of day number 2. So it's still a pretty good result, I think, all things considered. And the total standing, they should be like pretty settled in the top 5 for the meantime. Obviously, they haven't taken over Damwon yet, the other Korean team in this tournament, but they've been doing a darn good job, at least here today. day so far, if we're just looking at that. And speaking of them, we're going to take a look and a bit of, I guess, peer into their mind and what they're thinking when we go talk to GNL. So how are you guys doing at the interview?
Thank you, guys. I'm here with GNL Esports from Korean region, that won the second place for day 2. Well, you guys got 28 kills with total of 39 points. How do you look back on your performance today?
오늘 생각보다 많은 킬수를 기록을 했는데 이제 나머지 선수들이 좀 더 이제 1일차에 비해서 여유로운 모습을 보여주면서 좀 더 운영이 탄탄했던 것 같고 교전에 있어서도 여유가 있다 보니까 이제 놓치는 것 없이 교전을 잘 풀어냈던 것 같습니다.
It feels comfortable than yesterday, and then they can have a more focus on the game in this game.
All right.
Yes.
So maybe like more confident.
Yes.
All right. And also, well, you said that you guys were like a little bit more like confident today. So why is that? Just like getting used to the atmosphere of Predator League, or like is there any other like strategy changed in the team?
이제 한국에서만 대회를 하다가 일본 이제 국제대 일본으로 와서 국제대회를 이제 처음 접했는데 1일차에는 조금 긴장을 했다면 이제 2일차에 여유가 조금 더 생겼던 것 같습니다.
He's the first time in the international game, and first day they got a little bit nervous,
Oh,
but it's
okay.
much better for today.
All right. And also you told me that you just told me that it's kind of like your first time playing at the international tournament. But how do you like about it? Like, are there any reasons that you guys were like more confident today, or like any other thing?
이제 1일차에는 솔직히 긴장이 조금 됐었어서 좀 정신없이 흘러갔다면 2일차에는 이제 좀 여유롭게 하다 보니까 좀 실감이 좀 많이 났던 것 같아요. 이제 진짜 해외에서 대회를 하는구나 그런 실감이 났던 것 같습니다.
First day they got really nervous, so honestly they cannot playing their own games. But the second day they feel comfortable than before.
All right.
Then that makes them more confident on the games.
Okay. And tomorrow is going to be the final day for Predator League. How do you guys want to play?
일단 최종 지금 2일차까지 1위랑 점수 차이가 좀 많이 나긴 하는데 남은 5매치도 최선을 다해서 점수 차를 최대한 극복해 보려고 생각 중이고요. 내일도 선수들과 여유로운 상황 속에서 이제 교전을 잘 풀어나갈 생각입니다.
They think they still have so much scores from the first team. However, they want to feel more comfortable, so that they're going to focus on this game tomorrow. Yes.
All right. And could you give some messages to your fans?
한국에서 이제 응원해 주시는 GNL 팬분들께 항상 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 내일 마지막 경기까지 최선을 다해서 노력하겠습니다. 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Thank you for every people who related to the GNL sports, and he will do his best for tomorrow.
Thank you. And is this your first time coming to Japan?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
So how do you like it here?
Very nice.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much. Well, thank you for joining us for the interview. We're getting back to the desk.
Honestly, I gotta give it. I feel like for GNL, Take Yun has been the one that has really stepped up to help out this team. Just perform excellently throughout this second day. They were talking about how confidence has been a big factor for day number 1, that they were kind of struggling. But come day number 2, I think that's also a thing that a lot of teams have also been kind of going through the motions. You know, we saw again teams such as Archangel Predator to struggle with their confidence, I feel, with NGE as well. I hope maybe NGE can have a podium finish so we can also have an interview with them, because a lot of these teams, I feel like we're having that first-time jitters, because you saw it, you heard that Two-Tap, one of the players there, it's his first time actually getting out of the country to compete internationally.
Yeah.
So that's the same case with a lot of our teams here. That means that there's still a lot more that we are to expect, especially once they get the hang of things, especially now that we are preparing for day 3 for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, whatever nervousness they might have in the present, I hope that at least breathes some confidence under their wings, because they have been sailing through today here really, really well, really finding their mark as compared to yesterday. We saw some glimpses of that yesterday, really, and they were saying, you know, it's kind of like first stage jitters. I get that. First time here in the international stage, hopefully for his sake, that means beginner's luck as well.
Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. And of course, speaking of big ones, excuse me, we're already preparing our interview with Genius Esports, the Vietnamese powerhouse. This is the interview I wanted to hear, because I wanted to know just what is going on in the heads of the top seed of our tournament here. They are miles above anybody as of the moment. 20-30 points is what separates them between them and Down One Gaming, or anybody who comes into second place. Anyways, we're going to be passing on to Cowrie to now talk with Genius Esports.
Thank you, guys. We have Genius Esports here with us from Vietnam region, who got the first place for day 1. And they got 58 kills with total of 85 points just for one day. And you guys told me that you guys weren't so happy with your performance yesterday. But what about today?
Đầu tiên thì xin chúc mừng team Việt Nam đã giành vị trí quán quân hôm nay ạ. Thì ngày hôm qua bên mình có vẻ như là không hài lòng với lại lối chơi ngày hôm qua. Thế còn ngày hôm nay thì sao ạ? Hôm nay thì bên mình cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Thì sau 2 game đấu đầu chết chay thì bọn mình cũng không hài lòng cho lắm, nhưng mà bọn mình cũng cố gắng và làm hết sức ở 3 game đấu còn lại. 4 game đấu còn lại.
So today in the first 2 rounds, we didn't perform our best, but in the last 4 rounds, we think we give all our best, and yeah, we're very happy with the result today.
All right, thank you. And it seems like you guys are playing so much better at Miramar compared to Erangel. Why is that? Is there any reason for it?
Vì có 2 map là Erangel và Miramar thì mọi người rất thắc mắc là vì là có vẻ như các bạn chơi về Miramar có vẻ tốt hơn, và các bạn có thể cho mọi người biết là vì sao được không ạ?
Thì em nghĩ là do map Miramar bọn em tập và bắn ở cái góc bo nó như thế rất là nhiều rồi, nên là việc bắn tốt là điều hiển nhiên thôi ạ.
Well, we practice in Miramar map a lot, so it's very naturally for us to win the Miramar map.
Okay, well, thank you. That explains a lot. And now you guys have such a big lead in the overall standing. So how do you want to play for the final day tomorrow? Do you guys want to play a little bit safer or still go very aggressive?
Ngày mai thì đã là ngày chung kết rồi, và mọi người thắc mắc là bên mình ngày mai sẽ có chiến thuật gì không? Bên mình sẽ chơi một cái lối đi an toàn hay là một lối đi phá cách?
Thì ngày mai bọn em vẫn chơi theo chiến thuật cũ là ở đâu có địch thì ở đó sẽ không có GE ạ.
We will keep our old style, and we will keep playing with the high and sick.
Alright, so you guys gonna keep your style and fight till the end. Alright, so could you give some messages to your fans too?
Các bạn có thể gửi một vài lời nhắn đến các fan đang theo dõi được không ạ?
Thì mình xin cảm ơn các bạn đã ủng hộ và theo dõi GE tại giải đấu lần này. Mình mong các bạn vẫn sẽ tiếp tục cổ vũ GE cũng như là GE cổ vũ hai team Việt Nam tại giải đấu lần này.
Thank you so much for our friends, family and fans who support us all along, and we hope that you guys will keep support us on tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the interview and good luck on the final day. Alright, get back to the desk.
I think that pretty much sums up what I was kind of wanting to hear in the interview. The one thing that I think could be the chink in the armor here for Genius, even though they do massively on Miramar, is that if we don't have that many Miramar maps tomorrow, that means at Erangel is going to be where they're going to play for the most part, which could really hamper things. Because again, they talked about how they played so well on Miramar because they practiced that the most. So that means that if Erangel is going to be the main emphasis for day 3, that's going to be something to definitely adjust to. Anyways, we do have the overall standings prepared now for you guys. It's a combination of day 1 and day 2. This is an overall thing, and we'll see that in now.
There we go. That's a good point, but luckily here for Genius Esports, they have a 40-point lead, Asarai, right now at the top. So even though we're playing 3 Erangel games, I believe, tomorrow and 2 Miramars, this might just be enough of a big cushion for them to ride out this wave. If they can do decently on Erangel and then perform spectacularly once again, as they do typically on Miramar, I think they could be safe in for that first place finish.
So I just want to say one last thing, before anything else. That means that Erangel, as you mentioned, they have to weather the storm, but that means for other teams, such as Damwon Gaming, are they going to be able to explode on those particular maps? They look very slow. Mental was amazing, but the other players of Damwon Gaming really rely on those rotations and a mix of both kills and positioning to get them that extra points. But Genius, they always explode on the points. Look at how different the kill differential is for them, 94 to 54. 40 kills differential. That possibly is where they could be looking at with the 40-point differential as well. Same could be said with Archangel Predator, GNL Esports, and Attack all around.
Yeah, they almost dropped 100 kills in 2 maps, so this is absolutely insane here. Crazy stuff we're seeing from Genius. Some teams can still make it into that top 3 here, namely Attack all around and GNL at the end of tomorrow, as well as Magic Esports, so there's lots to fight for over.
All right, so it seems like there is still a lot to be able to do for these teams, but clock is ticking. Can they reach Genius's behind? This is going to be something to definitely watch out for. Day number 3, this is where we almost end our Predator League. Started from the bottom, and now we're almost there.
Yeah, well, this is it, I guess, here now for day number 2. We've played 10 maps, ladies and gentlemen, friends, folks, far and wide. Be back tomorrow here for day number 3. We are going to be starting at 3:30 here locally. Here is the schedule for tomorrow, 3:35 to be exact here. We got 3 maps of Erangel to start off the day. We also have, 2 Miramar maps, the final Miramar maps, where we're going to see here in this tournament. There's so much to be fought on over in the final day of the grand finals here of the APAC Predator League 2022. I am Black and Blue. With me is Asarai, and be back with us tomorrow once more, 3:35 for the final day here. We'll see you guys then.
The water's not really working. But now they have other matters to deal with, as Genius has come in with the vehicles on the rotation. This might not be good for Mad Dog, as he's just being peppered. The drive-by. So Damwon, what do they still have? Actually, possibly 4 players coming in. And boy, oh boy, SGD, they're very confident. They really want to go for his kills, but they are not able to pierce through under as well as Boxy.
Oh, he gets a drop on it as well. So close to dropping and wiping SGD V2, and that it is. Enter Force have been eliminated due to the push here from New Generation.
Oh, he's right behind. But I think now he does understands. The thing is, there's a nade right there, and he was the last player standing.
But they realize after they've been given up to pull back, and now it's Damwon trying to go on in. And this is the risk you run in the 3v3 fight. Actually, in the 3-team fight between a full force stack. Once you engage, you can expect that 3rd team to try to dive on in. But how from behind? They didn't expect them. Damwon's going big, though. They're cleaning up house. They've got 2 left. No, it's a 1v1. What a nade here.
But Trick, he's on a car. Okay, comes out, gets the boop, but no, that's going to be the knockout.
I think he saw him.
Yeah, I saw him.
He saw him. He knows.
He's going to flush him out. Mental.
Flash.
Flashbang again.
Another.
But he can't prone.
Another.
Neil T. He's so blinded, though. What can he do? Mental's coming in for the kill. And Mental gets it. Chicken dinner for the rematch. Damwon Gaming.
They know they don't want to let this opportunity go to waste. Look at this. Going for it. They get the drive-by. CJ knocks Best Marco out of his seat. It's RJ who pushes up against him, and they're down to a single player with low HP. This could be another fight that Tapa could win. It's a 1v2 within here, but no, he doesn't even realize him. He knows he's trapped in the corner, sprays on through, but he doesn't get it! Through the wall, through the door, it doesn't come!
Damwon starts pressing up here right in front of them. Yuno's in trouble, but he's surviving. Great the challenge there from Percy. The nades immediately be thrown out. And if Under can survive this initial barrage, the nade is so close!
It comes to sieging away a power position. And look at this, B3 Fox, they want to secure that third place. They're pushing against Damwon, and Damwon has been eliminated, running them on over.
He's the one that actually got trapped. He's actually alone here. The rest of them haven't. Dude, I don't know why they're pushing out in the open. This makes it very easy targets for both B3 Fox and Attack all around.
For what they've shown to be able to take these power positions away and siege the opposition within their stronghold. The siege is underway. Killua does finally respond, but it's towards B3 Fox instead.
Oh, no.
Gems gets it down into Percy. This is looking like an attack all around game. They're looking so dominant right now.
He's just by himself. I think he's actually trying to kill himself. Yeah, there it is. So maybe to deny an extra point or attack all around.
Trying to take some shots here at SGDB2. We're now going to have to fend off Damwon, who are really rolling up real hot. They've kind of dismounted here right now. IMP can't really confirm anything, doing some damage, but it's not enough to try and stop Damwon here. Foxy, straight down. It's actually Mental who takes it away from him. SGDB2, they have the high ground, but they're taken down low.
Nott's placing himself. I don't think he spots out Loki. Loki to the side. Nott's got him. Oh, this is huge for Archangel Predator. As Nott comes in, he's swimming inside the zone, but it is paying off. The flank's coming in. Mental's still here. But the rest of Archangel Predator, they've surrounded Damwon Gaming. And Damwon, no way! Mental still hits the shot. He's still surviving. Evil Patrick to remain 1v1 as Evil Patrick been under. But Evil Patrick, he could not convert.
Yeah, they have kind of like a 3v3 fight here with a nade here thrown. Gani taking so much damage. They've used these smokes to close the gap. GNL are playing this perfectly. The nade lands right on target.
They still handle something from up above. And again, they can't go for this pinch.
This could be a glass house right at the making. GNL, they've taken down Zest. That's a big for them to find, as you said. They take down one. They take down the entire train. A single point of the structure has been demolished, and the entire piece folds. The defense goes down, and GNL absolutely perfectly playing the final two zones. 3 players, but Damwon's got 4. They can't find another here. Foxy's not connecting. He's running out of ammo. How is this not hitting him? He knows they're coming here. Oh, he has the information. They don't expect it. They still get damage on, but look at that. 1 HP left on Janku.
Oh, is it gonna reach? No, it's flashes. They're looking to push Kimgani by himself here. It's been exposed. He's still blind. He can't do anything, and Kimgani is gone.
Now he's looking like the nail instead. Taekyun, he's gonna have to provide override from up top. But look at these nades just sinking hammer into the ground.
He's actually right beside them. Air Ray, as well as Ursapalui. They know they have to go for the contact, but Archangel's not giving them any chance to breathe. CJ finds one. There's the follow-up. Another cleanup.
Nearly at least secure the second round finish, but GE, they were so much better. What a shot from Glories to land Crazy Bobby insane in the brain. And this gives GE the upper hand. Marco Gaming being taken down, but the response from Duansong is absolutely huge.
He's been knocked out as well. Daiwan's
they're lining up.
He's lining up, but not enough bullets to actually transition into anything. 1 player remaining. Glory's going to be picking up Simon T at this point.
Can he pull out the stop here? Can he pluck this one out? Oh, he exposes himself. The flash kind of blinds Glory's by himself here, and that is it. There's Genius securing their second chicken dinner of the tournament. Push up north if it ever does come to it. GNL spraying on through here. Taekyun, he's done some great damage here towards 20 ATD.
Great shot. Don't go straight up. So Spatek actually spotted. Didn't hear the rotation from Yuta, and he's going to pay the price for that one. Pop. Yuta finds himself 1 kill. Now he knows. In-zone spot that Magic Esports has.
But look at this. The flank from Glories is big ass arrive. He's got them off guard. They have no real recognition where he is. The flash keeps him off of the angle, but he's going to spray on True and land True as well. He connects, and this is looking like NGE be taken out. They're about to bump heads right now. Here comes the siege on towards Magic, but it's Magic who finds the opening kills. They get the confirm here on Pete. They get the second down to Loki. Mr. Flank able to retaliate, but it's not really going too well for SGDB2 here. Raze gets another down.
As Genius is still 4 versus 2, but no, we're down to Kamon. His head's popped out, but oh my God, Yuta
What an aim demon.
Petrak goes down, and as soon as one falls, the rest will follow. They secure the second place finish at the very least by taking out Pulang, but the nade here to drop KSM's makes it dire. This game is going to be genius. It's all left to Earth Zapali, but Earth to Rocket. Here comes Genius, scarring and soaring sky high to take another chicken dinner.
Speaking of teams that could get too much damage, it's going to be Damwon Gaming. Oh, you're stuck on the boulder. And Star-Lord gets two.
Final stat, it's going to be a difficult one though. Nade doesn't go on in, but the second one, it might just go in right inside. It does! What a grenade here from Yuta! And he eliminates Enter Force with a single stroke of luck and a good arm. Mr. Flank gets a confirm on the kill. Taekyon goes down here to Pat Dr. Red, and this is what I'm talking about. Simon! They can chime in on this fight. Simon goes down to his own demise. This is not great. Zest goes down, Glory's confirmed, and MG, they have completely just decimated them. GNL has been eliminated, but Genius, they are in no better shape either. And here comes Makang Samara trying to chime in on the fight. Earth Zapali trapped here between these two teams. Raze as well within the smoke. MG Magic, they've suddenly pulled a disappearing act, but it's not going to last too long. He gets caught on out.
Rick is already pushing in, spilling blood in the water as he pushes forward, spots everybody, shoots him down. The gallery is here, and oh boy, is it artistic. That's going to be Machang Samaru cleaning up house, although can it, will it, should it? It won't, as this is going to be Teddy so little HP. This is done indeed.
Yep.
Oh, the nade. There it is.
With a whimper as well. As BR4 rivals, the universe has finally aligned in their favor, and they get the final chicken dinner of day 2.